Good afternoon, Lord Mayor. The meeting is now live.
Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon. I am the Lord Mayor, Councillor Rob Wood. Welcome to this virtual extraordinary meeting of the full council to consider a proposal to confer the title of Honorary Alderman on the former member and Lord Mayor of the City, Councillor Mr. Stephen Wiley. Before we move on to this item, I have a few of my usual comments on procedures, etc., followed by prayers and then the attendance roll call. The meeting is being broadcast to enable the press and public to view the meeting. We are meeting virtually in response to the limitations placed on governance by the COVID-19 pandemic. For the purposes of this meeting, it will be run by reference to the model standing orders as set out in the Local Authorities Coronavirus Flexibility of Local Authority Meetings Regulations 2020. Firstly, I would like to welcome the Reverend Tracy Ansell, Minister, who will be saying the prayers. Reverend Tracy Ansell.
Thank you. My Lord Mayor, Leader of the Council, elected members and ladies and gentlemen, let's pray. Heavenly Father, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to all who are gathered here today and all in positions of responsibility and influence over our great city, the guidance of your Spirit. From you alone comes all counsel, wisdom and understanding. And we ask, Lord, that your vision, justice and compassion will guide them as they consider the items before them today. We thank you for the calling of public office you have placed on the people assembled here and respect the power that you have given them to seek the welfare and prosperity of Portsmouth. In these pandemic times, we ask for your protection over our city and all those involved in the frontline delivery and decisions of healthcare. And as this week the nation remembers the great sacrifice of war, we hold before you those men and women who have died in active service, those left to grieve, and those living with mental anguish. May they know they are not forgotten. And remind us, Lord, that as the city prospers, so should all that live here. Bless all the residents of the city, and may they be served righteously and honourably today, and to the glory of your name. Let heaven's light be our guide, and we ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
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 Okay. Thank you very much, Reverend Ansell. You're welcome to stay and watch proceedings for however long as you wish to do so. I'm sure they're going to be riveting. Okay, let's move on to apologies for absence. I have received apologies for absence from Councillor Young. Are there any others? Stuart, can you look out?
I'm looking out. I haven't received any to date, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Wood, it's Councillor Jones here. Lord Mayor, sorry, even. Councillor Gemma New is struggling to get on. I'm not sure if she's on or not yet, but she is on the phone to Rowley, I think, as we speak.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. That is duly noted. Any other people? Okay. I think I would like now to invite members to introduce themselves to this virtual full council meeting. I will read your names out in alphabetical order. Can you please reply by stating your name and saying present? Can I also remind members to switch their microphones on when answering and switch them off straight after? I will pause for a few seconds between calling each member. This process will take a while in view of the number of councillors involved, but please bear with us. Those who are not able to confirm they are present will be recorded as absent from the meeting, but with a footnote explaining it if it is due to technical difficulties. Firstly, I call upon myself, Councillor Rob Wood, Lord Mayor. I am present. So next in line, I call on Councillor Dave Ashmore.
Councillor Dave Ashmore, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Matthew Atkins.
Councillor Matthew Atkins, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Atwell.
Chris Atwell, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Simon Bosher.
Councillor Simon Bosher, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Coles.
Councillor Tom Coles, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cal Corkery.
Councillor Cal Corkery, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ben Dowling.
Ben Dowling, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jason Fazakerley.
Councillor Jason Fazakerley, present and ready for duty, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor George Fielding.
Councillor George Fielding, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor John Ferret.
John Ferret, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor David Fuller. Did we manage to get Councillor David Fuller in? Okay.
We are trying, Lord Mayor. We've put some IT people on that.
Okay. So duly noted technical difficulties. Okay. Councillor Scott Peter Harris.
Councillor Scott Peter Harris, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Graham Heaney.
Councillor Graham Heaney, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah Hockaday.
Councillor Hannah Hockaday, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Hooper.
Joe Hooper, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Susie Horton.
Councillor Susie Horton, present, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lee Hunt.
Councillor Lee Hunt, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Frank Jonas, BEM.
Councillor Frank Jonas, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Donna Jones.
Present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Leo Madden.
Leo Madden, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hugh Mason.
Hugh Mason, present, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Mason.
Councillor Lee Mason, present, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Terry Norton.
Councillor Terry Norton, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen Morgan, MP.
Councillor Stephen Morgan, present, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gemma New.
I think Councillor New was having technical difficulties, Lord Mayor, so hopefully she'll get it done shortly. Good.
Councillor Gemma New, present, Lord Mayor.
Welcome. Glad to hear you made it. Thank you.
Definitely.
Councillor Robert New.
Councillor Robert New, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Pitt.
Councillor Steve Pitt, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Will Purvis.
Will Purvis, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Darren Saunders.
Councillor Darren Sanders, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jeanette Smith.
Councillor Jeanette Smith, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lynn Stagg.
Lynn Stagg, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Judith Smythe.
Councillor Judith Smythe, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Luke Stubbs, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Benedict Swan.
Councillor Benedict Swan, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Symes.
Councillor Linda Symes, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Claire Udy.
Councillor Claire Udy, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Vernon Jackson, CBE.
Gerald Vernon Jackson, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Weems.
Steve Weems, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Matthew Winnington.
Matthew Winnington, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Tom Wood.
Tom Wood, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can I please ask the officers to confirm they are present as follows? David Williams, Chief Executive.
David Williams, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Peter Balfe, City Solicitor. He was here earlier. Okay, we'll come back to Peter Balfe. Julian Pike, Deputy Director of Finance. Okay, we'll come back to that. Stuart Agland, Local Democracy Manager.
Stuart Agland, present, Lord Mayor.
Vicky Pleitis, Senior Local Democracy Officer.
Vicky Pleasance, present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'll get that naming correct one of these days. Peter Smith Parkin, Governance and Democratic Officer.
Present, Lord Mayor. Present,
Okay.
Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Stuart, can we just go back to, obviously, Peter Balfe, the City Solicitor, and Julian Pike, the Deputy Director of Finance. Are we expecting them, or are they have they got technical issues?
Hi, Lord Mayor. I've just
Yes,
been bounced out. Just got back in.
Okay, thank you. That's Peter. Thank you, Peter.
And Mr. Pike is got a link, and he could well be joining us. If there's any issues, Lord Mayor, that require his attention, I'm sure we'll be able to contact him.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That completes the attendance record part of the meeting. Before I move to item 1, members are respectfully asked to be available throughout the meeting and to advise me through the chat function if they need to leave the proceedings at any point. Members are also requested to keep their microphones on mute and to only turn these on when they are called to speak. This will limit the amount of background noise, which can be very disruptive. Members are also requested to keep their cameras turned on at all times. Members who wish to speak in any debate should use the chat facility and simply write RTS, request to speak, so I can deal with it in the order of request. Other than that, for this purpose, when informing me if they have to leave the meeting, please do not use the chat facility for anything else. We are not intending to use the raise hand function, as this does not provide me with an indication of where the request sits in terms of the order for calling members. If there are any technical difficulties or need to take confidential advice, we will endeavour to resolve these and, where necessary, have a brief adjournment, but the meeting can proceed where quorate. Finally, with respect of any amendments, etc., that are presented, they will automatically be uploaded onto the web with the council agenda. So just refresh your page each time and you will be able to view it there, in addition to seeing it displayed on your screen at the relevant point in the proceedings. Moving on to agenda item 1 of this extraordinary council meeting. 2, written deputations. Members, there are no written deputations today relating to the business or the extraordinary agenda. So item 3, admission to the role of Honorary Alderman Mr. Stephen Wiley. Members, as you know, this extraordinary council meeting is to consider proposals to confer the title of Honorary Alderman on a former member and Lord Mayor of the City Council, Mr. Stephen Wiley. I call upon the proposer for the motion, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This is a very happy thing for us to be able to do, to move that Stephen Wiley becomes an honorary alderman here in Portsmouth. Steve came to Portsmouth to go to Art College before the university was the university, from rural Northern Hampshire. And he's effectively grown up with us. There are many stories about Steve in his younger days, and anyone who attended some of his wilder parties will remember it with joy. But we're not here to honour Steve because of his wilder parties, but because of his work here on the City Council. Steve was cabinet member for housing for 5 years and had a real passion for making sure there was social housing for local residents. He took his role as a councillor in Charles Dickens Ward incredibly seriously, with weekly surgeries all through his time there in that ward. And it's been good to to recognise Steve's role. He was Lord Mayor for 14-15 during the D-Day 70 period and the centenary of the beginning of World War One, and he's the only Lord Mayor to come from Charles Dickens' ward this century. So he was a very different Lord Mayor. As I'm sure people know, and Steve has been very happy to say, Steve has struggled with really serious dyslexia all his life. And I know he's been a role model to many young people and children to know that even if you've got really serious dyslexia, you can achieve things in life. You can become Lord Mayor of Portsmouth. His role in the city has been enormous. He's really proud of the fact that under his tenure, council housing started again for the first time in a generation, and that the programmes that he was involved in across Somerstown progressed not only under this administration but under Donna's administration as well. The community centre, the community hub at Somerstown, again is very much down for him. But one of the things I think was interesting is having somebody who was slightly younger. Steve has been involved in the hospitality industry in the city for many years. And it was quite funny for him to have been a waiter working in the city for the agencies serving Lord Mayors, and then to become Lord Mayor himself. And he's also the first Lord Mayor that I can remember of who had a child born during his year as Lord Mayor. So he had the patter of tiny feet in the Lord Mayoral parlour. So my Lord Mayor, Steve has done an enormous amount through his years on the City Council. I think people have recognised that, and I do hope that we're able to recognise that officially and make Steve Wiley an honorary alderman of the City of Portsmouth today, which I here formally propose.
Okay, Lord Mayor, are you receiving us? Hello, Lord Mayor. Okay. Right, would
the Deputy Lord Mayor needs to step in.
Yes, I know. I'm just checking to see if the current Lord Mayor... he's back. Are you there, Lord Mayor? Okay. Okay, in the absence of the Lord Mayor, excuse me, could Councillor Jonas, as Deputy Lord Mayor, kindly call for a seconder for the proposition for the Alderman? Thank you.
I formally propose that we have a seconder for the proposition.
Okay.
I formally second, Lord Mayor. I have speech as well. Hello. I would love to second this proposal to make Stephen Wiley honorary alderman. Strangely enough, I think I've known Steve longer than anybody else in this meeting right now, back from the heady days of scandals on a Thursday, and we'll leave it at that. Stephen was a councillor then, and I remember him trying to explain it to me, but I think I was more impressed that he had a job in Sally's at the time. I never thought in a million years that I would be a councillor in a seat that he used to occupy. And since I've become councillor and visited residents, Venture Playground and community groups, all I blooming hear about is how great Steve is. Steve did this, Steve did that, Steve would have sorted this issue out, etc., etc. It only gives me reason to work harder so they forget about you. And to be fair, I understand why you are loved. You did get those things done. You are a compassionate human being. You just listened and you were friends with everyone. Now, I'm delighted to second this motion because ultimately it means Steve can't come back. As well as being a friend, he is my biggest rival. I'm absolutely convinced that if he ran in Charles Dickens again, he would win in a landslide without even knocking a door. I think ultimately that should be the test for when we decide to make ex-councillors aldermen. Someone who's worked tirelessly in the community to the point where every single person knows your name, the longest serving housing cabinet member, someone who pushed through first council housing in a generation, someone who's worked with charities in the Charles Dickens ward, like the Landport Education Foundation and the Haven, who he spent 25 years working with, and someone who just grew with the council and community, and someone who wasn't just a guy in a suit, but someone everyone could call their friend. Steve's commitment to his ward is so great that he still works in it, and that everyone in the community groups in Charles Dickens all want to have their Christmas meal at the Maritime Club so we can just see him and say hello. Lord Mayor, I am honoured to second this proposal and welcome Honorary Alderman Stephen Wiley. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Claire Rudy, and I'm glad that while I was away, you just all jumped in and it sounded tremendous. Okay, that's very good. Okay, members, so you've had the proposal and the seconding. I've put the motion to the vote, which should be to approve. We will need to be passed by no less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. Are there any objections? If not, the proposal is agreed by assent. Stuart, any opposition?
No notification of any opposition, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you, members. The resolution is passed, and we will look forward to welcoming Honorary Alderman Stephen Wiley back to a future council meeting to receive the certificate recording this decision. Okay, members, that concludes the extraordinary council meeting. I'd be looking forward to see Alderman Stephen Wiley back in here. So as it's now gone 2:10, I'm going to formally open the ordinary meeting of the council, and I will begin that shortly once I need to know from Peter, are you going to be doing the curtain call between the two?
Yes, Lord Mayor, just for a few seconds, just to create a separation.
Okay, let me know when we're in the other meeting.
Whenever you're ready, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Peter. Welcome back, members. I'm going to move to declarations of interest. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interests or personal prejudicial interests to declare in the items on the agenda before us, can you please indicate? Right.
Councillor Purvis, I think.
Yeah, Councillor Will Purvis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Item 11D on planning. My employer is obviously a developer that will be affected by any change in still, so I'll take no part in that debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purvis. Are there any others? I have Councillor Steve Pitt.
Yes, some clarity, Lord Mayor, please. On a previous occasion, when we had the previous monitoring officer, I was advised that an allotment as a licence wasn't an issue, a declarable pecuniary interest. Can Peter Balfe please give me some clarity on whether I need to remove myself from that particular discussion around Aquins, because my partner does have an allotment?
Yeah, having raised the point, Councillor Pitt, I don't have any difficulty with you continuing. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. There's a notice of motion at the end of the agenda, item F, about Commonwealth Armed Forces Veterans Support. I know we debated an item almost exactly the same as this 1 year ago, but as the Council's Armed Forces champion, I wonder if I need to declare an interest.
No, I'm fine with that, Gerald. Carry on.
Thank you.
Councillor Judith Smythe.
I'm an allotment holder as well. I presume the same ruling stands, but I don't want any misunderstandings.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. Same advice applies to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Okay, so declarations made. Let's move on to item 2, the minutes. Is it proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Jones that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 13th of October 2020, previously circulated with the agenda, can be confirmed as a correct record? Are the minutes agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Has the leader proposed those? Yes, he's showing his thumb.
Yeah, I think the leader is showing his thumb, which I'll take as a proposal and seconded.
I will formally do it without thumb.
Okay. Any objections, members? Otherwise, it's agreed by assent. No objections. Right. Just a note. I've had a note from Councillor Matthew Winnington that he's got a few itches and be out momentarily and then come back in. So we'll note that. Thank you. Therefore, we'll move on to the proposal is therefore carried. Sorry. Right. We'll move on to item 3, communications. Apologies for absence will be recorded as mentioned in the earlier meeting. The only other item that I've got at this present is, as previously noted, the leader has changed the title of the resources portfolio held by Councillor Atwell to Communities and Central Services. I am also just letting people know that the leader and the Lord Mayor will be communicating a note of thanks to the new President of the USA. Any other items there from you, Stuart?
No, Lord Mayor, that's all there are. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Item 4.
Lord Mayor, I have asked I put something in the chat for right to speak or request to speak, but you haven't called me nor has Stuart noticed it.
Okay. Okay, I have noticed it now. The things are pinging at me left, right and centre. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just thought it might be helpful for colleagues to hear the content of the letter from yourself and myself to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, so that people know what we've done. So this is the letter that's going. Dear President and Vice President-elect, on behalf of the people of the City of Portsmouth in the UK, we're writing to congratulate you on your election to your very important posts. Portsmouth is the home of the Royal Navy, the birthplace of Charles Dickens, and a vibrant waterfront city. We have a strong university, a vigorous football club now owned by US citizen Michael Eisner, a strong defence economy with BAE, Babcock and Rolls-Royce working here, as well as US companies also working here. Powell Europe, a US firm, has its UK and European base in Portsmouth. Your vision of a United States that works with its allies and with international organisations like the UN, the World Health Organization, NATO and others to common answers to problems that face all countries is an approach we support. We're a flat coastal city, so the return of the US to the Paris Climate Accord will be very welcome here. We'd very much like to welcome you to Portsmouth on any visits you make to the UK and welcome your decision to your new role.
Thank you, Leader. Okay, so with that, we now move on to item 4, written deputations from the public under Standing Order 24. There are 4 written deputations received for this ordinary meeting, which we have all been previously circulated. One from Mrs. Viola Langley in respect of agenda item 11B, one from Ms. Kimberly Barrett, also in respect of agenda item 11B, one from Mr. Alan Burgess in respect of item 11E. The final deputation is from Mr. Craig Withy in respect of agenda item 11F. In accordance with standing orders, I will now ask Stuart Agland to read them out to the meeting. Stuart.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The first one from Viola Langley. I'm here today to represent our grassroots movement, Let's Stop Aquin. The last 4 weeks have been very informative and have made us change our focus and revise our aim. We originally just objected to the route, but now object to the whole interconnector project on environmental, economic and ethical grounds. It is wrong for Portsmouth, wrong for anywhere on the south coast and wrong for northern France. Currently, we have over 1,400 active members, some of whom have dedicated themselves to investigate all aspects of the Aquin project. That is our strength. We are here to raise awareness. We are not experts, but try to find evidence which will support all the objections. We applaud the fact that full council support has been given to try to stop Aquin coming through Portsmouth, but we go much further. Our geographical scope includes the whole proposed route from Normandy to Lovedene. We are sharing concerns, documents and other evidence with residents, groups, environmental bodies and public institutions far and wide, from the allotment holders in Eastney to the European Commission. Whilst we recognise that the councils involved must focus on their specific local issues, we would like to ask this question. Are you and your officers consulting and conferring with other local authorities to make best use of all resources? We have had to crowdfund ourselves to get printed our first leaflet to make people really aware of what is coming their way. There are still so many residents who have not even heard of Aquin. Aquin's consultation process with the public was inadequate and poor, and we should ask ourselves, is it not our responsibility first of all to raise awareness? Have you put money aside to heighten residents' awareness? On the other hand, our success as a group was to get the Planning Inspectorate to allow consideration of several hundred additional public responses received after the consultation deadline, the vast majority of which were from people who, up until very recently, were entirely unaware of Aquin. If we understand the process correctly, we have about 9 months ahead of us prior to the final outcome. We are aiming for tens of thousands of people to be ready to appeal the decision should it get that far and go against us. Our contacts in France tell us, and having supported evidence, that a decision by MREA is pending. Should approval be refused, inevitable delays and a public inquiry will ensue. Janice from KMG has written letters to Tristan Samuels, Mr Glasspool and Steve Pitt, councillor, regarding the soil conditions under the allotment. She is very concerned, as she states clearly, Aquin cannot drill under the allotments. Some 20 years ago, Southern Waters wanted to drill, but could not do so as the soil is soft mud. It became necessary to freeze the soil, and the allotment holders could not access their allotments for about a year. The question is, if Aquin cannot drill, they will dig, but they promise not to only do so if they have to. So Aquin has not done their research properly, certainly did not make this clear to the allotment holders, if this proves to be the case, and the allotments are under threat. We cannot let this happen. I have also contacted the National Allotment Society, and they believe that our allotments are not affected and therefore do not get involved. I will contact them again to let them know about the latest piece of news. Please make sure that the evidence is collected and considered. It is in the council's remit to contact Southern Water, I question. Have you already contacts with France? Are you prepared to take on the new issues which have arisen since the original application? 1. Interconnector capacity. Since Aquin started their project, a number of new interconnectors have either been built or are under construction or far advanced in their planning. Aquin is no longer needed. 2. Political will in the direction of renewable sources. The PM announced the need for more renewable energy and become independent from Europe. Yet we are supposed to want this privately funded interconnector cable. 3. Brexit. We are leaving the EU the end of December. What consequences is there going to have to be for our energy supply from Europe? What are the consequences for consumers? What about energy sovereignty? 4. Climate change and climate emergency. Aquin's cables are designed to carry nuclear power generated in northern France. Is this source not fundamentally incompatible with the Council's renewable energy and climate change policy? Mitigation does not deal with these issues. 5. The COVID effect. We are being forced to change the way we live, to take care of what we have, waste less, look for sustainable ways of living, and will we be able to go back to the so-called normal? Electrical demand has fallen sharply since COVID. Check out the global figure. 6. A new economic model. Businesses are realizing that huge commercial and retail spaces do not need to be lit or heated. Home working might become the norm. 7. The validity of the inclusion of 2 huge capacity data cables. Should this be allowed to slip into the project by stealth? Aquin would like the potential for a telecommunication network for commercial use. 8. Business model. Due diligence of Aquin Limited. A. 1.2 billion is mentioned for the project. Independent assessment suggests this is nowhere near enough. Inadequate funding could mean unfinished construction sites. 2. Loss of PCI status. 3. Aquin's company's house records show ownership of the project is a very fluid concept. D. Aquin are seeking exemptions from the pricing mechanisms protecting consumers. 9. The morality of the affair. We question the morality of this business. Where does the money for this project come from? The cash for favours issue, should we accept this practice? Will this council get behind a huge public push on appeal to help mitigate the democratic deficit of the original process? This is a grassroots movement where serious questions have been presented to us and we are seeking answers. We need to reveal the truth behind this project. Could some of the contingency fund be used to investigate the issues we raise? This is an emergency and we need your support. Let's come together as a proud city to stop this damaging and pointless private project being imposed on us against our will. Let's stop Aquin. Right, Lord Mayor, the next one on the same issue, motion 11B, is from Kimberly Barrett. For almost 3 years now, residents of Portsmouth, campaign groups, community forums, this council and many others along the path of these cables have been objecting to the Aquin proposal. There are many sources of objections ranging from the impact on the environment to disruption of the road network to air pollution to concerns from compulsory purchasing of public and private land, are to name but a few of them. Since the beginning, work to highlight what Aquin are proposing has been undertaken by the previous administration and continued by the current one, as well as by local groups and forums. The two MPs for Portsmouth have also been involved in asking questions at Parliament and objecting to this. I know people are grateful for their input, which also demonstrates a sign of the unprecedented cross-party unity on this project. The awareness of Aquin's plans has recently been boosted further by a group called Let's Stop Aquin, after it appeared that they may take their route through the Milton and Eastney allotments, causing misery and disruption to those with established plots and the potential loss of those plots, buildings or plants. This has meant that even more people have come forward to object. It is great to see parties and residents getting involved to the point that the Planning Inspectorate recently seemed overwhelmed with the amount of objections being emailed to them. Their decision to include objections submitted past the deadline is most welcome, as it has allowed many more people to lodge their concerns to the scheme. In the current climate, where there is already so much uncertainty, Aquin has a responsibility to put to bed once and for all the exact route of this cable. In January 2021, it will be 3 years since the public became aware of the cables, and still we have yet to see a permanent route set in stone. If the uncertainty itself weren't distressing enough, how can anyone make a comment on something when they do not have all the facts and information in front of them? Yet that is what residents, various councils and statutory bodies are expected to do when there are still sometimes 50+ documents being uploaded daily onto the Planning Inspectorate's website. The time to become an interested party and able to speak at the open floor discussion has already passed, as has the deadline for submitting objections, yet still documents appear. How is that fair to anybody who has an interest in this when theoretically they are now unable to air their views on new or amended information? By behaving in this way, Aquin have created huge distrust and anger amongst residents and businesses. Here are a few examples of why people feel they have not been consulted properly. 1. A map of the route was drawn on the 7th of November 2019, but was not published until the 12th of December 2019, right before Christmas and whilst the general election was playing out, leaving limited amount of time for people to comment. 2nd point. Aquin were very quick to send letters out asking for information about mortgages and personal information in November 2018. This caused huge upset and panic, particularly with elderly and vulnerable residents who were worried that their homes were going to be compulsory purchased, and it meant that the council had to intervene to assure people and investigate what Aquin had sent out. At the end of 2019, Aquin gave out information on memory sticks to libraries on the west side of the city, but not to the libraries in the areas affected, which is shocking. Unfortunately for residents in Baffins, Milton and Eastney, the closest library to view this information would have been at Central or Southsea Library. For those reliant on public transport, it would have meant some would need to take 2 buses across the city to get there. This method of communicating was also of disadvantage to those who are not tech savvy. Next point. Residents feel that it is disgraceful that the decision has not only been taken out of Portsmouth City Council's hands, but out of the hands of the surrounding councils who also face the cabling coming through their boundaries. Why should they only be consultees? Our councillors and council officers understand the issues this could cause as they live and work here, and therefore should be the ones to oversee planning in their own city. Final point. The city has declared a climate emergency, yet Aquin cannot guarantee this project will not worsen pollution and set back work to reduce carbon emissions and improve air quality. Whether it's the use of their drilling equipment or the disruption it would cause to the road network, the toxic fumes that backed up traffic will cause, there will be a net increase of pollution, something that we do not want or need in this city. I could talk about this topic and issues it causes residents for hours, yet that is not why I wish to make this deputation. There already seems to be a consensus in this council in regards to Aquin. It is hope the united cross-party objections outside these chambers continue within them. I also hope this council will work across city boundaries to work alongside other councils and residents who equally have huge concerns and issues with this proposed plan. This project will affect us all, and because of that, we all need to be involved in the process of fighting it and making our voices heard. I call on every member of this council to accept this motion. The angry, frightened and incensed people of this city deserve to see the council working together to put party politics to one side. I do know that behind the doors of full council this does happen, but it would be a beautiful show of unity, not just to the residents of this great city, but to Aquin and the government, that we stand shoulder to shoulder on this issue, and together we will be heard loud and clear. Thank you. Right, Lord Mayor, the next deputation is from Mr. Alan Burgess on the motion Stop Fining Homeless People. For some years, I have befriended two people who sleep rough in a doorway on Commercial Road. In September this year, they had their bedding confiscated on the pretext that it was a fly-tipping offence to leave the bedding unattended. This action is particularly cruel as the cold weather was beginning. In October, each of them was served with a fixed penalty notice fine of £100 each. Neither has the means to pay. They are concerned that failure to pay may lead to prison. Effectively, they face prison for being poor. One has recently visited Housing Options and has been heartened that there might be a method to overcome the barrier of a deposit to gain access to accommodation. They will constructively work with the council to gain accommodation. They are well regarded by the local community. They are friendly and interact socially with local shoppers on a daily basis. I am often surprised how friendly shoppers are when they interact with them. Okay, Lord Mayor, the final written public deputation today concerns motion 11F, Commonwealth Veterans Support, from Mr. Craig Withey. Commonwealth veterans have a long and proud history of service in the British military. From distant past conflicts, including both world wars, to recent conflicts such as Iraq and Afghanistan. Commonwealth veterans have served with distinction shoulder to shoulder with service personnel born here in the UK, with some even making the ultimate sacrifice. However, since their service is complete, many are left with extortionate fees should they wish to remain in the UK. These fees have also dramatically increased in recent years. Since 2015, fees for definite leave to remain have increased by nearly 127%, from £1,051 to £2,381 per person, including children. A family of four, therefore, would have to pay nearly £10,000 to remain in the UK once their military service comes to an end. This figure doesn't include associated legal fees that some who have struggled with immigration applications may wish to pay to help their case. This can lead to many facing spiralling debt and uncertain immigration status in a country which they have proudly served and fought for. The current outdated system in the UK also means that while their applications are outstanding, they are unable to seek employment, claim benefits, or have access to social housing or healthcare, further adding to distress. No veteran who has served this country should have their legal status here questioned, let alone be charged extortionate fees to remain here once their service ends. The country owes them a debt of gratitude, and they should be supported as such. Take the example of one Fijian veteran who served in the British Army in Iraq and Afghanistan and was handed an NHS bill for £50,000 due to a brain tumour once his service ended. Or the case of another Fijian veteran who was 48 hours away from being deported despite serving 2 tours of Afghanistan. Sadly, there are hundreds of cases such as these, and with recruitment from the Commonwealth increasing, this injustice will continue to linger for the foreseeable future. Portsmouth is a military city with hundreds of Royal Navy personnel based here, hailing from the Commonwealth, and Portsmouth City Council should be doing all it can to support those that have been recruited in their home countries and chosen to serve here. As a veteran, I ask today that the Council support this motion and lobby the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, Secretary of State for Immigration, Kevin Forster, MP, and Johnny Mercer, MP, Minister for Veterans Affairs. I ask that the Council outlines its support for Commonwealth veterans and their families who have served a minimum of 4 years to be allowed free of charge right to remain in the UK, and those who have served 12 years to automatically be granted British citizenship. I also ask that the Leader of the Council write to Stephen Morgan MP and Penny Mordaunt MP to press the government for a change in the law to aid these veterans who have served our country so bravely so that they may remain here free of charge once their service ends. That's the end of the written deputations, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Some very interesting deputations there. I hope members take on board what they were asking. So we now move on to item 5, public questions under Standing Order 25. There are no public questions for this ordinary meeting. So next item 6, appointments. I have not been notified of any appointments for today's ordinary meeting, and I don't see any hands raised. So we move on to item 7, urgent business. I have not been notified of any urgent business for this meeting. So we finally move on to item 8, Hampshire Fire and Rescue update. Members will have been notified of several communications. As agreed at the last council meeting through a notice of motion to receive an update for simply noting from the council's representative on the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority, Councillor Fazakerley. So, Councillor Fazakerley.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't intend to do a lengthy response on this one, but just to update members in regards to what we agreed last time. There has been a letter that's been received from the Chief Fire Officer. I believe all members have seen a copy of that now. And we also had this morning an email sent from the Fire Brigade Union in their response to the Chief Fire Officer. I don't intend to go into depth on the Fire Brigade Union's response. I only received it this morning. I needed to read it properly. I was at work before I came to this. But this is my formal response, basically, in regards to updating council from our last meeting. So following the last council meeting, we've received a written response from Mr. Odin, Chief Fire Officer, to the council's questions, and this has now been circulated to all councillors. Can I thank Mr. Odin for his responses to the questions and suggest at this stage we note the content of the letter. I do intend to take Mr. Odin up in his offer to meet with me and representatives of all council groups, all groups on the council, as we originally intended, so that we can discuss the response. I would then propose to report any outstanding concerns back to full council. And I'm sure in that meeting that we have with Neil Odin, I can touch on what the Fire Brigade Union have brought up when they've written to us this morning. Thank you, Lord Mayor. That's my response.
Thank you, Councillor Fazakerley. Okay, so moving on to the next item, item 9. Item 9, an update on the Aquin Interconnector project. This is a delegated cabinet decision and members are simply being asked to note the report as previously notified. And the city solicitor has written to all councillors to that effect. So moving on to the next item, item 10.
Object.
Sorry?
Object, my Lord Mayor.
It's Lord Mayor, it's not a matter of decision before you. It's not a matter for the debate. I believe the city solicitors advised on this. So obviously there is a notice of motion later on the agenda which will allow any debate to be had, but this isn't a matter for debate. So I believe you said you're going to go to the next meeting item, Lord Mayor.
Yes, that's correct. And I didn't have an RTS anyway. So members, can I just remind you that the formal way to do this is put in an RTS, but as I said, we are moving on to the next item. There will be an opportunity to say further. So moving on to the next item, 10, Monitoring Officer's Report. A report from the Monitoring Officer has been previously circulated under Section 5 of the Local Government and Housing Act 1989. In response to the information set out in the report, I have received a written proposal from Councillor Vernon Jackson, seconded by Councillor Horton, which is about to be circulated. Could I ask Councillor Vernon Jackson formally to move the proposal?
Lord Mayor, I'm happy to formally move.
Okay. Could I now ask if the proposal is formally seconded by Councillor Horton?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I formally second this and reserve my right to speak if appropriate.
Thank you. Can I just ask, first of all, when we said, has it been circulated? Has it been circulated, Stuart? Can you just clarify, Stuart and Peter?
Yes, Lord Mayor, we'll arrange for it to go on the screen, and just to remind members that it is just a replica of what's set out in the City Solicitor's report. So it's just exactly a replica of that. There you have it.
Okay, thank you. So I have a number of requests to speak on this. So are there any amendments?
Lord Mayor, I've not been notified of any amendments.
Okay, so the matter is now before the council for debate. I have Councillor Judith Smythe, who, sorry, Stuart, do I need to allow the proposer to speak to it first?
If Councillor Vernon Jackson would like to formally speak to it, that would be fine. If he wishes to, obviously he'll have an opportunity to sum up as well.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I told the group leaders at our group leaders meeting this morning that I would formally move this, and in the expectation that this would then go through, but I see that there are people who wish to speak on this. So just quickly to introduce it, my Lord Mayor, the city has faced an issue where we've been advised by our Director of Children's Services that there are two pieces of legislation that the council has to abide by, and that there is a conflict between them and our ability to fulfil those duties. The first is our need to make sure that we provide a decent social services service for children in need in the city, and the second is to look after the unaccompanied minors, asylum-seeking kids who arrive at the port. The numbers of asylum-seeking minors who have arrived at the port has grown until it got to the position of there being around 100 young people who the City Council were looking after. And the advice from the Director of Children's Services was that we could not fulfil our duty to provide a decent social services service to the city and to this number, just because the number of placements that we had available to foster carers was exhausted, and therefore we were having to place young people in a situation that was, in our view, not good for them, because they were being placed in placements a long way away where it was very difficult for us to be able to do proper monitoring of them and proper support for these young people. We therefore wrote to the Secretary of the Home Secretary to say that we were unable to fulfil the duty. The government has a system of distributing young people who are unaccompanied minors, so that all councils take their fair share. Kent had said that they could no longer cope with the numbers coming to Dover because they were looking after double the number that they were meant to under the government scheme. And Hampshire County Council then took over the role of looking after those young people as they arrived at the port of Dover. We were in the position where we were looking after 3 times the number that we should have done. Because the government scheme is voluntary with other councils, it is not mandatory. And we have said that we think the system needs to be mandatory. I'm very pleased to say that we've had significant cooperation from the Home Office to be able to resolve this situation. And I'd like to record my thanks to both our MPs, Penny Mordaunt and Stephen Morgan, for the support and assistance they have given over this period. I think it's very important that we remember that what we're trying to do here is not to say that we don't look after people who arrive as people seeking asylum, but we're trying to make sure that we look after the interests of these young people and that their care must come first. And for that reason, we've tried to make sure that we have talked and worked closely with the Home Office, but we would just the number of foster placements that we had available just were not sufficient to be able to carry out this in a safe manner. And I'd like to record my thanks to Susie Horton, to Alison Jeffrey, and everybody who's worked incredibly hard and incredibly sensitively to be able to find a resolution that means that our obligation as a country to look after people in need is discharged, but done in a sensitive way that meets the needs of these young people, and done in a way to try to make sure that this is achieved in a sensible way. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm happy to move the report. I think it is good to report that we've had significant success, and the Home Office has been working very closely with us, and the numbers of young people who we've been supporting has come down. I'm just very sad that it's had to come down in this way, and if there had been a mandatory system of sharing this burden out amongst councils that worked, then this wouldn't have been necessary. So thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm happy to move the report.
2 people requesting to speak, Judith Smythe and Councillor Donna Jones, who's qualified it as a request to proceed.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, you broke up then. Could you say that again?
Yes, sure. Sorry. I have two people wanting to speak. That's Councillor Judith Smythe and Councillor Donna Jones. Councillor Jones, you qualified that yours is a question. So, Councillor Judith Smythe.
Well, actually, sorry, Lord Mayor, I was going to ask a question around process of. I didn't think you'd actually formally called the item, and then an amendment was being put forward, but that's passed now. I understand what's going on. So, my question has gone now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jones. Yeah, sorry about that. Trying to do it this methodology means that sometimes I catch it very late. I apologise for that. No, Councillor Judith Smythe.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This isn't an amendment at all. The Labour Group understands this decision and supports it to follow the example of Kent County Council to admit that we cannot adequately resource a good enough standard of care for looked after children in Portsmouth because of the disproportionate burden of such a large number of very needy unaccompanied asylum seeking minors. And I just wanted to stress that it is a decision of regret from us all, I know, and similar decisions have actually been called out in the past. I want to place on record our frustration and disgust with our Conservative government for dragging out the consultation and implementation of legislation to require local authorities to take a fair share of unaccompanied minors seeking care. This is despite several appeals made to the government by the MP of Portsmouth South, Stephen Morgan, and others. Likewise, it remains uncertain what the LGA's position is on mandatory schemes. And the LGA is an important voice for local government, and I urge Leader of the Council in his capacity in the LGA to continue to press for a mandatory system that's fair and provides good quality care for all of those traumatised young people who are coming here as unaccompanied minors. But I also want to draw attention to the cuts to important children's services, both in education support and social care. And I know we've done our best to mitigate that here, but both of those things are very badly needed by looked after children and by the particularly vulnerable and traumatised young people who seek refuge here. It's unforgivable for these children in need to be so badly under-resourced by central government, and the sooner that national policy is revised, the better. Also, Portsmouth is a proud city of sanctuary, and its diversity and ability to welcome and support people from around the world has always been its strength. And I'm a bit worried that this decision might make people think that this situation weakens our commitment to welcome people fleeing from impossible situations overseas. So I think we need to do all we can as a council to affirm that this city is a fair and welcoming city and a place where vulnerable children and young people can thrive, and do all we can to avoid this creating any sort of a precedent where further cuts or exclusions will be accepted in either adults or children's services. And this council must resolve to do all it can, of course, and I understand that quite a lot has been done, to get the resources it needs from government to do so. But yes, with a heavy heart, we understand this situation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smythe. So can I just qualify this? Councillor Jones, yours was just a question, so can I move on to the next person? Are you happy with that?
Yes, Lord Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Susie Horton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The leader outlined a lot of the factual stuff, and I know everyone's got the report in front of them, but I just wanted to add like a personal, shared a personal view on the procedures and what we went through. But and before that, I just want to thank the opposition spokespeople, because they have been briefed at every key stage, and actually there were really good questions and clarifications asked of me, which really did help make this very difficult decisions. The one thing I really want to emphasise, that this is about care and not finances. And I know Councillor Smythe has raised some contextual issues around finances and the pressure on local authorities, and absolutely they are there, as a backdrop. But the actual decision and the values that I drew upon to make this decision were about care, and that's really important. The paradoxes are really weird. The first paradox is that in order to care for unaccompanied minors, it was best to refuse to care for them, which is a bit of a weird situation to be in. And of course, the second one, as Councillor Vernon Jackson has outlined, is the paradoxical relationship between two statutory duties, where fulfilling one makes it more difficult to fulfil the other. And he also outlined some of the things that I was going to outline about the National Transfer Scheme, which I won't do, other than to say that this is a long-term issue. And whilst numbers, if you go back 5 years ago, for example, were about 10 above our recommended number, as has been highlighted in the report since 2017, these have escalated rapidly. 96 last month, and actually at one point last year it was 110. Now, when you get to that number, you can't care in the way that you want to. We have amazing foster carers in Portsmouth. We have a really, really good reputation for in-house foster care in the region. And when those places are full, you have to house these young people in your care away from the city. And that means away from all the support, the advice, the education and the care that the city can give, and actually away from keeping a sight of them, a closeness to them. And so there comes a point when you have to ask yourself whether this is good enough, not only in meeting your statutory responsibility, but also that moral imperative about helping these really vulnerable people through our own best practice and not wanting to give them a compromised offer. So following Kent's decision in the summer, as you know, we followed suit from them. And actually, I did contact the lead member in Kent, Conservative, who was really, really, really had useful conversations with her. And she gave me a kind of confidence that actually sometimes you just have to do the right thing. So, of course, this followed many, many appeals to the Home Office and other local authorities over the years. But when we made our decision, it actually coincided with the end of this national consultation about whether the National Transfer Scheme should be mandatory. And maybe this did have some influence on the fact that local authorities have responded not only to the requests from the Home Office for the now 8 new arrivals at the port since then, but also a further 30 who we're already caring for. And I would like to place on record my thanks to officers who have achieved this in an amazingly efficient and compassionate way. And for anyone doubting where these young people are going, the positive feedback around the new placements in other areas is very, very heartening. I don't mind admitting that it's the most difficult decision that I've made in this role. Anyone who knows me knows that refusing to care in order to care was a really, really uncomfortable decision and a very uncomfortable experience. Despite acknowledging, as I say, that there's no reason to believe that other social workers in other local authorities can't provide the care as well as we can here in Portsmouth. Just as a little aside, if you'll indulge me, between the ages of 19 and 21, I spent my summer holidays working for a language school based here in Portsmouth. It was called EF. And one of the groups that I taught one year and I looked after and spent my entire summer with was from Yugoslavia. Just a few years later, their country was war-torn. There were refugees fleeing for their safety. And those children that I taught, who actually were only a few years younger than me at the time, have always been in my thoughts, because I've always wondered whether they were actually some of the refugees that were fleeing for their safety. It was a really big, I was 20 years of age. It was a really big life lesson for me and left me in no doubt that this could happen to people like you and me. So in my opinion, just to sum up, we have both a statutory duty, but also we have a moral imperative to help unaccompanied minors, just as we have to other children in our care. And paradoxically, the best way we can help them in Portsmouth at the moment is to say that we cannot care for them until our numbers are reduced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. I have 3 people wanting to speak. Let me start with Councillor Terry Norton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's important to say that when I first heard about this and the Liberal Democrats' position, I kind of bought into the sincerity. However, this did lead me to go back and look at a motion that came in 2015. It was almost exactly the same thing. It was a motion led by the Conservatives, and it spoke about them refugees. I appreciate that there's a difference between refugees and asylum seekers and migrants, but I do think it's important to, and I do think the Liberal Democrats will share the similarities and the sentiments there. But what's important there is that when I watched that, it was the language that was used, and we have to make a point here about hypocrisy, I'm afraid, because during that meeting, this is the type of language that was used by the Liberal Democrats. I think it's unfair to mention a Labour councillor because none of the Labour councillors are still in post, but there was a Labour councillor at the time, Aidan Gray, and the Liberal Democrats applauded the comments that were made during this meeting when the Conservatives were making exactly the same point. One of the comments, for instance, is this. It says that these are people who have been through so much to get to our country. Applauded by the Liberal Democrats, agreed. It says that we shouldn't be closing our door. The councillor said it's not about political borders. The councillor went on to say that these children are not here for a holiday, so do we turn our back on them? No, is what he said. He also said, I'm quite frankly ashamed of anybody who has the intention of voting for this, as it is disgusting. All of that was applauded by the Liberal Democrats who are now in administration. So it's important to look at the tone and the language and the comments that they've said previously. I think it's important to go on as well and to say that we do experience lots of hypocrisy, I think, from the Liberal Democrats. But for this one, it was a step too far for me. In that meeting, Councillor Horton, and I want to thank Councillor Horton for picking up the telephone. It was after the letter was sent. And that triggers in my mind because I think about the comments that were made at that meeting by the likes of Councillor Lee Hunt, by Councillor Winnington, by Councillor Darren Sanders, by Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, who spoke about a complete lack of transparency, who spoke about a lack of consultation and said that no one was brought into the conversations. And yet the phone call that I had from Councillor Horton was saying that the letter could be sent or has been sent. But these were some of the comments that were made. Councillor Horton said this: as a former teacher, I can honestly say that if it had been me in that situation, I would have that child sat at my desk rather than turn them away. This is a different level of compassion. This rises above some of the difficult decisions that we have to make in terms of economics and the running of this city. So I urge people to vote against this motion and do what is really right. This is not about party politics. It trumps that. Yeah. Those were Councillor Horton's words verbatim. And I think it's important to say as well that, this is complete respect has to go to the officers who are dealing with this very difficult situation, do a fantastic job, but it's not the officers' job to find the finances to run their departments, it's the administration's. So it's not right for them to take any blame here. I think I can say confidently that I can forgive an oversight. I can forgive an oversight if the administrators of Councillor Horton were to apologise, were to accept that there's been some failings here under her watch or under the administration's watch. What I can't accept, however, are the words that were used by the leader of the council. Councillor Vernon-Jackson on a number of times used the words the death of children. Said children will die if these decisions are made. In that meeting, he mentioned that horrific image that we saw of a child washed up on a beach, a dreadful image. Now, that to me poses the question to Councillor Vernon-Jackson: what has changed? What has changed in this situation? And if he says nothing, I think we have every right to call upon the leader of the council to resign, or the resignation on the leader of the council who has used images such as the death of children for political points. This is a failing in the council's legal duty, and perhaps some of those cabinet members who all spoke very passionately at that meeting in 2015 can offer us with some explanation as to what has changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I mean, Councillor Terry Norton makes some really good points. Also, as well, you know, I'd just like to say and echo some of those sentiments around the officers who are working hard. And also to Councillor Horton, I know this isn't an easy decision that you're making, and that's exactly the same reason why we took our motion to council in 2015. And so despite some of the things that were said at the time by various members of the opposition benches, we didn't just dream it up. We're not anti-migrant, anti-asylum seeker, but that's how we were painted. We were painted to be xenophobic and racist. And Councillor Norton's right. Language was used, such as children are going to die. But actually, we had officers talking to us who had the foresight to see that this situation was going to happen. Now, everyone in this room or on this meeting will be aware that Portsmouth is part of the free area cluster. And Portsmouth being one of the cheaper places to house people that are in need, asylum seekers and migrants looking to stay in the UK, we could see it was going to be a problem. However, I would just like to also verbatim recall some of those comments, which, you know, these was from some people who I consider to be friends on the Lib Dem benches. And at the time, it was hard being seen that it was almost like the Lord Reynard campaign book was thrown at us. They were doing everything to paint us as like these absolutely, you know, xenophobic and racist councillors, which was not the case. And here we are 5 years later, where you're pretty much asking, actually you're going a little bit further in terms of what you're asking for exactly the same thing that we did. I just find that appalling, and like Councillor Norton, I can't let that go. Some of the language, to quote, was, "It is shameless politics. It is bad local governance. We and those attending in the deputations today, and many people came earlier on, are going to do the right thing. We may not win the vote. I hope we do. I hope some of you will suddenly acquire a heart and will agree with us that we should accept these refugees. We should play our part. If you don't, you lack pity. If you want to be constructive, you want to show your humanity and reflect the generosity that Portsmouth has already shown to so many people, then show a big heart and reject this unworthy motion." That sort of language was so damaging to us. We were trying to do the same thing that you are now doing. And I just think the hypocrisy stinks here. And so while I will be supporting the report, because I think it's absolutely the right thing to do, it's just a shame that we actually had to go through all this pain to get to this point for you to now, I mean, and also as well, I have to say, I take a dim view of the council leaders, backwork, canvassing behind the scenes of the MP for Portsmouth North and the leader of our group. I mean, because he could see that his rank hypocrisy would be on show today for all to see. So we absolutely support vulnerable children, asylum seekers, you know, migrants that are coming to this country. And I completely 100% agree. Sometimes you have to say we can't care in order to care, but I just think the hypocrisy here stinks.
Thank you, Councillor Robert New. I have several people now wanting to speak. So Councillor Donna Jones next. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to start by thanking our City Solicitor and, importantly, Alison Jeffrey, our Director of Children's Services, for bringing the report to here today. And I want to place on record my thanks to our staff, particularly those working in social care who are here to protect children in this city. I will be supporting this report today because I will always do what is right for this council. In my years as an elected member of the City Council, Lord Mayor, I have never known such a serious report come forward. And this, coupled with the alarming information I received at the end of September from the Director of Children's Services that Portsmouth was at serious risk of not being able to meet our statutory duties to care for children in need in Portsmouth and also unaccompanied asylum minors, as we've quite rightly heard from the Leader of the Council today. This is unprecedented, and we all have a legal obligation here today. So whilst we might put it down to Councillor Horton, Councillor Vernon Jackson, our Chief Executive and the Director of Children's Services, in fact, the burden is upon all of us as well. Sadly, I had to ask for thorough briefings and also the correspondence with the Home Office from the Leader of the Council. It wasn't offered to me by the administration, which I have to say I'm a little disappointed about. In 2014, when I became leader of the City Council, I'd been a councillor for 6 years, and I became aware for the first time of the hidden fact that Portsmouth was one of only 3 dispersal areas as part of the National Transfer System area in the southeast of England. This was never discussed in my 6 years at full council. It was dealt with behind closed doors. For those not aware of what this means, it means asylum seekers coming into the southeast were placed either Portsmouth, Southampton or Reading. These areas were designated by the Home Office some 15 years previously under the then Labour government. In fact, in the year leading up to me becoming leader of the council, Portsmouth had taken some 46% of those arriving into the southeast, needing shelter and support. Now, whilst this number was too high, Lord Mayor, I think that we should all be really proud of the care and the shelter this council provided people who needed it most. We have always helped people in need, and it was my position in 2015, and it's my position now, that we should continue to do that and help. However, the system must be fair. That's why 5 years ago, I wrote to the then Home Secretary, Theresa May, and I lobbied the government hard to make the system fairer, to create more dispersal areas across the southeast of England, because after 15 years, Portsmouth had more than done its fair share. I was successful in that lobbying campaign, and the government put in an advisory limit, 0.7% of looked after children, unaccompanied minors, and no more. Other councils then could offer support. This was not what I wanted. I wanted it to be mandatory, and that's why I'm supporting the leader of the council, Councillor Horton, and Alison Jeffrey in this plight to the Home Office now. Last month, I was made aware of this issue on the 29th of September when the leader of the council called me to make me aware. He requested that this was dealt with quietly, sympathetically, and not made a political football. I will always do, as I've said, what is right for this council, for its residents, for the children we care for, and most importantly as well, the council's reputation. Sadly, in 2015, when I tried to do the same, the Lib Dem, as the Lib Dem leader of the council is trying to do today, he has written to the Home Secretary, and he's written an almost identical letter to the one that I wrote 5 years ago. The main difference, however, is that when I brought the issues to full council 5 years ago, the leader of the council, and in fact all the Lib Dem councillors, embarked on a hate campaign against the Conservative administration. They branded us racist, xenophobic, and they made the shocking statement children in this city would die because we were asking for more dispersal areas to be created. Councillor Vernon Jackson and the Lib Dems had no regard for the council's reputation. Children cared for all for the absolute fear they created amongst friends and families in need with their tirade of hate. They put letters and leaflets out to every home across the city. They sent thousands of emails calling Portsmouth City Council and the Conservative administration racist. We were against asylum seekers and putting people's lives at risk. This was shameful. They used this international crisis of the Syrian civil war for their own political gain, and I'm sickened by that. In fact, my humility for the suffering of those in persecution was deep. The first letter I ever wrote to the Prime Minister of this country in 2015, David Cameron, was that regarding Syrian refugees and the images of children on TV being washed up on beaches and with blood coming out of their eyes and noses. It was despicable. In my 4 years as leader of this council, this was one of the lowest and most vulgar of political stunts pulled by any political party that I have ever known. It was despicable. We had 126 UAMs in our care in 2015 when this motion came to full council. Today, it's 96. And yet, to quote Councillor Horton from just a few minutes ago, when you get to this number of 110 that she was referring to, you can't cope properly anymore. Councillor Vernon Jackson said at the full council meeting in October 2015, in a city of 210,000 people, how can we not cope with 126 asylum seekers? I think it's shaming, absolutely shaming. Fast forward 5 years, and today we have 126 UAMs. We don't have 126, we have 96, less, fewer than we had 5 years ago. So if children were going to die then, and he deemed it racist and xenophobic stories, why are they not going to die now, Councillor Vernon Jackson? Why? Because he's now leader of the council, and he knows that it's the right campaign to take to government, and that's why I will be supporting him. because I'm not having a morally bankrupt holiday like he had 5 years ago because it advantageous to him politically. I will deal with this properly. I will always do the right thing morally for this council. He owes us an apology. His behaviour and that of his colleagues was shocking and morally bankrupt. They acted in an abhorrent way whilst creating significant reputational damage to this city. I want to finish by saying thank you to all of our amazing social workers who are working incredibly hard in very difficult circumstances, and thank you to the senior officers for being the support here today.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. I have Councillor Luke Stubbs next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Quite a few of the points, I would certainly like to agree with the points that have been made by my colleagues, and they've covered some of the ground I was going to, because back in 2015, I was the proposer of the motion that's under discussion, and I certainly recall very well the virtue signalling humbug I had to listen to for what felt like hours. How I was told, we were all told, that anyone entering this country from a poorer country is a refugee and should be seen in such a way. Now, that's not the law, and that is not my position, but it is Councillor Winnington's position. And if it is your position, then you have to deal with the consequences. And one of the consequences is this: it is increased demand for local services, and it won't, by the way, it won't just be children's social care or be pressure onto council housing and so forth. And that is the logic, though, of an open borders policy. So here we are in a crisis, unable to discharge a statutory duty. This council is in breach of the law, and I'm rather concerned about that. I'm also actually concerned about how we've got to this point, because we, as members of the council, all of us, have some legal liability, legal responsibility here. Well, I didn't know about any of this in advance. This was apparently being done in my name, and yet the first I find out about it is when we're writing, or when the leader is writing to the government saying that we failed. Well, how did that happen? I mean, we need, if we have legal responsibility, if we are seen as corporate parents and have a statutory responsibility, frankly, you need to keep all 42 members of this council up to date. There's a lot of things I don't know about how we've got here. For an example, I know back a few years ago, under the Conservative administration at that time, that the bulk of unaccompanied minor entrances came from Spain. And that at that point about half were from Albania. Now, I'm imagining that has changed, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know any of these details, and I think that we should, quite frankly. And certainly some of the members of the administration might have some cause for thought about some of the things that were said back in 2015. Listen, I recognise what was going on, and that the woke don't like to think things out, and that dealing with simple headlines and shouting at people is seen as a substitute for an argument, but it really isn't. And now you're actually in the position of having to deal with some of these problems. You've been found wanting. And I think that, I certainly feel like I'm owed an apology for what happened in 2015. I am not satisfied with what has happened. Look, I mean, this is migration to this country, unregulated migration to this country is a problem, and it's a problem with the port. But it was 5 years ago, and frankly, if we're in this situation now, I fail to see why you would expect a lower number of people to enter this country next year. After all, at the moment, regular passenger services aren't running. So therefore, if anything, this situation is going to worsen. I think it is a very grave concern. And I am, quite alarmed about it. And I think that, now that we know that this is the situation, we all need to be kept up to date about what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luke Stubbs. Councillor Scott Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me loud and clear, Lord Mayor? Thank you. I'm hard of hearing, Lord Mayor, so I need to check everyone can hear me. I'm going to start off with quite a biblical quote. It's, "Whatever you do to the least of the brothers of mine, you do unto me." biblical reference, its theme is so important for what I'm about to say. The essence of what the council is doing right now, I believe to be correct. I believe to be correct in 2015. Obviously, I believe that now. I think Portsmouth does its bit, and it does its bit very well. The officers are working hard and doing a very difficult job at the moment. I think we could commend them on that work, and I'm grateful that other members have done the same. However, council has failed in its statutory responsibilities. And I can't remember the last time this has happened. That's a stark fact. This council has failed and is in breach of the law. The councillor Stubbs makes a very good point. We find out about this very late on. We needed to know, as councillors, much earlier. I mean, if we are to take our responsibilities correctly as corporate parents, we need to have an open and transparent view on this. There's 42 members here. We're learning about this very late in the day, in the week before a full council meeting. All councillors should have been informed much earlier and brought in on the process. 126 unaccompanied minors in 2015. We have much less now, and we cannot cope. I see that as a failure of leadership from the council. It's a failure of the administration. The buck stops with them. I'm going to take a quote for you, and we'll talk about the theme of leadership. We've missed a real opportunity to see real leadership. What we should be debating is working with other councils to make sure we can deliver on a proper coordinated response. They're not my words, Lord Mayor. I'll be honest, they're the words of Councillor Darren Sanders in 2015. So I'm going to beg a little question now. We have to ask, why now? What has changed? Is it the number of bed spaces? Is it the number of school places? If you're facing a primary school place shortage, getting rid of small numbers is not going to change anything. Again, Lord Mayor, not my words. They're the words of Councillor Darren Sanders back in 2015. I actually think those questions are valid now. What's changed? Actually, we have less now than we did in 2015, but we're causing ourselves a problem. So there, I think the theme of lack of leadership comes back into it. What did get me was when we went back to 2015 was the rank hypocrisy from members. I took offence back then at being called racist. I took offence back then at calling it xenophobic. And I took offence at being called heartless. And I take offence to that then, and I take offence now. And I can see why members of the Conservative group took offence and continue to do so. The hypocrisy is outstanding. So when you have members standing up and saying, for example, are we saying Portsmouth is closed to business whose only crime is that they are really scared, they're either going to get killed, tortured, raped, or kidnapped? Again, not my words, they're members of the Lib Dem administration. They are words that were used in a full council meeting to demonise the Conservative group. When we brought exactly the same proposition to this council because we foresaw the issues that were coming ahead. I take no apologies for using these words today because actually they're not my words, they're actually words of the administration. I took offence back in 2015. I take offence now. The hypocrisy is outstanding, and I will happily support the report. But I do have to add, I have grave concerns in how this council will function moving forward under this leadership and under this leader. Something needs to change, and it needs to be at the top. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Harris. Councillor Jeanette Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't a councillor in 2015, so I can't comment on what was said or not said. But this is a really sad day for this council because previous speakers, all they're talking about is their ego. What we're talking about in this report is children, unaccompanied minors who are refugees who've travelled thousands of miles in difficult circumstances. And all the Tory group can say is, well, we've got our ego is dented. They've made it a political football. The political stance in regards to children is appalling. Now, if we go back to the report, it answers the questions. It's a very comprehensive report. And it says, the grounds for stating that PCC had reached a position of being unable to offer safe care were as follows. There were no more placements available in the in-house fostering and supported housing services. And as a result, we are required to place young people at some distance from the city, often in London. These young people are inherently vulnerable to being trafficked and exploited. So we have no choice, even if and morally, I want this, that we can let any child, any unaccompanied minor into this city. But we can't do that because we don't have the resources to do so. So I'm asking all councillors, put your ego aside. I don't care what happened 5 years ago. Put it aside and make sure we do the right thing now. Political attacks like this does no favours to anybody. And actually, anybody involved in those sort of comments should be ashamed of themselves.
Thank you, Councillor Jeanette Smith. I have Councillor Simon Bosher next.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, unlike Councillor Smith, I was actually at the meeting back in 2015. And having been a councillor since 2002, it was probably one of the worst personal attacking debates that I've ever actually had the misfortune of being involved in. What we sought to do back in 2015 is exactly what the leader of the City Council is seeking to do now. And I find Councillor Smith's comments very interesting, because what she's effectively doing is agreeing with the Conservative position back in 2015. But somehow, knowing what Councillor Smith is probably like, she will have done exactly what the Liberal Democrats did, which was queue up to attack the administration at the time, but then do a complete U-turn a few years later. It's a case of there for the grace of God go I, because when you're actually in a position where you are attacking something, you should perhaps stop to ask yourself the question, if I become the administration, am I going to be faced with this particular problem? Or do I actually stick to where my moral compass is and actually pull up the drawbridges, Councillor Sanders has actually said? I, like others, went back and had a look through the meetings, and the advantages of live stream means that you can actually do that. It is perhaps the credit of the Conservative administration that we actually introduced live streaming, whereas the Liberal Democrats spent 10 years obfuscating and choosing not to do that. After all, you couldn't be held accountable for what you actually said until live streaming came along. We're now in a position where you can. And so when this report came forward, albeit trying to do it quietly, we could all go back and actually have a look at some of the things that were actually said. I mean, Councillor Hugh Mason was there with do whatever's possible, but now he's going to sit there and support something which is not doing whatever's possible. I mean, even you, Lord Mayor, was talking about doing the humane thing and were totally opposing it back then. Now, I don't know what your voting is on this, but you're probably going to abstain, as a Lord Mayor probably should do. But even you need to search your conscience. The one benefit of Teams is that you can sit there and look people in the eye. You can't do that in the council chamber. And I've sat here for the last sort of 15, 20 minutes of this debate, and I've looked people in the eye. And with the exception of the Labour councillors, I mean, Councillor Fielding with his red background stands up, who clearly wasn't part of it then, the Liberal Democrats that sat around aren't actually looking at their camera. They're looking at everywhere else. They're looking at their feet. They're looking at the sky. They're looking at anything they possibly can, because you know full well that you tried to exploit the situation with regards to asylum-seeking children for your own political ends in labelling other people xenophobic and racist. Shame on you for actually doing that. The only person, in my opinion, that has actually come out with this today in any form of credit is Councillor Susie Horton, because at least she has tried to justify the difficult decision that she's had to actually take today. The others of you that are all remaining quiet, and it's very clear from those people indicating to speak that you're either under some sort of group whip that we don't need to speak about this because we know what we did in 2015, or you finding it very difficult to find the words to defend yourselves, really do need to hold your heads in shame. We shouldn't have got to this situation. Clearly, if we're writing a letter, which doesn't seem to have been circulated to the best of my knowledge, back in September, then one would assume that officers and lead members knew about this long before we got to this situation. And yet we had a council meeting in October. It could have been dealt with then. You obviously tried to bury it in a report coming forward in this council meeting in the hope that it will go away. Well, opposition councillors are doing what opposition councillors are expected to do. They are opposing the cabinet and challenging them on their decisions that they're taking. And you, sadly, have been caught out. And for Gerald Vernon-Jackson, you should go back and you should look at what you actually said in 2015 and using dead children as an example of something to promote emotive reactions, I think is quite frankly disgusting. You should hold your head in shame, and quite frankly, I would expect you to resign by the end of the day. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Simon Bowshire. Right, I have Councillor Claire Oudie next.
Back in 2015, before I joined the Labour Party, I was actually raising money for Medicine Sans Frontières because we had the big migrant crisis at that point, didn't we? And this is a really, really hard topic for me. I've spent my time calling up Peter Balfe because I've been quite worried about if I wanted to say something. I thought maybe I shouldn't invoke debate. I was hoping everyone might have been silent today. So I wasn't going to say anything at all. I just want to say that we shouldn't be fighting right now at all, and we shouldn't use this as an opportunity to say that we're all hypocrites. We could just be quiet for 2 minutes. After all, last month we had the single biggest loss of life in a boat crossing in the Channel, and I am still thinking about Rasul, Shiva, Anita, Armin and Artin, who all lost their lives that day, a whole family who paid £20,000, their only money. They sold everything to escape war-torn Kurdistan. And yet we're here just discussing people's lives whilst we sit in our little home offices, living privileged little lives. And I can't hack that at all. I appreciate the report that has come forward today. I've spoken to many people about it on and off because I'm still trying to understand it myself. And because of I would say probably my ideology, because for some reason we think about imaginary white lines in the ocean that divide us all as the globe, as our global community, that I'm going to vote against this report today, because all of us, every single person deserves a chance, and that's the only reason why I'm voting against. I appreciate why this report's gone through, absolutely, and I thank everyone's hard work in it, but in my mind, every single person that comes over here, especially that are coming from war-torn countries, which ultimately we have been selling the arms and have been bombing them, they deserve to come here. And I wish that the council had more money and had more resources to deal with everyone. And I understand why that report is being brought here today, but we should not be going off at each other. Absolutely no way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Claire Oudie. I have Councillor Matthew Atkins next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm absolutely astonished by this debate today. I think it is unbelievable. This is the most important item on this council agenda. The council is in breach of its statutory obligations. It's in breach of its statutory obligations to children. Can anyone, I mean, I've not been on this council very long, but can anyone in this chamber remember a time when the council was in breach of its statutory obligations, particularly to vulnerable children? And yet we have a debate where the members of the administration are refusing to even speak and defend their position. We have absolute silence from the Liberal Democrat administration, and the only people defending their policy today are members of the Portsmouth Progressive People's Party, who understandably want to call for unity on the issue. But this is a failure of leadership of this council. It's a failure to take responsibility and properly administer the statutory functions of this council that puts all of us at legal and reputational risk. This is not something you can sit in silence and ignore because you're ashamed of what you said 5 years ago. I mean, we could listen to the leader of the council, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Saying that in a city of 210,000, we cannot cope with 126 people.
I mean, there we go. That's him speaking in 2015, and he cannot cope today. In fact, he cannot cope to such an extent that when the Conservatives put forward a motion to try and deal with this problem in advance, they put together a plan to lobby the government to reduce the responsibility on the city. What's he done? He's failed in his statutory obligations. He's let it go past the point of no return and then comes to council asking to deal with it. Where is the speech from Councillor Hunt, who's so keen to speak on so many issues, who accused people of having no heart in 2015? Where is the speech from Councillor Winnington, who was responsible for this portfolio until May, who said in 2015 that he was ashamed on behalf of the people of Eastleigh and Cramswater that their councillor Luke Stubb would put forward such a motion which pre-planned how to deal with the problem, instead of letting it get to the point where we're in breach of our statutory obligations. This is not any criticism of the officers. The officers in that department do a tremendous job. I was shadowing that portfolio until May as well, and I want to say that Alison Jeffries works extremely hard. The social workers are fantastic. This is a failure to plan ahead. This is a problem we have known about for more than half a decade, and it is a failure to put in place what is necessary for this city to fulfil its obligations. The Conservatives were doing that planning in 2015 when you insulted them, you accused them of racism, you called them heartless. And today you come to the council hiding behind an officer's report, refusing to take responsibility and telling us that there is no alternative because you had no plan to deal with this. Even today, you have not brought us a plan as to how you plan to put the council back in line with its statutory obligations. The staff that are working incredibly hard are being let down by a failure of leadership and a failure of policy. When did the Cabinet first know of this risk? Why have they not anticipated it? Why have they not planned with how to deal with it? In 2015, the Conservatives put forward a motion to council so their plan could be scrutinised by full council. We heard about this after you had already written to the Secretary of State to say we are in breach of our obligations. I think this is just appalling behaviour. Today, this administration have put all our reputations at risk. They put us all legally at risk, and they are seeking a government bailout to avoid putting children at risk. Thankfully, it does avoid putting children at risk, and we in the Conservative Party know that that is the only approach that we can take now, because we have to pass these children off to Home Office responsibility because this administration has failed to put in place what it should to care for them. So I'm asking this administration, how many more times will you expect the government to bail you out? I think we have to support this report because we've been given absolutely no choice, but because the Lib Dems have kept it secret from us and revealed it to us at the last minute because they are hiding from responsibility on this issue. I want to finish by telling this Cabinet and the leader Gerald Vernon-Jackson that if you and your team cannot cope in times of crisis, if you cannot plan ahead and take difficult decisions, if all you want to do is grandstand and make political points, and then when it comes to make the decisions fail yourself, then you need to move aside and make room for a leadership that can. You owe this chamber and this city an apology, not only for your behaviour 5 years ago, but for your behaviour today in allowing the city to be in breach of its statutory obligations. And you should stop hiding behind an officer's report and admit you are responsible for running this council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew Atkins. I have nobody else who wants to speak, so therefore I will move to the proposer to sum up.
Lord Mayor, this is not the debate that I had hoped that we would have. I had hoped that we would have a debate about what is right for young people, about their care, about putting them first, and with some accuracy. Just for the record, Councillor Donna Jones has said, and it's been repeated by members of her group, that when in 2015, in October, she came forward with a motion to the council to say that the council would not accept adult asylum seekers, not young people, adults. There were 126 unaccompanied minors in the care of this council. I have circulated to all councillors today the table from Alison Jeffrey, the Director of Children's Services, to show us the accurate number. And the number in October 2015 was 17. It was not 126, as Councillor Donna Jones said, yet again trying to scare people, trying to muddy the water, but it was 17. 17. And which is below the number that we should be accepting as part of the government proposal, because that's 31. So the debate in October 2015 was about the government. This council.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson, sorry, I have a point of order from Councillor Donna-Jones. Councillor Donna-Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Just to clarify that the 126 figure came from Councillor Vernon-Jackson. They were his exact words. I was quoting back from what he said in the Chamber on the 13th of October 2015.
So, my Lord Mayor, Councillor Donna-Jones has been found out to be not telling the truth, found out to be using numbers that are not accurate and not true, but also found out that her administration was ineffective, that she complains that the numbers that she was having to cope with, 17 unaccompanied minors, was terrible and they couldn't cope. And so they had to go to government to ask. And what was the number by the time Councillor Donna-Jones left the administration? 83. 83. So her campaign to get the numbers reduced in Portsmouth was an unmitigated failure by a factor of 4. So, my Lord Mayor, the debate that happened in 2015, and I remember it well, shows the difference between this administration and the previous administration. This administration has tried to come forward with a sensible plan and involve the opposition at all stages of it. I never remember getting a phone call from the previous administration to involve us. We've been talking here about the numbers that are being faced here in Portsmouth.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson, sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt. I have another point of order. Okay, and I've got to allow that. Councillor Donna-Jones, was that you?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I want to clarify the number of 126 did not come from me. The number of 126 is what I have commented today. And Councillor Matthew Atkins, the clip of Councillor Vernon-Jackson saying that October 2015, that was his number and not ours. I was making the moral point that if he thought that 126 was acceptable, there are currently 96 in care today. What's the difference? So he needs to apologise to the council for misleading us. His closing statements now, they were his words, not mine.
My Lord Mayor, the number of this debate, my Lord Mayor, is about young people, unaccompanied minors. In October 2015, there were 17 in the care of the City Council. And when the Director of Children's Services said we had to take action, there was nearly 100. The issue of 126 is the number of adults who were in the care of the City Council, or not in the care of the City Council, the care of the Home Office, which Councillor Donna-Jones complained at. Completely different number. And the difference between us and the previous administration is when Councillor Donna-Jones put a motion to the council, the number of people being looked after in this city as asylum seekers was falling, and falling substantially. In her motion, she talked about the problems of not having enough school places, but it was found that there were no youngsters accessing schools in Portsmouth who are unaccompanied minors. So, my Lord Mayor, what we've tried to do is so different. We tried to put the care of young people first, instead of doing what Councillor Jones and her administration did.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Which was to try to get a political issue and ramp it up to get votes. And I think the difference between us and them is for everybody to see today. We have been effective, we have been responsible, and we have tried not to do what Councillor Jones and her administration did, which is to try to make this a political football. And I'm sorry that this has descended into this way, because the Conservatives are so embarrassed about their appalling record.
Right. So, sorry, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, I will have to interrupt, and I'm trying to find an appropriate point in this medium to interrupt councillors. So I have a point of order from Councillor Terry Norton, followed by a point of order from Councillor Donna-Jones. Councillor Terry Norton, be specific what the point of order is, please.
Yeah, it's a false statement, Lord Mayor. Just to play very quickly, if I can, Councillor Vernon Jackson's comments.
That terrible photo of that young boy dead on the beach. And there was an outpouring of care and affection from people in this city and in this country. How could we now be saying that even 126 people are not welcome here?
Just to clarify, the Leader of the Council said people, not children. He quoted himself as mentioning 126 children. It was people that he said.
My Lord Mayor, I didn't say 126 children. That was a debate about adults, and I absolutely stand by the numbers there. But the numbers that I circulated from Alison Jeffrey show that the number in October 15 were just 17.
Children, I presume.
Children, that's right, because that's what, my Lord Mayor, we're talking about.
Okay, so
I know other people would like to muddy the waters, but that's what we're talking about.
Okay, so thank you. Just bear with me, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I have a second point of order from Councillor Donna Jones. And can I just ask members, let's give people a chance to talk, and then I will try to make sure your point of order is interceded at the correct time, so it makes sense. Okay, so just bear with me. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I almost want to say thank you to Councillor Vernon Jackson for his summing up, because it's probably one of the worst summing ups I've ever seen. Anyway, aside from that, my point of order. Since 2015, the Leader of the Council has just misled this council again when he gave the impression that numbers of asylum children in 2015 under my administration were falling, when in actual fact, since 2015, the number of unaccompanied asylum children and asylum adults living in the city has grown every single year. Also, I will repeat, because he has maintained his position, the number of 126 number he referred to. And finally, I think he's just proved yet again that his moral bankruptcy remains in place, because he's failed to apologise for his despicable comments of saying that children would die back in 2015, and we tried to lobby the government in certain areas. Shameful.
Thank you, Councillor Donna Jones. Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson, I've been told that the time for summing up has ended. Obviously, there were points of orders there. Was there anything you additionally wanted to conclude with, so I can then move it to the vote?
My Lord, I'm sorry, my video appears to have died on my council laptop, and so you'll have to cope with that. And I think Councillor Jeanette Smith has brought in a point of order, which I think takes precedence over me.
Okay. Councillor Jeanette Smith, your point of order was moved to the vote. Is that correct?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I stand by the figures. The numbers being quoted by Councillor Donna Jones are completely wrong, completely inaccurate, and trying to confuse people.
Shall I come in
so,
again,
my Lord Mayor,
Shall
that's
we
why I've
continue this argument
circulated
of
the
misleading
numbers.
the council, because we can continue this if you like.
Yeah, and I think we should probably get to a vote. And I'm happy that I've been able to circulate the correct numbers.
The council, we proved that he said it.
Right.
Yes.
Members, this is my meeting, please. I've tried to give you as much room to have your debate, and now let's get back to some civilised voting. Okay. So, members, we are now going to go to the vote. Do I have any objections? Councillor Oudie, I thought you were going to object.
Trying to take yourself off mute, my Lord Mayor.
Sorry, my wireless mouse went out of battery. I object, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Stuart, do we go to a roll call then?
We do, Lord Mayor. So we'll initiate the roll call proceedings. Tell me when you want me to start that process, please.
Start.
Okay. Right then, Lord Mayor. As in normal practice, we'll do a roll call. I'll call out your names, and if members could indicate whether they're for or against, or wish to abstain to the recommendations put forward by the Leader of the Council based on the City Solicitor's report. Okay. Councillor Rob Wood, Lord Mayor.
Abstain.
Councillor Ashmore.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Atkins.
4 with no alternative.
Councillor Atwell.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Bosher.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coles.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Corkery.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dowling.
4. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you. Councillor Vazakali.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
4.
Councillor Ferret.
4.
Councillor Fuller, I understand you've now joined us. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Stuart. Yes, 4, please, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Harris.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Heaney. Councillor Heaney. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Hockaday. Councillor Hockaday.
Sorry, yeah, 4, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hooper.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Horton.
4.
Councillor Hunt.
4, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Jonas.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jones.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Madden. Councillor Madden.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Hugh Mason.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lee Mason.
4, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Norton.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Morgan.
4, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Gemma New.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Robert New.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pitt.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Purvis.
4.
Councillor Sanders.
4, Stuart.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Stagg.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Smythe. Councillor Smythe.
4, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Stubbs.
4.
Councillor Swan.
4.
Councillor Symes.
4.
Councillor Udi.
Sorry, did you not get that? I said against.
Councillor Udi. Are
Can
you?
we-
Are you?
We
Can you hear
can
us?
hear you, Stuart. Can you hear Claire?
No.
Hello?
No, Claire said she's against.
Okay.
Stuart.
Okay.
The Lord
Thank
Mayor
you.
agrees.
Good. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
4.
Councillor Weems. Hello, Councillor Weems.
Councillor Weems told us he was having technical issues. so-
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Councillor Winnington.
4, Mr. Reichland.
Thank you. And Councillor Tomwood.
4.
Okay.
Okay,
Would you
Stuart.
like the precise numbers, Lord Mayor? Are you happy to? What
Right,
would you
Stuart,
like to
can
do?
we just check? Do you want to Councillor Weems? If Councillor Weems is online, I can't do that. Whether he wants to type it in the chat box if he's for or against. I'll just have a look, see if he's there.
Okay.
I'll just give.
Yes,
Councillor-
of course. Yes, of course.
Yeah. Right. I don't see him online, so unfortunately we'll have to
He's got
proceed.
technical problems,
Can we
I
have the
believe.
numbers, please?
Okay. Yes, I'll get Peter, if you don't mind giving us the actual totals, please. Thank you.
Yes, Stuart. Lord Mayor, the vote was 38 for, 1 against and 1 abstention.
Okay, so the recommendations have been passed, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so thank you. Yes, so the proposal is therefore carried. That concludes this item. Members, can I just have a few words? First of all, debate is very good, and I want to make sure everybody has a fair debate, but we are in the public, and also I'm asking you to make sure we try to help the process along. So there are a couple of rules I just need to say, which is I will try to see a point of order. So please don't jump in and just say what you want because you can. Two is obviously the chat. I clearly said earlier on the chat should be there to facilitate you getting a point across to me or the meeting, not for you to make a comment, please. So I just ask that you don't do that. It makes it very difficult to give everybody a level playing field. So moving on.
Lord Mayor, Councillor Fuller, of course, has joined us. I don't know whether you wish to ask him about his interests.
Yes. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
Councillor Fuller, have you got any interests you wish to declare?
No, Lord Mayor, just to let you know that I was right at the beginning of this debate,
yes,
and I've listened very carefully to this. So I have been, so my right to vote today, as I say, was from start to finish. So I just want people to know that, but nothing to declare, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. So thank you for that update, Stuart. Just to make sure, do jump in if I miss anything. All right, I've just had a note from Councillor Vernon Jackson that he's going to have to log out and log in again to pick it up for whatever reason. Right, so we're now moving to item 11, notices of motion. As you know, all notices of motion on the agenda will automatically be dealt with at this meeting, thereby dispensing with the 3-minute presentation from the proposer and subsequent vote to enable its consideration. There are 7 notices of motion on the agenda for this meeting. Is motion A concerning universal basic income proposed by Councillor Winnington and seconded by Councillor Dowling? Councillor Winnington.
Yeah, proposed, my Lord Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Dowling, are you seconding?
Seconded, Lord Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak later on in the debate.
Thank you. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Winnington, to present and speak to the motion.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and I hope we can have a more constructive debate on this than the unfortunate situation of the last one, because actually, though the last debate was important, is a very important issue for the council. Actually, if we're looking at the future of this city and the country going forward into the next 50 to 100 years, and indeed further, actually, this is the most important item on this agenda, because universal basic income is a way forward that is going to be around with us for the next, for well into our future and the future of our children, grandchildren, etc. So, first of all, what is universal basic income? Well, the notice of motion does allude to it, that it is an income that goes to every adult member of the population of working age, whether they are either citizens of the UK or they have indefinite leave to remain here. And the important part of this is to give that security of some income to everyone who fits that bill. Now, you might think this is a bit of a strange thing, because why should the state provide for the people within the state? Well, of course, this already happens, because it already happens with pensioners, because pensioners, through the system pension that was introduced in the last decade, actually goes to everyone, whether they contribute or not. So if they have recourse to public funds, if they live in the UK, if they're a UK citizen, they have a right to a pension. So why not for working age people? That is the crux of this issue. But why now? So we're at a time of great uncertainty within Portsmouth and Britain and the world. We have 2 major issues at the moment. We have the COVID-19 pandemic, which is of great concern to everyone, and we do not know how the economy and the workplace will look afterwards. You will likely have a lot of people who have never been out of work before, are out of work now, but also are very likely to be afterwards. And then we have the shadow of Brexit, where whether you're for or against, it's not about that, it's about the uncertainty. We do not know what that's going to look like. We don't know how some of those industries, especially who rely on just-in-time goods and services from our close continental neighbours, are going to be able to cope. So this is why this is the right time to do this. But it's also that long-term view as well. It's that long-term view to say that as automation gets greater within our economy, as jobs become more scarce, as we want to improve people's health and well-being, then something like universal basic income is really important. And for the people of Portsmouth in particular, because we are in a place or front line at Brexit, we are also in a place which might well be particularly adversely affected by the COVID-19 consequences, especially with our cruise industry and import and export and things like that, and our tourist industry as well. So bringing this forward today, we need to think about what does it give us? What does universal basic income give us? What it does is it gives the individual the opportunity to have freedom within themselves. For the state, which is the people are the state are the people. One does not, the state does not exist without its individuals that make it up. The state actually giving back and saying, for everyone in our society, they have the right to exist. They have the right to have that basic income, to have their basic needs met, and not to have to worry about other things. But also, it takes away that situation of bureaucratic things that go on with claiming benefits. And if anyone who's worked with people who claim benefits, as myself, or if you've claimed benefits yourselves, you know what a bureaucratic nightmare that is. It is a real pain, and it can have a real mental effect on mental and indeed physical health. It can be a real issue. So I'd ask everyone to support this motion today. I'm really interested to hear what people have got to say. It will be an interesting debate, but I do hope you can support this motion and put on the table that the people of Portsmouth agree with the concept of universal basic income. We value the people of the city, and we trust the people of the city to do what they will with any money they get from the state. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew Winnington. Are there any amendments to this motion which will need to be proposed and seconded and be circulated if not done so already? Stuart.
Lord Mayor, I've not been notified of any. Thank you.
Okay. Right. So I think we then move to the debate now. So I have two people already asking, Councillor Matthew Atkins, followed by Councillor George Fielding. Councillor Matthew Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, let me welcome Councillor Winnington to the meeting. I assume he wasn't here on the last item since he kept complete silence on that matter. I have to call him out on something he said right at the beginning of his speech, which was that he somehow thinks that this issue is more important than the council being in breach of its statutory obligations. I find that an astonishing statement, and I think it is further underlined by the contents of the motion that he has put forward, because there is no contents in the motion he's put forward. Now, I understand some of the arguments for universal basic income. They've been around since the 1700s. It's a long-term sort of academic experiment debated in economics journals between extreme libertarians on the right and very far left socialists. It's an idea that has no flesh. Just to say universal basic income can mean absolutely anything. I mean, this comes from, I think, the fact that at the Liberal Democrat conference, they voted in favour of a motion backing universal income. But much like Councillor Winnington's motion today, it had no detail on how much would be paid to people under universal basic income. It had no detail on exactly who would be eligible. It implied everyone, but that's not always the case with universal basic income. It had no comment on whether or not how it would be funded. It had no comment on whether or not it would replace existing benefits, although it implied again that housing benefit and the disability would stay. This is not a proposal with substance. It's a proposal of pure fantasy to put on the agenda, to give them an excuse to speak so they can avoid the issue of the fact that the administration is in breach of its statutory obligations. Actually, they've taken something from a Green Party manifesto and made it make somehow less economic sense, because the Green Party manifesto actually included some numbers suggesting £89 per week plus disability benefits, with a cost to the state of 167 billion, and they would have continued to pay housing benefit alongside that as well. They'd have funded it by a substantial increase in national insurance. So effectively what they were arguing for with universal basic income was a substantial increase in benefits. So they're just arguing benefits should be put up, effectively. Is that what Councillor Winnington is arguing? Andrew Yang proposed universal basic income in his Democrat campaign for the presidency. He proposed giving all Americans $1,000 per month, but he would cancel all other benefits. That would leave people with an income of about £750 a month in the UK to pay for their housing benefits and all other costs. Is that what Councillor Winnington is proposing? There is no substance here in this. Milton Friedman proposed a universal basic income, but he was a famous libertarian economist. He called it negative income tax. He believed that the tax rate should be 14% on all people. Is that what Councillor Winnington is proposing? Abolishing all benefits and reducing the income tax rates to 14%? Well, he's shaking his head, but we don't know from his motion, because his motion, while he claims it's important, contains absolutely no substance. What is the point of this motion, Councillor Winnington? You didn't speak when child migrants were concerned. You didn't speak when the breach of statutory duty was involved. Instead, you put down something on the order paper which has absolutely no contents, and ask us to spend our time dealing with that instead. Now, actually, I accept some of the points you make. Universal basic income, when trialled in Finland, had a marginal impact on mental health and well-being, but it had no other obvious economic benefits for the country. It does improve freedom of choice. So one of the key arguments for universal income when applied to all citizens is it takes away stigma from those claiming benefits, and it means they don't have to concern themselves with supplying the government with detailed information on their circumstances. But that's the type of universal basic income that is paid to everybody, including the very rich in our society, and which abolishes all existing benefits, which carries with it, commonly or usually in fact, the risk of an overall reduction in the amount of money most people take home. So if you're calling for that, you're probably calling for a reduction in the headline figure that disabled people and those on high housing benefit claims take home. Is that what you're calling for? If you're calling for a proposal where you simply simplify benefits down into a simpler form, so the rich don't get your universal basic income, only the poor get it, but they get it to pay for essentials, and they also get housing benefit and disability benefit. You're describing universal credit. I don't know if you realised that, but your motion most likely describes universal credit, which describes which simplifies the 6 major benefits down into one benefit, but allows people to also claim disability allowance. It includes their housing costs. So that simplifies the need for them to give the government so much information. It also means they get one single payment, so they have the freedom to choose. They control their money. So and it simplifies administration. Most of what you're describing, therefore, is universal credit. So the reality of this motion is it's a waste of our time. It contains no realism. It'll have no impact on the people of Portsmouth, because you and I both know it isn't going to happen because it doesn't have any details in it. There are some versions of UBI could potentially support if they were thought out, detailed and backed by an economic analysis. So I'll abstain on this motion. But to put an item on the agenda like this while you're asking for a bailout on our statutory duties, to use a cliche, is the equivalent of fiddling while Rome burns. This motion is a sign of an administration with a lack of focus on actually running the city and an inability to form coherent economic policy, and one that wants to deal with fantasies instead of the everyday realities of being in leadership. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew Atkins. Councillor George Fielding.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In order to bring some balance to this debate, I'm going to set out some of the pros and cons of universal basic income, which help shed some light on the issues surrounding its introduction and what impact it may have as a result. Turning first to the arguments for its introduction, it's said that a basic income should be the right of citizenship, providing material and psychological security throughout life. Public interference in the operations of markets and people's lives is minimised as a result of having a basic income. National income can be better distributed in the context of economic dislocation and a decline of the share of GDP going to wages. By way of equality, women benefit under universal basic income as each adult in a couple has economic independence and recognition. People can, as a result of having a secure basic income, choose to spend time caring for children or relatives, for creativity and civic life. People would have space to find more productive, rewarding work, such as business startups, longer job search periods, and have more workplace bargaining power. A full basic income, replacing the current social security system, would be simpler to administer and easier to understand. Conversely, there are a number of arguments against its introduction. The most common argument against universal basic income is that of cost. A basic income of around £100 a week for each person over the age of 16 in the UK and a £50 a week for each child would cost around £314 billion a year. To put this in context, the total spend on benefits, state pensions and tax credits in the UK was forecast to be around £225 billion in 2019-2020, not taking into account the current coronavirus climate. The country as a whole would have to make a fundamental shift away from established and supported principles of social insurance linked to contribution and of life cycle distribution linked to changing needs. There would, of course, be entitlement cuts under a system of universal basic income and higher marginal tax rates for others under any cost-neutral system. There's also no financial gain for people out of work, and as a result, rates of poverty are unlikely to fall, at least in the first instance. It could also undermine the responsibility of employers to pay wages that reflect living costs. In its very nature, a universal basic income would be just that, a basic income, not more than just enough to live on. The arguments for and against universal basic income are wide-ranging, but I hope this helps to frame the debate for everyone involved today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor George Fielding. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to start by thanking Councillors Winnington and Dowling for bringing this forward, because in preparation for this meeting, I've sort of looked into universal basic income a lot more than I previously had to fully sort of come to some kind of understanding. And I just want to follow on from some of the comments made by Councillor Fielding and also by Councillor Winnington about the sort of pros and cons, and also the reality for us here in Portsmouth. I do concur with Councillor Atkins that actually it is lacking somewhat in detail. However, I do accept that what the proposer and seconder of the motion are asking for is for the Cabinet to look into it and then to come up with some of that detail. So it is a slightly, I don't know, disadvantageous position for us to be in today, because it would be good for us, if we are being asked to support this, to have a bit more of an idea around how much it's going to cost, where it will come from. Is it going to be through higher taxation across the country? Would it be through a local taxation? Maybe is that what the Liberal Democrats are considering? Would there be a cut to public services nationally and or possibly locally to pay for this? Particularly if you've got people that maybe on £50,000 or £60,000 a year that lose their jobs, that may then be looking for a replacement of their income levels. How can we, how will the country afford that? And actually, I think someone who's spoken in the debate already today has mentioned that Finland, actually, a couple of years ago, they actually trialled it, I think, and it didn't work. And so they stopped it after, I think, a 2 or 3 year period. I do think that, in the UK at the moment, in terms of our benefit system, we have got one of the most advanced and generous benefit systems in the country, which you may say is befitting for the fact that we are the 5th largest economy in the world. So, you would expect to have a generous benefit system. We have actually, I think, had the most, or certainly one of the most generous support packages through COVID, according to the World Bank, who've recently done, a summary of the support that's been given per economy across the world. And, we know that universal credit has been increased by £20 a week, particularly throughout the COVID period. So to really help people who maybe can't go shopping as far and wide as they normally would do to get goods cheaper. So they're having to pay slightly more money to get things that are essential items for them. So I do think that the motion raises some important questions. If this is supported today, and I do have a bit of an issue with this one simply because of the lack of detail, but if this is going to go forward today, I would really like the cabinet to include detail if they're going to make representation to the government about this, around how much they think it should be, how they think it should be paid for. Would that include taxation? Would it include a reduction in spending of through the government exchequer on public services, nationally? So how will they pay for this? How would it work? And if what you're after is a single benefit for people in the UK when they need help and support, then actually that's exactly what universal credit is and was designed for. So I have a bit of an issue with the lack of detail. I don't think, in reality, I think the majority of people is trying to achieve actually universal credit. I don't think in our country we're in a position to offer benefits to people that do have savings, even if they do lose their jobs. I think that they need to be using their savings because they've been in the fortunate position of being able to earn more income than they need to be able to accumulate the savings. One would summarise. So I do have an issue with this. I think that it could lead to much higher taxation of the country and or a reduction in other public services. Do concern me. An interesting concept, but I'm not sure it's one really that this council should be specifically pushing for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donna Jones. Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, I think this motion does raise some interesting points, certainly about the computer and artificial intelligence age, which we are moving rapidly into, and about the future of work. I mean, there's been any number of reports. There was one last year, which I'll cite from Forrester, and this was in the United States, but I think the implications are worldwide. And it predicted by 2030, so not far in the future at all, that 73% of office jobs and 38% of what it described as location-based jobs, such as retail, will be lost. And now, I tend to think, these predictions, usually this sort of change happens more slowly than predicted. But nonetheless, the change is going to happen. And if it these changes may not take 10 years, they may take 20, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to happen. And there is a really serious question about, are we coming to, is the age of work coming to an end? I think that it might be. And we do, as a society, and not just in this country, have a lot of thinking to do about how to manage that. So on that part of it, yes, I mean, in the long term, a universal basic income may be something that happens. What concerns me, somewhat, though, is we're having a debate, and I don't just mean in this council, and right across the country, the political debate, the debate in society is, well, we've had a difficult year, so therefore we've got to increase government spending on all sorts of things. There should be more money for public sector workers, there should be more money for benefits, maybe taxes should be lowered. And yet that goes completely against the reality of what is going on out there, that we have a government deficit this year of an almost unbelievable 18.9% of the economy. That is the largest of any major economy in the world. And frankly, I'm worried that the government has lost control of spending. So that is not really the right background to be talking about, well, what could we spend more money on? We've also lost 10.6% of the economy this year in recession. Yes, some of that will come back next year, but it won't be all of it. And it's going to take quite a while before we get back to where we were at the start of the year. So the actual choices that the government has got is going to be about how to squeeze living standards. There's no alternative to that, because if it isn't done directly, it will be done indirectly through the inflation tax. We will find that if you're not going to attempt to balance the budget and just create lots of new money, then, you'll find prices go up. And so one way or another, it has to be paid for. It can either be paid for in some direct form, or it can be paid for through inflation. Because when we're talking about the government borrowing money, it's not actually borrowing money. I mean, it's only borrowing money from the Bank of England, and then the Bank of England doesn't borrow that money from someone else. They just create new balances in an account. That is the modern form of money printing, and that is what is going on. And it is, an extremely dangerous situation. So I don't think now is the right moment to be thinking about, well, what could we do to radically increase spending? I mean, just consider this. I mean, when Councillor Fielding was saying the cost of £100 a week with the other things that you said could be £314 billion a year. Well, 1 pence on income tax raise is something like £6 billion. I'm not sure what the exact figure was. It was 5.5 billion 5 years ago. So something like £6 billion. So we're talking here, if you wanted to raise that all through income tax, I know you wouldn't, then you'd be looking at 50 pence on income tax, which would mean a basic rate of 70% and a higher rate of 90% and the highest rate of 95%. So, this just, yes, all right, some of that will be offset by other benefits, but you get the point. I mean, this is very large amounts of money, and frankly it's not going to happen, but at least not at this time. But it is something which in the long run, I think that this country, if economic change goes in the way that many people are forecasting, may have to look at.
Thank you, Councillor Luke Stubbs. Councillor Ben Dowling.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's not often I actually agree with Councillor Stubbs on many issues, but I think that the broad narrative, certainly the start and end of what he was saying, I think holds some merit. And for me, this is about thinking long term. But I also would quite happily admit to the fact that this motion isn't full of every little piece of detail. I don't claim to be an economics expert. I don't think I'm personally responsible for rewriting the UK's economic policy. What I do think is that I'm an elected official. People elect me on a party basis, as well as hopefully other positive things about my character. And I do have opinions, and as an elected official, I'm in a position where I can share those opinions. For me, this is about a marker in the sand. If we're thinking long term, any long term change in society requires an ongoing societal discussion, and what's better place to have something that is part of wider societal discussion than in a full council meeting taking place by elected officials who are elected to represent and discuss things on behalf of a group of people, in this case the City of Portsmouth. So I'm happy to say that this motion doesn't have the exact detail in it, because I'm not sure it's my place given the topic we're discussing, but lack of detail doesn't mean it cannot be discussed. I actually admire some of what Councillor Stubbs was saying in terms of thinking about the long-term impact of AI and technology, and what does the future of work or lack of work mean, and that to some extent, yes, maybe this is just an academic discussion, because maybe this isn't something that will be implemented next week and suddenly we'll all be getting UBI by Christmas. But I don't think that's what we're saying. I think what we're saying is we need change, and we believe, as Liberal Democrats in this case, that this universal basic income is a radical and ambitious idea. I fully accept that there is no current, equitable trial as it stands, not at a UK level scale, but at some point there has to be for any concept or idea to move forward. So I suppose what I would say is this is about making a statement about what we believe and having an open discussion amongst representatives about a potential idea for the future. We're not saying that Portsmouth City Council is going to implement UBI. What we're saying is that Portsmouth City Council would like it to be investigated at a national level, and we stand behind the idea of it being investigated. And then should there be trials, and we think there should be, then Portsmouth as a port town, as a what's often described, I'm not sure I fully agree, but described as a northern city on the south coast, I think we're exactly the kind of place where testing this kind of idea would be the right situation. So I've blabbered on a little bit more than I normally do, Lord Mayor, but hopefully I've been able to communicate my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Councillor Ben Dowling. Never would I say that you are blabbing on. So Well, I'll move on to the next person, which is Councillor Claire Oudie.
Hello, did someone say redistribution of wealth? It's like my little superpower when someone says that, I come in and start waving a wand and turn you into Marxists. So UBI is a funny one when you're a Marxist or maybe a little bit libertarian left, I suppose, because I've been in agreement with 2 Tory councillors today over this. Basically, UBI is a bit weird because I believe inherently the state should be providing housing, food, clothing, well, basic clothing, obviously, childcare, utilities, that will stretch into internet. Well, it should be internet now anyway, and I think that's happening, isn't it? We're all going to probably end up with some form of internet provision pretty soon. So why would we have UBI when it kind of replaces a benefit system, a welfare system, which quite frankly is not good anyway? Universal credit doesn't even supply us with enough to live on every month. So UBI in the first instance would have to be enough money for people to actually live on. So it couldn't be £1,200 a month for a family of 4, more than likely, because you could be like unemployed or cash poor and live in private rental accommodation. So if you're looking at like a 3-bedroom house or 2-bedroom house, it's at least £700-800 a month in Portsmouth. So that's going to eat up all your money. So we have to decide that money thing. And also UBI gets kind of paid out, and it doesn't redistribute the wealth as you think it does, because it's a cover for paying poverty for the bosses, the ruling class, to paying poverty wages, and UBI is topping it up. So why should we be topping that up when actually employers should be paying decent money? And that goes to the same with landlords. You have a lot of private landlords in this city. So at the end of the day, the only way that the economy has been stimulated is by giving these people money, which is pretty much what's happening under our welfare system at the moment as well. And obviously with students at the moment, where they're giving all their loans to student developers and landlords. I'm actually speaking at a symposium next month about the automation of work for working class women, actually, because I've got an interest in it, I suppose. And where you look at the fact that automation, as mentioned by Councillor Stubbs, is happening. It's happening now, but at the moment it's hitting very working class jobs. It's hitting people in retail. I want to mention about the cultural anthropologist, the late David Graeber, who wrote the book BS Jobs, about how we're cramming our whole lifestyle into office jobs that we don't need to be doing, when really we should be doing nice productive things like farming or creative and cultural industries, whilst he kind of advocates for a UBI. And that's where my disagreement comes in, because I don't think the UBI should be in place when I ultimately believe that we shouldn't be living in a capitalist society, and we should be looking really down the line. And Councillor Stubbs touched on it about our lovely post-working utopia, which might happen in 30 or 40 years, but it's not going to happen now. So I'd like to focus on the Green New Deal and retraining people into different industry, engineering, STEM, obviously, and taking women out of working class areas or areas of poverty where they're looking at creative and cultural industries jobs. So we're looking at issues where women are using their phones all the time, and actually you can do a lot on your phone, which is about graphic design and about video editing, and you can retrain yourself. You can train yourself to be digital networking and stuff like that, instead of going into like different working worlds. Sorry, I've written some points down. I think that's about it. Obviously there's a left and right argument. I'm probably going to vote for this motion, even though I'm kind of against UBI, but I'm more against living in this society where we're not being paid enough money as it is. So I'd like to take it as an experiment and see what happens, because actually it could prove very useful for people in Portsmouth, and we can take it from there. But obviously inherently I want the end of capitalism, and I want us to have our basic needs met, and for us maybe not to work, because we're heading towards automation. I reckon automation is a thing that's been happening for decades anyway, and probably could be a lot more than we think it is, but we're being kept in a cycle of work by exploitative bosses, aren't we? But thank you, Councillor Whittington, for bringing this forward today, and you have my support. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Claire Oudie. I have 3 people currently waiting. That's Councillor Hugh Mason, followed by Councillor Terry Norton, and then Councillor Robert New. Councillor Hugh Mason.
My Lord Mayor,
I remember 60 years ago, and I do remember 60 years ago, when we had a safety net. We talked about the safety net. If you were old or out of work, there was the safety net, which would provide a minimum lifestyle for you. But the world has changed a tremendous amount in the last 60 odd years. We now work shorter weeks. We have the gig economy. We have increasing automation. We have a very different employment pattern. We have an employment pattern where people are likely to spend a considerable amount of their life changing from one job to another, spending periods when they are not working. And as Councillor Stubbs said, with increasing automation, with increasing AI, this can only become more extreme. How do we deal with this? There are two options, I think. Either we expand the benefit system, there'll be more universal credit, there will be more additional benefits, or we go to the other side and we look for a universal basic income, that everybody has a right to an income. This will not keep them in luxury, but will keep them secure. And if you are lucky enough to have a productive job above that, then you can earn more, you can have a better standard of living, but also you can pay into the system. So long as the system is productive in itself, so long as our economy remains a productive system, we should be able to pay for this. And so I think that what is being proposed in this motion is something which has legs. It could work. It's worth investigating. It's certainly worth trying, because we will have to try something new in the next 20 to 30 years because of the way the world is changing. So I would support this motion as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor Hugh Mason. Councillor Terry Norton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got very little to add to this. Most of the comments that I wanted to make have already been made. But I do have a quick point to make regarding the proposing group's position on this. So I guess I'm a little bit confused about this. I know that in 2000, I'm pleased to go after Councillor Hugh Mason, actually, because in 2014, Councillors Mason and Sanders proposed a motion which was entitled Tackling Poverty by Reducing Dependency. I don't understand how this does that. And I do appreciate Councillor Downing's points that it's about debate and discussion, but I think the reality is in this debate, the Conservatives have offered more detail than the proposing group. Perhaps if we hear a little bit more about that from Councillor Winnington in his summing up, or maybe something from Councillor Sanders, then I'd be more inclined to consider this. But I don't think I feel comfortable voting for something when we've got so little detail and it's just bones, really. So I'm not sure that at this stage I can vote for that. But perhaps somebody can try and change my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Terry Norton. Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I think this is a really interesting one, actually, and it's good to listen to all of the different views. When I was the Cabinet Member for Environment and Community Safety, actually a collection of the officers at that time, even though it was a couple of years before the 2017-2018 trial in Finland, we used to actively discuss the benefits of a universal income and the obstacles that there could be. And so I left that post, but was still in contact with the officers when this was going on. And then it was obviously only in the summer of this year that the results came through. And it was quite interesting because I think, like all of these things, they're set up with really good intentions. And then it's always quite startling to see actually what happens. And I suppose probably a lot of that's to do with the machinery of these policies, etc. And so I watched it with great interest. I'm not for or against it, actually. And I think that there's probably still not enough evidence that's been amassed in terms of being able to bring a formal conclusion. as to whether this would work. I mean, I'm certainly no socialist. However, I do recognise that there are a lot of people who do need a safety net, as Councillor Hugh Mason's alluded to. And I think during this year in 2020 especially, we've seen more and more people that have needed a hand up and a safety net. And as most of you know, I work with Penny Mordaunt day in, day out. We've seen a lot of people that have come forward that needed help with universal credit. But what struck me was a lot of the things that are in this motion are actually already covered by universal credit. And so while I'm not trying to make a direct likeness to it, a lot of the myths that are kind of peddled around always kind of bemuse me slightly, because my experience is we get somebody that comes to us that are in dire needs, often in tears. They don't know what they're going to do or how they're going to feed themselves. And because as an MP, as Councillor Stephen Morgan MP will know, you have backdoor access into the DWP. Very often you can get people access direct to emergency funding that will be in their bank on the very day of their application. You can get them a dedicated caseworker. They no longer have to go into the job centre. So there have been, and they don't have to see these people face to face, and it's become much easier. Plus, with the increase to universal credit as well, things have got better, I think, this year. So it's been quite interesting, I think, to see how, I suppose, really the world has changed during 2020. There does seem to be a greater dependency. And while I always think the state should intervene to help the worst off, I'm pleased to see that this government has been doing that under universal credit. But I think that this is a really interesting proposal that's come forward. And as I say, I'm not for or against, and I find this absolutely fascinating, because I think where we absolutely must protect the people that are worst off in society and give them that hand up so that they can get onto a better path in life. So thanks for bringing this forward to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Robert New. Can I just say thank you, Councillor Steve Weems has rejoined us. He's been in and out of the debate, so welcome back. Okay, I'm not sure if you escaped or not. So that's all I've got on my list. So can I move to the proposer, Councillor Matthew Winnington, if you wish to sum up?
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor, and thank you everyone for their part in this debate. I'm going to start my summing up with a quote from John Stuart Mill, that great liberal thinker from 161 years ago. And he said, "The worth of the state in the long run is the worth of the individuals comprising it." And I think that's a really key thing, is about how do we value, how is the worth of the individuals that make up the state. And actually, as I've said at the start of this debate, we already do that with our pensioners, but we don't do that with our working age population. We value our pensioners, so we give them income to live on. We don't do that with our working age population. And I find that a very strange objection. And I think that's something that I don't think anyone actually touched on during the debate, is that this already happens to a certain extent. So this already happens for pensioners. It doesn't happen for working age people, and I think that's a very different thing. And that's not to say that pensioners can't work, of course, and many of them do, and indeed we have a few pensioners here who, because people can work right into their pension age, yet they have that stable income regardless of whether they want to work or not. I'll be honest, I'm not surprised by some of the contributions from both Labour and Conservative members on this, that they have some ambiguity. They have some things that they like about it and some things they don't, because this is actually pretty inherently liberal. And this very much goes back to those radical things, going back to the 1909 People's Budget, to the 1942 Beveridge Report, to those things that liberal thinkers were really thinking ahead of their time and putting things down in writing. And then, of course, they were taken on both by Conservative and Labour governments at different times. And within those thinking, I think in many ways, Liberals crystallise things that are going to happen in the future anyway. And I think, and Councillor Stubbs, obviously, he expanded on what I said at the beginning, which was this issue about automation and how things are going to happen in the future. And it is the old, something needs to be done. So we do need to think about this. And to be honest, we need to be thinking about this now, not waiting for 20 years when it's going to be too late, because then we're going to be in a situation whereby we are going to have massively expanded benefits just to keep all those people who don't have jobs because of automation anymore. So this is a way of putting that into place. So just go back to Councillor Atkins. I think the clue here, Councillor Atkins, is universal basic income. That's what universal basic income means. It is for universal credit is a different thing. I know more about universal credit than anyone else in this room. I was part of the very early discussions when I still worked for the DWP about it. I've represented people and supported people on it as a support worker, and I keep up to date with all of it. Even now, it is not the same thing. The whole point about universal basic income is it is as of right. You don't have to apply for it, you don't have to wait for it, you just get it, and that's the point that you have. How much it will be, well, that's up to the government to tell us. The point is about doing it as a pilot, doing it as a trial. It is going to come. I think Councillor Stubbs is quite right. Something like this will be happening in the future. Can it be afforded? Well, we've got the furlough scheme at the moment, haven't we? Which is effectively the same thing. You're paying people not to. You're paying people and giving them the ability to effectively use that money as they see fit. Obviously, it's done on a different basis, but we are putting huge amounts of investment into people's income there. And I think also going back to the question about affordability, the more money people have, the more their spending power is. So actually, in terms of other taxes they will spend more money. And that, I know that's a very conservative or right-wing economic argument in terms of reducing taxes. In this case, increasing people's basic income will enable them to spend more money. So I think it's a really important thing. I hope people will do this. This is about putting, as Councillor Dowland said, a line in the sand. We believe in this. We're looking to the future. We think it could work in Portsmouth, and saying to government, give us a proposal. We'll try it in Portsmouth, because the people of Portsmouth could really do with it, and I think would be a really good trial and case study to make worth in the future. But thank you very much for the debate, and I hope you can support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew Winnington. Okay, members, we move to the vote. Are there any objections? Otherwise, I'll assume the substantive on that. Are there any objections?
Lord Mayor, you aren't allowing for anybody who wishes to abstain by going with a default to objections.
Okay, fair enough. Other people? Yeah, well, Councillor Sambush, I presume you want to abstain.
Correct, Lord Mayor.
So, Stuart, do we go to a roll call again?
Well, Lord Mayor, if people are expressing a view that they don't want necessarily to support something, then you have got no choice but to have a roll call. Otherwise, you can't express a contrary view. So, yes, a roll call will be needed if that's what Councillor Bosher would like to do.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the roll call. Okay.
Okay, Lord Mayor. Right then. As per normal, if I'll read your names out, and if you could let me know whether you're for, against, or wish to abstain. Councillor Wood, Lord Mayor.
Abstain.
Councillor Ashmore.
For.
Councillor Atkins.
Abstain.
Councillor Atwell.
For.
Councillor Bosher.
Abstain.
Councillor Coles.
For.
Councillor Corkery.
For.
Councillor Dowling.
For.
Councillor Fazakerley.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Ferret.
For.
Councillor Fuller.
For.
Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Hockaday.
Abstain.
Councillor Hooper.
Abstain.
Councillor Horton.
For.
Councillor Hunt.
4.
Councillor Jonas.
Abstain.
Councillor Jones. Councillor Jones.
Sorry,
That's all right.
Mr. Ragland, I'm abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Madden.
4.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
4.
Councillor Lee Mason.
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Morgan.
4, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Norton.
Abstain.
Councillor Gemma New.
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Robert New.
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pitt.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Purvis.
4.
Councillor Sanders.
4.
Councillor Smith.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Stagg.
4.
Councillor Smythe.
4.
Councillor Stubbs.
Abstain.
Councillor Swan.
Abstain.
Councillor Symes.
Abstain.
Councillor Udi.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Weems.
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Winnington.
4, Mr. Ragland.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Wood. Councillor Tom Wood. Councillor Tom Wood. Okay, Lord Mayor, we can't seem to get a response from Councillor Tom Wood at this stage. Would you like Peter just total them up?
Yes, please. Let's go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, Peter, thank you.
Hello, Lord Mayor. The vote is 24 for, 0 against, and 16 abstentions.
Thank you, Peter. Therefore, the proposal is carried, and that concludes this motion. Members, I'm acutely aware that we've been going on for a while, and we just finished motion A. So we're about to move to motion B, which I think could be a long time. I'm proposing a quick break, a comfort break of 10 minutes. So, well, just over 10 minutes, if everybody could be back by 5:10. We'll start straight away whether you're here or not, so fair warning, members. So, Peter, do you think you can put up the test card for a moment and allow people to have until 10 past? Thank you.
Of course, Lord Mayor.
Welcome back, members. Peter, are we ready to broadcast? Are we already broadcasting?
Just confirm, Lord Mayor, we don't stop the broadcast, we just put the screen up.
Okay, welcome back, members. As I said, I now am moving on to motion B, Aquin. It is proposed by Councillor Stubbs and seconded by Councillor Bosher. Councillor Stubbs?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I think this is one I hope I'm going to be proven right, but one where we're all going to violently agree. And on that basis, I'm not going to make much of an introduction, just beyond noting that the cabinet paper which was brought forward for noting to the council is something with which I have a great deal of sympathy. I look forward to the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. And Councillor Bosher, are you seconding this?
Formally seconding, Lord Mayor. Reserve my right to speak in the debate later.
Okay. Councillor Stubbs, do you want to speak to this?
I just did. That was all I have to say by means of introduction.
Okay, that's excellent. Okay, and therefore, are there any amendments to this motion which need to be proposed and seconded and circulated if not done so already? Stuart, are there any amendments?
I have not received any amendments, Lord Mayor.
So I will just give it a few seconds. Are there any amendments coming late? No? Okay then, we are now ready to move to debate. I have Councillor Jeanette Smith. Councillor Jeanette Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Unfortunately, I'm just about to upset Councillor Luke Stubbs because I'm going to be voting against this motion. And the reason being is that this council and members within it have no track record of working together. So, and this meeting's already shown that in the very first item that we sort of debated. And in 2 of the motion, where it says the council requests, it says the working group's terms of reference be agreed to ensure unity, respect and support amongst political parties. I don't think that's possible. All parties have already stated they object to the proposals for Aquin. They stood with Let's Stop Aquin at Milton Common. Officers are really professional in this council and very skillful, and they do, and they have enough in their professional lives to actually object with the support of from members without the need for a working group. I support Aquin. I've supported them for the last 3 years, the Let's Stop Aquin group for the last 3 years. I support it totally on this as an important issue. But this cannot be lost in political debate because none of you ever agree. So it will just be lost in a working group, which actually will not come out with anything. Basically, members treat each other with contempt, score points at a whim, and that will be no different in a working party. If you truly wanted a working party, you would have invited members of Let's Stop Aquin into the working group. After all, it is a grassroots action and not just for members of this council. And I would urge you, if you are going to have a working group, and I'm sure it will probably go through, that you actually ask Let's Stop Aquin to that working group so you can work together on the joint action with officers who know what they're talking about. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jeanette Smith. I now have a flurry of speakers. 1, 2, 3, 4 to follow, starting with Councillor John Ferret.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I'm going to, I mean, Luke Stubbs said just now that we're all going to violently agree with each other. I'm going to offer a contrary view. There may be agreement at the end of it, but I'm certainly not violently agreeing because I'm always concerned on an issue like this, which has clearly become a campaigning focus, let's say, for the parties when they are all agreeing on it. It's more about competition in campaigning terms than maybe their actual view on this, because I'm also concerned, I mean, this came out during the deputation earlier, that this has moved beyond concerns about the route which the interconnector would be taken. And it seems to have branched out into absolute opposition for the interconnector itself and opposition for bringing power from France. Now, I would like clarification. Maybe this will come out later. But I would like clarification as to what the council is actually opposed to, because looking through the earlier report, it talks about when the project was discussed at full council on the 16th of July 2019, the following motion was unanimously agreed. It was resolved that full council reinforce Cabinet's objection to the route of the HVDC cable, whilst also working constructively with Aquin and other stakeholders. That same report then goes on at section 6 to say reasons for recommendations. The recommendations in this report are to update Cabinet on the Aquin project and also reflect that Council have previously made clear that they are unanimously opposed to the Aquin project. Now, maybe I can have clarification. Is that we are unanimously opposed to the project of bringing electricity from France to the UK, supplementing the UK's energy resources, ensuring that we don't have outages and giving us some energy security? Or does that refer to us being opposed to the current project's route? Because I think people are interpreting that maybe came out during the deputation, people are interpreting objection to be objection to the whole project of bringing electricity to the UK. I think in the deputation it spoke about how bringing electricity from France's nuclear power stations was somehow increasing emissions as such, when we know that there are no CO2 emissions as such from nuclear power stations. And indeed, if we are to do something about reducing CO2 emissions, then nuclear is going to be an important mix in that. So I think, you know, whilst I can see that there is, you know, clearly there's a groundswell and we need to reflect local opinion in terms of some dissatisfaction with the route that this might be taken. I think we've got to ensure that we're also being honest about the needs of the country in terms of energy resources, the needs of people locally in terms of energy resources, and the fact that this would have to go somewhere else. And we need to be clearly suggesting those alternatives, because I do wonder sometimes how we ever got any infrastructure bill in this country. I got visions of Councillor Vernon Jackson stood in the fields of Milton in the 19th century complaining about the fact that sewers were being built under them and how preposterous an idea that was. So clearly, you know, there is a need here. I think we need to be honest with people, because if we're not, people are running away with various half-truths and conspiracies over this, when it seemed to me that the objection was about the route rather than about the actual project and the actual energy needs of the country and the locality itself. So I'll leave it there. I probably will be voting in favour of the motion, but I think we need to be more honest about this project than people are being at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor John Ferret. Councillor Cal Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As much as the local political unity on this topic, I think, is to be welcomed clearly, and I'll be happy to support this motion, I do think it is important to be aware of and to place on record the questionable and concerning relationship between Aquins and the Conservative Party running the country at the national level. I mean, for example, the former Tory MP James Wharton became a paid advisor to Aquins after losing his seat in the 2017 general election, and was then subsequently added to the House of Lords by Boris Johnson in July of this year. Another Tory MP, David Morris, was ordered to apologise for breaking parliamentary rules after he asked a question about Aquin's interests after receiving a £10,000 donation from the company. Morris was given money by Aquin in September 2019, and then just a month later decided to ask the government to lobby Ofgem to make regulations that would benefit the company. In the last year alone, Aquin has donated cash to a total of 9 Tory MPs. Earlier this year, Aquin's boss, Alexander Tamerko, shared a £12,000 table with Alok Sharma, the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, a Conservative Party fundraiser. As Business Secretary, Mr Sharma would normally have been responsible for giving final approval to the scheme at the time of the dinner. However, 2 months later, Sharma recused himself of involvement in the decision after concerns were raised about a potential and, I'd say, quite clear conflict of interest. That decision will now be signed off by Junior Minister Kwasi Kwarteng, who I'm sure will be completely impartial and independent in the matter, despite reporting to and having been appointed by Alok Sharma. In total, Alexander Tamerko, the Aquin boss, has been found to be behind a staggering £1.3 million in donations to the Conservative Party, an incredible amount of cash, the kind of which most businesses, and clearly I'm not a business expert, but we do have some self-styled business experts on the call, so perhaps they can clarify whether that is a standard practice for most businesses to give away that kind of cash without any strings attached. I mean, it seems clear to me that these widely reported and undisputed facts raise serious concerns about the ability of this government to properly scrutinise Aquin's proposals, and at the same time the ruling party is taking vast sums of money from them in political donations. I'll leave it here with a quote from Angela Rayner, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, with which I fully agree. The Conservative Party should immediately cease taking any donations from Aquins. Our democracy shouldn't be up for sale to Tory donors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cal Cookery. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to talk on this to say, well, thank you, first of all, to those that have indicated they will support this. And I think one of the previous speakers has mentioned the Stop Aquin campaign group in Milton, and how, you know, if it was cross-party, really they should be involved in it. Whilst it's not included in Councillor Stubbs' motion, I actually agree with that and think it would be a really good idea. So if it's passed today, I think it would be very useful for for the leader of the council to invite them to take part, and I'm sure he will do that. I just want to say that as a Conservative, obviously you all know that, I'm not trying to hide that, no one has ever contacted me from the party, no MP has ever raised this with me, I've never had any pressure put on me whatsoever, including, crucially, when I was leader of the council around Aquin. And I can tell you that I made my points very, very clear to them indeed. I've just looked back through my correspondence, and I'm going to produce it all, and I'll share it publicly as well. I was contacted by Paula Savage asking me to do this, and I will do that. So I was first contacted by them on the 1st of December 2017, first letter I received, and they were asking to meet with me, and I responded on the 5th of December 2017. We then met on the 22nd of January, and on the 23rd of January, the next day, I had an email following up from the meeting I'd had with them, from them thanking me for meeting with me. It wasn't a meeting. I made the council's points very clearly about my very serious concerns and my objections on the face of the business case that they kind of outlined to me, which had many, many holes in, at that point. Senior officers were in the room with me. I remember from memory, Austin Samuels, Michael Lawther, and others as well. So there were, I think, Tom Southall too. And as I say, the meeting wasn't pleasant. After the meeting, as I say, I had an email from them to thank me for the meeting the day before. And this was my response to them that I sent to them on the 24th of January. Dear Ali, thank you for sending through the additional information. I have to say that from the information, which is limited and subjective, creates more questions than it answers, as you might expect. This is a complex subject, and the details of the route and reasons why they have been chosen are key for any local authority. Sadly, you don't have the engineer's assessment information when we met last week, and so we were unable to fully explore the routes and alternatives. In fact, what you have sent through today is also extremely limited for such a major and significant proposition. As this could end up being a highly legal issue, Portsmouth City Council cannot give its support to any proposed scheme that would have such a large negative impact on the key infrastructure of the city without having given consideration to the full facts. I think it's only fair that I make clear Portsmouth City Council's objection to the proposed route at this time. I will be forced to give my opinion far sooner than I think is sensible for your client due to the very early and premature public consultation you are carrying out. Aside from the massive concerns I have about the major and significant disruption to the city and the fact that proposed works literally bring large sections of one of the major key route networks roads into and out of the city to a standstill, the Eastern Road, not to mention the motorway junction at the A2030 M27 roundabout, your client still has over £1 billion to raise to get the project started. With this in mind, I have no choice but to object in the strongest terms when the proposals are made public. This seems an embryonic idea, it's extremely high risk, and as such, the serious environmental impacts on the most densely populated city in the UK, outside of London, means the risks and the impact are justifiable. Thank you for contacting me. We then have many other bits of correspondence. I was also contacted by a gentleman called Jeremy Warren, who is the chair of the campaign against, I think it's the APLEAL group, who based just north of Portsmouth, of where the road is supposed to go. I think this is a really great piece of work. The Action Day down in Milton was a real success. Well done to the team and everyone down there. It's great to have the Portsmouth South MP there. It was great to have Conservative, Labour and Lib Dem councillors there, all in agreement that this cannot go ahead. I think it's right and proper that we do work together. I think a cross-party working group, so we all have the same information, we're working from the same hymn sheet, together, united, we are far stronger than if we are divided and separated. There aren't many issues across the city that really do pull us all together, but this is one of them. And I do hope, as I say, that the campaign against Ackwind group from Milton and also the allotment holders and any other key stakeholders, the leader of the council could include those in the working group should it be set up. And finally, the comments about Alok Sharma, he has rightly and properly stepped away from this. And had we have just had, 10 approaching 11 years of a Labour government, I'm sure that they would also have funding from companies. These things happen all the time from companies that want to be significant in the UK. It's absolutely key that the decision makers do not have a personal relationship with those donors. And the Conservative Party has made sure with that, there is no exception, that the, Quasi, who I know personally, doesn't have a relationship with Ackwind, which is why he's been deemed as being the right, fit and proper person to have eventual sign-off once the planning inspector considered this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donna Jones. Just to let people know, there are 6 people who requested to speak to follow. Councillor Steve Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Some of what I would wish to say has been already mentioned by Donna Jones, so I won't repeat that. Clearly, the route of the interconnector goes through part of the ward I represent, and clearly I have strong views about it. But I would like to reassure Councillor Ferret that I can acknowledge and recognise the potential need for an interconnector, but it is the route through the city that is the issue. Clearly, it damages or has the potential to damage, and it certainly will disrupt playing pitch provision within the city, damage the health and well-being of citizens for that reason alone. There'll be teams who won't be able to play football for 2 seasons, 3 seasons maybe. So the route is important in this instance. That this isn't talking about just the traffic disruption. There will be traffic disruption from time to time for roadworks anyway, but losing playing pitch provision, losing green space, losing trees are all the things that we wish to see preserved within the city. And so I would suggest to Councillor Ferret that the route in this instance is the important issue, not the subject itself. And I'd also like to reassure Councillor Jeanette Smith, who seems to have a sadly jaundiced view, that councillors in this council can never work together. I would point out to her that when the dockyard was under threat, we did exactly that. We pulled together, we fought together, and we succeeded together. And that's the important issue, is succeeding. I think Councillor Vernon Jackson has been kind enough to acknowledge the fact that while he was leader of the council at that time, we all supported the objection and we won through in the end. So we can have a demonstrable track record of doing it where we all agree. And so I would urge her to reconsider and think, yeah, this is worth getting behind. You've already heard Councillor Donna Jones say there's no harm in other action groups being invited along to have their input. We don't have a monopoly on good ideas. They may have ideas that we think, oh, yeah, we could do that. So I would say to you, pitch in behind everybody, and we will do our best to change this route out of the city to other opportunities along the coast. Certainly the wind farm near Brighton's being extended, and there's opportunity for the interconnector to come through that route if the infrastructure, because the infrastructure is there to support it too. So it's not just going through to Lovedene that's important. It is going through to other potential sites within the south of the country that I think has some prospect for success. So I would suggest to you, please get in behind it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Weems. Councillor Matthew Willington. Councillor Matthew.
Sorry, did you call me?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I had someone at the door. I'm literally right next to my front door. Apologies for that. Thanks very much for everyone's contribution so far, and thanks for the motion being brought. It's a really important motion. We know how important an issue this is. Obviously, we had the report to Cabinet last week, and so I'm not going to go into huge detail. I did a rather large speech last week, and I've done a 1,300 word objection because this is such a bad scheme. It really is. So I'm just going to pick out a few gems, I think, which really shows how poor it is and how we should keep fighting, because it really just shows how perverse it is. So the first thing is that there is 90 miles of coast to the east of us that is closer to where this cable comes off the coast of France than Portsmouth. 90 miles. The entire coast of Sussex is closer than Portsmouth is. So in that self, why is this being done in Portsmouth? And we have the answer. The answer is Lovedene. The answer is that National Grid don't want to spend the money to upgrade any substations to the east, and instead just said to Aquin, go for Lovedene, because that makes our life easier. That keeps our costs down, and it keeps your costs down. And for me, where's the social value in that? Where's the public value in that? Where's the consideration for what is right for people rather than money? And for me, that's completely the wrong way around. If this is going to be for the benefit for everyone, it should be for the benefit of everyone and be at the minimum disruption. And that's not what this is all about. Talking of disruption, we get down to Eastney. We get to the Fort Cumberland Road car park. We had a briefing. Some of us were there for councillors. And we found out that Fort Cumberland car park for a year is going to have 75% of it taken away. 75%. And for the rest of the time that they're building the interconnector, 50% will be taken away. And then afterwards, there will be 2-3 metre high structures in that car park, which will take parts of it away forever. Now, during the summer, I don't know if any of you saw the pictures from down the Fort Cumberland Road area. When we had the relief from the lockdown, it was very hot weather. It was absolute mayhem down there in terms of parking. because people, and that was with a full car park. Can you imagine if, because what people want to use the beach, people want to use the heathland there, they want to enjoy that area. Can you imagine what it will be like if a part of that car park is out of use forever? You can't mitigate against it. The only mitigation they're talking about is money. Well, how's that going to help? You can't extend the car park because it's surrounded by SSI, it's surrounded by roads. Absolutely ridiculous. And then I come to the worst thing of all, which is the disruption it will have on that junction. The only vehicular motor vehicle access to the whole of the eastern Eastleigh estate, so on Fort Cumberland Road, Ferry Road, etc. By digging up that access between Henson Road and Ferry Road / Fort Cumberland Road, that will effectively disrupt the bus. It will disrupt all vehicular access. And talking to a resident down there just a couple of weeks ago, and I hadn't even thought of this, and it was a fantastic point. What about RNLI volunteers who do our lifeboats? It will get in the way of them getting down there in quick time. Only if they live to the east of it would they be able to get there in sensible time. And that is really concerning. Can you imagine us not being able to launch our lifeboat because we haven't got enough crew, because they can't get from the other side of that junction while they're digging it up? It is absolutely ridiculous. So just to reassure Councillor Ferret, as I said at full council, I see every need for an interconnector. I see every need for a series of interconnectors, as of course there will be. But what we don't get from government is any plan. It is like railway mania back in the early to mid 19th century. It's left up to private companies just to do it wherever they want. There is no planning or anything. And I think this is a real thing. And as I say, it doesn't matter what colour the government is, they need to get a handle on all these interconnectors, because otherwise this is going to happen again and again and again. It's going to be for the convenience of the companies involved, not for the convenience and for the well-being and the benefit of people in those areas. And they will come up with crazy schemes like this time and time again. So thank you very much for the motion. Thank you everyone for your support on this. I know obviously the Conservatives and Lib Dems have been working on this since the very beginning. I'm really pleased Labour have come on board in the last few months. It's really good that we're getting together on this, but we can do this. I think there's so many things that are wrong with this that we can win, and if we pull together, I think we can. So thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew Whittington. I have Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll try to be quick. I think it's just it's right to say that I support this motion, and I think it's right that I place on record my thanks to the group leaders from all the different parties for their support for the fight against Aquin, for Donna, Stephen and Claire. And I think the United Front is very important. And I'd also like to thank people from all the different councils all the way through the route that we've been working with, and the National Park Authority in the South Downs for their cooperation. So again, we have a united front. And these are councils with different political control, and we've all managed to work very closely to achieve the same aims. Three real problems as far as I can see with it. The first is that why on earth would you land this at the southern end of the second most populated city in the UK, really densely populated? It's just a bit silly. Secondly, we all know that there are only 3 roads in and out of the island, and that if one of them gets bunged up because of roadworks, it means that the whole of the traffic across the whole of the city grinds to a halt. And yet they're wanting to take this up the Eastern Road. So we know there's going to be big problems with that. And the third bit I think I'm very concerned about is that ministers have decided that those of us locally should not take this decision, but have decided that they should take this decision themselves. And yet their party has been in receipt of millions of pounds of political donations. I think it's only right and proper that all ministers should recuse themselves and walk away from this decision. We need to make sure that there is no impression to anybody ever that planning permission can be bought in this country, and we need to keep as far away from Kremlin-style politics as possible. So I'm very pleased that people have been working really hard on this for several years, and the council's found £250,000 to be able to invest in specialist lawyers and planning consultants to make sure that we put forward our case strongly. I completely agree with adding the community group to this cross-party group. It seems only sensible, and hope that we can continue to work on this. Steve Weems is absolutely right. In 2008, we came together in the campaign to keep the dockyard open. We all worked together across all parties. It was extremely successful, and the dockyard was able to show it was the most effective, efficient place to run the Royal Navy from, and therefore the threat was removed. It worked. We worked together then well, and let's see if we can do it again on this. And my thanks to colleagues for bringing this forward. Have I stunned you all into silence?
Yeah. Are you okay, Lord Mayor? Have you got... No? Okay, not with us. Deputy Lord Mayor, are you able to assist and call the next speaker? I think it's Councillor Sanders.
By all means, I'll call Councillor Sanders in the absence of the Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jonas.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I think for those of us who represent the eastern side of the city, this is one of the most significant things that we face. I listened very carefully to what Councillor Ferret said earlier on, and I have a lot of respect for it. But the fact is that this project is going to cause an incredible amount of disruption for no clear benefit to our city. I've asked Aquin at the Milton Neighbourhood Forum whether their scheme would actually reduce pollution in our city, which I think is rather important. They refuse to give those commitments. It could well make pollution in our city worse. It is going through a route that is almost designed to disrupt as many people as possible. Councillor Winnington has talked about the impact down in Eastney. I know, as does Councillor Smith, as does Councillor Stagg, the impact that's already had on residents around Milton Common, who received letters from Aquin telling them they thought that Aquin was going to buy their houses. This is not designed to understand the nature of the people in this city. The electricity that it supplies won't necessarily come to Portsmouth, yet we get all the disruption. And that is why I'm delighted everyone in this particular council has finally agreed that actually what we need to do is to come together and to unite and continue to work. I have seen stuff, I have to say, whereby people have said this council's been bossed around by big business and by central government. I don't get that from this debate this evening, and I hope those sorts of comments won't occur again. I'm delighted. I did actually suggest to Viola Langley as Let's Stop Aquin, and she actually makes a deputation today because there are some other issues that really do matter. And that's why I agree with the leader of the council. This needs to be dealt with here, not nationally, because although Britain sees this as a strategically significant project, the European Union doesn't. It has not been granted the status that is required to make it a strategically significant project, which is the PCI status that Viola mentioned earlier on. And for me, that rings alarm bells. If it's not strategically significant for them, then why is it for us? And if it's not strategically significant, then we should be deciding it here. We are, after all, the people who will be suffering from this, whether you're in an Eastney car park, whether you're in Milton allotments, whether you live on Milton Common, when you're trying to get down the Eastern Road. I see Councillor Bosher is coming up soon. I'm sure he will talk long and hard about the impact on places like Farlington Avenue and Farlington playing fields, which are significantly damaging for months, for no benefit for this city. I'm delighted that we're able to work together. It's taken us 3 3/4 hours to do so, and that's very good. But I think the important thing was to actually turn around and say that we're united against this scheme. We want to work together to oppose this scheme. It should be decided here where the problems lie, not in other parts of the country where the benefits lie. And that's called standing up for our city. And I think that's what we were all elected to do. So my deputy Lord Mayor, thank you. And I have a feeling the Lord Mayor is back. So thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Councillor Sanderson. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Step in any time I look like I'm frozen. I was there, but unfortunately was incapacitated to do anything. So the next person to speak is Councillor Claire Oudie.
Hello, everyone. I was going to amend this motion, but I wasn't allowed to in the end because it would have completely destroyed the motion. Call me a little bit of a cynic, I suppose. I've been involved in party machinery. Whilst I am more than happy that the three main political parties are working together, joining in with some direct action together, I feel like people are trying to gatekeep this issue already, and I'm not a fan of having a cross-party working group. I think also a cross-party working group would add like an added layer of bureaucracy that we didn't need, because we're going to employ QC, I imagine. We're employing extra planning officers and people with the actual knowledge and qualifications to deal with this. When the motion says we're building up an evidence-based objection, as we're laymen as far as we're concerned, because we're just councillors, we can offer kind of ward councillors, group leaders who've had direct contact with Aquin or whatever, can contribute to that kind of discussion, but it would only have to be that. For us, we're going to have to leave it down to the professional people, because number one, we're paying them 250 grand to do that as well. We have a qualified legal team here that are working on it, and planning solicitors and our planning officers. So I don't want to be stuck in a Zoom call once a month for 2 hours of all of us disagreeing with each other. I know we'll be cross-party and we are in unity, as it were, in our objection, but I think when it's coming down to the fine print, we're not going to be in any form of kind of agreement, and I worry about that. So my amendment would have just struck that out, and I was going to put we are in agreement, but we should leave it down to the professionals to kind of deal with when we're mounting our objection. Whilst I've not really joined in with any campaigning, I am more than happy to act like Swampy and defend the allotments if the diggers do start coming. So you've heard it here first. I'm ready. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Claire Oudie. Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I echo lots of the sentiments. It's good to see the unity here. I mean, I think some of the points in this motion are good, and I'm pleased to see that people across party support them, especially because I think communication is key, and I think that's one of the things that Viola specifically at the Let's Stop Aquin group has done brilliantly. I mean, their posts all day long are just, they're gold, and the forensic detail that they're going into, I don't think that we could do that here at the City Council ourselves, because Councillor Oudie does make a good point. We're not experts on this, but we are elected to represent these people. And that's why today, myself and Penny were talking with the planning inspector, and I think it's important that people are aware of the opportunities that are coming up. And I have to say, that information has not been fast flowing out of the City Council. And that's no criticism of them directly, because I know that they're snowed under with everything from COVID-19 to having to deal with this. However, the people at Let's Stop Aquin are on it. They're pouring through those thousands of pages of documentation. And I think it's important now that people know about those public opportunities for them to come and talk. I understand, I saw the format today. Councillor Steve Weems is making a deputation. Penny Mordaunt MP is making a deputation. And I'm sure that there are other people here not listed yet will be able to as well. And that is the place to do it. And I think some of the language we've heard today, specifically with regards to the planning inspectorate, is a bit, we're on a bit of ropey grounds on this, because they're civil servants ultimately, and some of the insinuations that I've heard this evening is not helpful. And I have absolute faith in the planning inspectorate in terms of dealing with this in an impartial manner. And so while, of course, I'd share some of the concerns that people have raised, and I'd love to see this dealt with here, and I take the point that France doesn't see this as a project of national insignificance. the UK is not France. We're having to deal within our bounds and frameworks that we have here, and that is unfortunately going through the planning inspectorate in Bristol and Cardiff, I understand, respectively. However, we do have those opportunities that are coming, and I cannot believe for one moment that the planning inspector would not make a fair and impartial decision on this. But I think the only way that we can continue to make our voice heard and to represent our residents is to ensure that we are doing everything to ensure that those representations are made at those levels. And I'm really pleased to see that people across party in Portsmouth are doing just that. They're going that extra mile, they're finding out that difficult detail, and they're ensuring that the right people are getting where they need to be in order to be able to make those representations. And we just need to pray to God that that will be enough, because I take all of your points. It feels like there is absolutely no benefit, only disruption to us as a city. And I completely agree with the points that you make as well, that there are other landing points that would have been much better suited. And you know what, just to touch on a point, Councillor Fielding in Ashmore and I went and visited the new solar panels up in Hilsey on our business park that we built recently, and that are powered by the Tesla batteries. It was fantastic. And the company MDs made some points that we generate so much renewable energy, but we can't put it all back into the grid. So they have to go into these batteries because the grid can't handle it, because it is so outdated. And that's the problem with our national infrastructure. It's actually, we've got a really old nationalised system to a degree, run and operated by private companies that have got a monopoly over these pipes in the ground, cables in the ground, and that's where the problem is. So all of your conspiracy theories, etc., yeah, sure, look, I don't disagree with some of them, but the fact is we've got an old infrastructure, it's not fit for purpose. Yeah, I completely take your points. They probably did choose that substation in Lovedene just purely for convenience and for the easiest ride, but that doesn't mean that's right for our city. And I'm really pleased to see that we're all completely on board, cross-party on this in objecting to it. And I think so far the city should be proud we're doing a good job.
Thank you, Councillor Robert New. Councillor Simon Bosher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I've been listening to the debate with interest. I have to say I was very disappointed from the outset, because I thought this would be a debate that we could all get behind, and generally it seems to be the case. But in regards to comments made by Councillor Jeanette Smith, Councillor Steve Williams has already pointed out that as a council we worked cross-party very effectively to save the dockyard. But I would also venture to suggest that we already have a number of official cross-party working parties, if that's what you want to call them. They're called scrutiny subcommittees that do an awful lot of very, very good work. The fact that they're an official committee, whereas a working party to look at Aquin isn't, is neither here nor there. It happens day in, day out in scrutiny committees where everybody works positively together. Councillor Darren Sanders made a very good point when he was talking about the impacts down the Eastern Corridor. But actually, I would say take it one step further than that. If this goes ahead, it's going to be creating a tsunami that's going to literally ripple across the whole of Portsea Island. Don't forget, we're looking to introduce a clean air zone in the western side of the island, and with the traffic chaos that's going to be created up the eastern side of it, where's that actually going to go? It's going to go down the spine of the island to avoid it. And I'll just read you, I mean, Councillor Sanders mentioned me when I was going through this wonderful missive that I've got amongst all the other side. Aquin themselves say it's estimated that on average it will take 1 week to install the ducts and backfill and restore the surface for a 100-metre section. Do the maths, people, do the maths. That is going to take years to do. Now, the impact on Milton and Eastleigh is well known with the Let's Stop Aquin group, etc. But I just want to talk a little bit about my neck of the woods in Drayton and Farlington, as Darren Sanders alluded to. Because the impact on Drayton and Farlington is actually going to be pretty severe too. It's something that I've been involved with for at least 3 years, And I have to say, Aquin's tactics have bordered on the atrocious, to be quite frank. We have a large elderly population in Drayton and Farlington. It's well known in that respect. Viola Langley's deputation, she described their consultation as being inadequate and poor. Yes, I completely agree with that. But I would also add threatening and worrying to those two comments, because that's exactly the way they've actually been. I've had elderly residents in Drayton and Farlington, some of them living on their own because they've lost partners, that have been receiving very legal correspondence demanding details of their leases, their mortgage, landowner details, all manner of things in that respect, and their personal info. And it has literally worried some of them sick in the way it's actually happened. Now, several years ago, Aquin decided to hold a little public consultation at the Drayton Institute. I turned up there in jeans and T-shirts, primarily. I didn't want to go there in a suit and make it too obvious, but they knew exactly who I was when I actually got there. And even though I went around their little public consultation, listening to some of the views, I was followed around by 3 suits who stood near me on every single board and just shadowed me all the way around. One of their proposed routes, for those people that know about Drayton and Farlington, was the green stretch of land which is adjacent to the Scoutland building. It is primarily Portsmouth Waterland, and the reason it's not developed is because their pipes run close to the surface under that stretch of green area. Aquin announced quite happily that that was their preferred route. That's where they were going. And they were also going to take it straight up through a park, right through a school, Solent Infant School. There happened to be somebody from Portsmouth Water Executive there who I happen to know, who turned to them and said, really? Well, Portsmouth Water have had absolutely no correspondence from Aquin regarding you want to go through our particular land. You won't get that permission in any shape or form, and you won't be able to do it because of the pipe situation. They just didn't know exactly what was going on. I can remember being at an East Southsea neighbourhood forum meeting where Aquin came along with their polished suits and tried to give their vision of what they were trying to do to Portsmouth. And again, I think Councillor Pitt was there actually as well. And I stood up and raised some objections, again, about Drayton and Farlington. I appreciate that I was talking about Drayton and Farlington at the Royal Beach Hotel, but I did actually make the comment to Councillor Pitt once the meeting had finished. I said, you watch this. I said, I won't be allowed to leave this meeting straight away because they'll want to come and have a chat with me. And lo and behold, 3 suits stopped me from leaving because they wanted to have a chat. The whole approach to this is completely diabolical. Now, talking about Drayton and Farlington, if I can, and we've heard a lot about Milton allotments, they want to carve up Farlington football pitches and Zetland Park. They want to put their interconnector route through it, but they also want to annex both of those as storage depots for their heavy machinery for several years. That means 2 large green open spaces for the benefit of the city, particularly Farlington football pitches, if you think about it, will be lost for years. Now, if you actually think about Farlington football pitches, Portsmouth Football Club tried to relocate there, but they lost on environmental grounds for the Brent Geese. So clearly the Brent Geese matter as far as the development is concerned, but they don't matter as far as Aquin are concerned. This is about the route, not necessarily the need for the interconnector, but quite frankly, this route is ill thought out, and Aquin are using bully boy tactics to try and drive a sway through the city. And I really hope that Councillors Oodie and Jeanette Smith can actually get behind this, because the record will show that they opposed it, they didn't support it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kosher. I now have Councillor Steve Pitt. Councillor Steve Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And yes, I can concur that I was at that meeting with you, Simon, and that is what you said, and that is what happened. A rare occasion when we completely agree with each other, but on this one we do. And also some of the concerns raised by Councillor Williams earlier on and by Councillor Bosher about Farlington. The allotments has taken a lot of the focus over the last few weeks, understandably so. As you know, because I declared it at the start of the meeting, my own partner has one of the allotments there. And is on the allotment committee, in fact, and her plot is one of the ones where Aquin are refusing to give clarity over their intentions. It's causing a huge amount of concern for the allotment holders in both Eastney Lake and Milton Peace, and also Hope Cottage. They are very upset and they just want to know what's going on. So when we, Tristan Samuels and I, wrote a joint letter to them to tell them what the current state of play was, Aquin quickly followed up with a letter assuring everyone that they had no intentions whatsoever of any surface excavation of the allotments, and that they would only follow the paths, and it would be up by underground horizontal drilling. That sounds very encouraging. Unfortunately, their application allows them to do exactly that across a large piece of the allotments. So until they amend their application to reflect what they're prepared to put in writing to the allotment holders, we can have no confidence whatsoever that this company is going to behave in an open and transparent manner, because they haven't from the very beginning. I remember having to take phone calls from residents who were, same as Simon did, where they were getting letters talking about potentially compulsory purchase of their properties, asking them what land interests they had. One guy completely just enraged in Loxway Road because his mother thought that somebody was going to come and take her house from her. When we met with these guys quite early on, similar experiences to Councillor Donna Jones on this, they just seem completely oblivious to the concerns that we have about the amount of disruption this will cause in our city. And the director of Aquin, who's been referred to other times in the meeting, I said to him, if you march into Portsmouth and start trying to do what you're currently trying to do without proper consultation and without explaining why you're doing it and how you intend to do it, you will have seen nothing compared to the barricades approach that you will get from local residents, and you will have all 42 members of Portsmouth City Council standing next to them. He seemed utterly oblivious to this, and his PR consultants dived in very quickly, trying to row back from their position. And actually, that's what they've done throughout. It doesn't matter what we say, even though it's very, very clear what the application states. They just muddy and disseminate and try to confuse. So actually, I do support this motion wholeheartedly. I think the important bit, the most important bit that we can get out of this is that we do have a cross-party understanding of what the objections are that we are raising, so that we can clearly communicate to our residents how we are objecting to this, because they're going to hold us to account if they don't think we've done a good job. So understanding that the motion is not asking us to interfere with the professional job of officers, it is saying that we will support a strong evidence-based objection to the application. That is the work the officers are doing. The idea of working together is that we can understand the nature of that and get wholeheartedly behind it and support it. This cannot be a party political issue. It should not be a party political issue. Whatever's happened nationally, I can confirm that at the very early stages of this, Councillor Donna Jones contacted both myself and the leader of the council and said that she would wholeheartedly support the administration's objections to this application, and that is what we have had throughout. I'm obviously very interested in supporting the Drayton and Farlington councillors in particular, because Farlington Playing Fields and Zetland Park come under my portfolio and I'm responsible for them, and I completely agree that what is proposed to happen to them is utterly unacceptable, in the same way that interruptions of the land use down in Eastney and Craneswater with this 3-metre high building they want to put in there is also completely unacceptable. Digging up the Eastern Road for years on end is completely unacceptable. Digging up the whole of Farlington Avenue is completely unacceptable, and I remember Simon pointing out that that included digging up the access way to a school. How on earth were the children supposed to get to school? And Aquin's response to all of this, Lord Mayor, is always the same. oh, you're worrying about nothing. Don't worry, it'll all be okay. There won't be any disruption. Well, none of the 42 members of Portsmouth City Council believe them, and we need to work together to make sure that we are getting the message out very clearly that there may be a role for interconnectors. We do have needs to make sure that our infrastructure in the UK is properly supported and that we do have a stable electricity supply for the people of the UK. What we don't need is this coming through the most densely populated city on the south coast through a route that makes absolutely zero sense. And it's our job to work together to support our officers and our consultants and council to make sure that we mount the very strongest objection that we possibly can to this ridiculous proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Pitt. I have no more requests to speak. So I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Luke Stubbs, to sum up, and then a vote will be taken.
Lord Mayor, you can't see him, but Councillor Jonas was indicating.
Okay. Councillor Frank Jonas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I believe I was one of the first councillors alongside Councillor Hugh Mason to attend a meeting where we met the representatives of Aquin. From the very first moment they started speaking to us, there was no conciliatory language. When asked why Portsmouth, they actually couldn't say so. They just said, well, this is where we're coming ashore, that's it. When we asked them if they looked at any other options, no. So from day one, they have been determined that they will come through Portsmouth, including, as Matthew Winting said, the dog leg as they're coming across the channel to actually head for Portsmouth when there's a much closer way. We suggested why not Thorney Island, where apart from one or two MOD places, they could put a line straight through to Lovedene. Wouldn't consider anything. I'm afraid all our hopes rely on the planning inspectorate. They do not care. They have not thought of any other route. They've just got plan A. That's to land at Eastney and end up at Lovedene through going through the centre of Portsmouth. I believe Councillor Hugh Mason will back me up on this. We were two of the first councillors to engage with them. Well, engage with them is the wrong word. They wouldn't engage. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
That quickly is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Frank Jonas, and thank you, Councillor Hugh Mason, for confirming that. Okay, again, there are nobody else asking to speak, so can I call upon Councillor Luke Stubbs to sum up before we take the vote? Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm actually feeling quite distracted at the moment, but it's got nothing to do with the debate, and it's got everything to do with the mouse I've just seen running over my floor. And I want to know where it's come in, and I want to try and get it. So 4 floors up. I've lived here for 11 years. How do you get mice when you're 4 floors up? I don't know, but I've got some mice. Thank you all for the debate, and I think generally speaking it's been a useful and positive debate. There's only 1 or 2 points really to make in response. Certainly to Councillor Ferret, I mean, for me personally, and I can't speak for everyone else, I'm in favour of nuclear power, and I think it is part of the solution for the energy problems in this country. And certainly, yes, energy security matters as well. And if you don't have connectivity to France and other places, because you can't meaningfully store electricity, the total amount you have to generate across both countries will be greater and not less. So my concern certainly is about the route rather than about the principle of having interconnectors to the European continent. To Councillor Corkery about donations to the Conservative Party, well, all I can say is that nothing's come to us locally and in any way. I can't speak for the National Party, but I can speak for the local one, and as constituency treasurer for the South as well. No. I think it was a good point about the Stop Aquins group and inviting them, and I'm glad that Councillor Vernon Jackson has made positive noises about that. And with respect to Fort Cumberland, yes, that is most definitely a problem which Councillor Whittington identified. You know, and it's not just that. I mean, the amount of money which is likely to be forthcoming for the loss of that parking area will be minimal because of its current use. Now, of course, you know, well, if any no one's psychic, but if you knew in advance that someone was going to try to acquire that land for a song for permanent use, then that will be something that may have ended up in a different place. But here we are. So I'm glad we've had this debate. I think that this is. I'm looking forward to the motion being passed, and we all need to do what we can to resolve this matter. And thanks for the comments that people have made about my mouse. And
yes, thank you very much, Councillor Luxus, for some. And members, come on. All right, I know you're trying to help him out with those chat comments about dealing with that. Okay, maybe it's a secret Aquin mouse. Who knows? Members, shall we move to the vote? So first of all, I just need to ask members whether any are going to object or abstain.
Lord Mayor, can I call for a recorded vote, please?
Stuart, do we need to ask members first of all whether they want a recorded vote?
Well, Lord Mayor, it's effectively, if someone wishes to object, and it's almost the same as a roll call, except we'll put it in the minutes. If that's the will of the members. Normally, the old standing order said 8 people standing, but I don't think there's a requirement for that today because that rule doesn't really apply now. So I imagine that would be triggered. Yes. Okay, so let's go for the vote then. Okay. Stuart, do you want to read the roll call? Yes, of course, Lord Mayor. So, as per usual, I'll read your names out, and if you could indicate whether you're for, against, or wish to abstain. Okay, Councillor Rob Wood, Lord Mayor.
For.
Councillor Ashmore.
For.
Councillor Atkins.
For.
Councillor Atwell.
For.
Councillor Bosher.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coles.
For.
Councillor Corkery.
For.
Councillor Dowling.
For.
Councillor Fazakerley.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Ferret.
For.
Is that for, Councillor Ferret? Okay, thank you. Councillor Fuller. Councillor Fuller? Okay, don't think I can hear.
Stuart, please.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. Councillor Heaney?
For.
Councillor Hockaday?
For.
Okay,
Councillor Hooper?
can you first of all, somebody put their mic on and we can hear? You just can't hear.
Yeah.
Councillor Hunt, Lord Mayor, I think it is.
Okay. All right. I think I've got as far as Councillor Hockaday, who was for. Councillor Hooper. I think it might. Well, that's okay. Okay. Councillor Hooper.
Yes, I said for.
Sorry, Councillor Hooper.
No problem.
Councillor Horton.
For.
Councillor Hunt.
For.
Councillor Jonas.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jones.
For.
Councillor Madden.
For.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
For.
Councillor Lee Mason.
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Norton.
For, please, Stuart.
Beg your pardon. Councillor Morgan.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Geminu.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Robert New.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Peter Harris.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pitt.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Purvis.
For.
Councillor Sanders.
For.
Councillor Smith.
As I have a commitment on local groups, for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Stagg.
For.
Councillor Smythe.
For.
Councillor Stubbs.
For.
Councillor Swan. Councillor Swan.
For.
Councillor Symes.
4.
Councillor Udi,
Abstain.
Councillor Vernon Jackson,
4.
Councillor Weems,
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Winnington,
4, Mr. Ackland.
thank you, and Councillor Tom Wood.
4.
Thank you. Peter, if you don't mind just totalling those up, please.
Lord Mayor, I have 39 for, 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Therefore, the proposal is carried, and that concludes that motion. Moving to motion C. Is this motion concerning free school meals proposed by Councillor Horton and seconded by Councillor Pitt? Councillor Horton.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Seconded by you, Councillor Pitt?
Yes, Lord Mayor, and reserve my right to speak later in the debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Susie Horton, to present and speak to her motion. Councillor Susie Horton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On Saturday, when there was an announcement about the U-turn on free school meals for Christmas by the government, I had a quick check back at our notice of motion to see whether it was still relevant or needed to be amended. In actual fact, I sort of predicted that there may be a U-turn, so actually it is as stands, although I'm quickly checking my phone because hot off the press is a little bit more detailed. So I'll try and amend what I was going to say with the information that I've just received about the new scheme. So despite the U-turn announcing a COVID winter grant scheme, which we're now just beginning to get the details of, the recommendations of the notice of motion still stand. We're still not absolutely clear how much we will get and the details of that. And so we were thinking about the 7,050 families already eligible for free school meals, and decided that whatever came forward from this this new scheme, we would honour our commitment to have the 2-week voucher for those families eligible for free school meals. Because, of course, there's ever increasing numbers of families who don't have low enough income to qualify and who are caught in this poverty trap of increasing food prices and other expenses whilst facing reduced or suppressed wages. So just to emphasise that commitment by the administration to provide those holiday vouchers. And of course, we welcome any additional money from the government to subsidise the work that we're already doing and the plans for further work on tackling poverty as outlined in the recent Tackling Poverty Strategy, which was approved by Cabinet just last week. And the reason the administration stepped up a few weeks following the Commons vote a few weeks ago and pledged that children on free school meals in the city would not go hungry this Christmas was quite simply because whatever the financial challenges for local councils, we need to stand up for our most vulnerable children. And we know that that the amount of money that was being quoted at the time was nowhere near going to plug that multi-million financial black hole that we found ourselves in. But we knew that these 7,000 families need to be prioritised. What was absolutely unimaginable at the time was seeing the impact that this high-profile national decision to not fund free school meals would have. It was in a way like it gave people permission to be really open about their struggle in feeding their families. And as I said last week at the Cabinet meeting where we discussed the Council's poverty strategy, COVID-19 has shone a really massive bright light on already present inequalities, whether that be food inequality, energy inequality or digital inequalities. Whilst the half-term vouchers response from the community to provide meals was truly kind of not only impressive but quite humbling, whether that be individuals, businesses, charities, community voluntary sector, churches or mutual aid groups. It demonstrates this city has a lot to give as well as having a lot of need, but it's not sustainable long term to maintain these emergency responses. And of course, there's already been established long-term responses in the form of holiday food and fun at the adventure playgrounds, for example. But we've known for a long time that they're barely papering the cracks as demand for food banks and applications for free school meals go up month on month, year on year, even before the COVID pandemic. And as has been documented in other areas, the applications for free school meals is 1,000 up in the last few months since the pandemic. I also made reference last week at the Cabinet to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I don't apologise for saying it again, because any student of education, sociology, psychology for the last few decades will be very familiar with it, and actually probably most other people too. But it basically says that you can't learn, you can't have positive mental health and relationships and live a fulfilling life unless you have the basics, i.e. adequate food and shelter. And there's not a day that goes by when I don't think of the significance of that theory. And actually, it's the reason why free school meals have always been at the heart of our universal education system that we have in this country. When there's the equality of access to the basics, then people can be empowered to help themselves. And of course, this came up a little bit in the first notice of motion today around universal wages. But we need a response from the government to ensure that all families have access to sufficient means to not just survive but flourish. And in the meantime, we as a council, along with the wider community, can step in to help. So the first indications of the money will be population based, and it will be around food, energy and water associated costs. We need as a council to be ready to deliver this in early December, and it will partly be done through already established holiday schemes and the Healthy Start vouchers, as well as money for DEFRA support of food banks. That's the information I've literally just got hot off the press. So more work to be done on this. Thankfully, we already have a meeting tomorrow with the Tackling Poverty Coordinator, which was organised on the back of deciding that we would go ahead with the free school meals anyway. So it looks very positive that we will have extra money to do those things. So just a final point is to send a clear message to ensure that this structural change for the poorest families via free school meals replaces the structural poverty that the pandemic has highlighted. So please support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Susie Horton. Are there any amendments to this motion which have been proposed and seconded and circulated, if not done so already? Stuart.
Lord Mayor, we have received an amendment in the name of Councillor Stubbs, so and to be seconded by Councillor Jones. Councillor Stubbs, I don't know whether you wish that to be loaded up on the screen at this point as you propose it. I'll leave that to you and the Lord Mayor.
Yes, please do
Okay.
so. Distributed. I don't know how you're going to be distributing amendments electronically, but please share it with everyone at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So meanwhile, I just want to check on that as that is being distributed, and before people have had a chance to do it, can I just confirm that Councillor Stubbs, you are proposing this, and who is your seconder?
I think Councillor Jones.
Yeah, we need Councillor Jones to kindly second that.
Yeah, I second that, Lord Mayor, and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
So hopefully, Lord Mayor, everyone can see the amendment up on the screen now.
Right. Members, hopefully that could stay on for a few minutes more, if it could, Peter,
Yeah.
just to make sure people assess that. But members now, are there any other, Stuart, are you aware of any other amendments?
That's the only amendment I have, Lord Mayor, on this item.
All right.
Obviously, this will be loaded onto the website as well, where the agenda papers are.
Okay, right. So members, just be aware of that. If you need to refer back to it if it disappears it is being loaded up to the website, which would have been emailed to you earlier. Okay, the matter is now before council to debate, and the first person who's requested to speak is Councillor Jeanette Smith.
Well,
Councillor
sorry, Lord Mayor. Do you not wish Councillor Stubbs to speak initially on his amendment, or do you feel that?
Okay. Yes. Sorry. Thanks for the correction. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's getting late. Councillor Luke Stubbs, do you wish to speak to this amendment?
Hello, Councillor Stubbs.
I'm not sure if he's trying to catch that mouse again.
Okay.
Luke, are you there?
Are you there? He has obviously.
Am I on now?
Yes.
Yes.
You are.
Right. Apologies for that. Yes, I will say a few words. As Councillor Horton correctly said during her introduction, there has been a change in the government position this week, and it is both in respect to free school meals and, of course, about furlough. And so this amendment is to reflect that. Now, so that's fundamentally where we're coming from. So I would want to make the point as well that we are at a time of a shrinking economy, and I think that it is important to protect the poorest, but we shouldn't pretend these things are easy. We shouldn't just pretend we can just somehow find more money again, because where does it come from? But this is an important thing. I mean, look, I am happy with what the government has done, and it's also a positive. I think that the funding, or the bigger part of the funding, will come through local authorities rather than being done directly through government. They could have done it through academies, in effect, if they were looking to. Because they've had the records of who's on free school meals or not. So I am pleased that we've received this money. That's what this amendment is about, and I hope members will consider it. And with that, I'm going to go and look for my mouse.
Thank you, Councillor Luke Stubbs. So, as I said, it's now open to debate. People have reserved their right to speak later, and if they do, they would need to indicate that they want to speak, and I'll take them in order. So to begin with, Councillor Jeanette Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Following sort of Councillor Udi's honesty when she speaks of her experiences, this is going to be quite a hard speech for me because this is mine. Free school meals is a stigma of poverty. It is something you never shake. Poverty affects your mental health, your self-worth, and much, much more. All my childhood was in poverty, and stark poverty. As a child, you are hungry, you are cold, you are feeling you are not the same as other children. Even your uniform is bought for you, your food is bought for you, and you don't feel that, and even though my mum had 2 jobs, you feel that you're not part of the normal society. So 81% increase in food banks dependency is something we should never applaud or accept, although they are a necessity in these times. The administration and Portsmouth Hive, through their Tackling Poverty Action Plan for the city, it should also be a long-term plan to give some certainty to people who find themselves in poverty, and that figure is growing. This includes free school meals, which is the essence of this motion. We need to do far more than just for school holidays, and I'm sure everybody in this council will agree with that. However, I would like to thank Councillor Udi for her immense work during half term. Many families owe her a grateful thanks because many families were fed during that week. Also thanks to Councillor Susie Horton, who raised the matter very early when it was announced that the government were not going to pay during half term. And I support this motion without reservation because the people of the city, the children of the city, really need us to step up to the plate in regards to poverty. It's our biggest pandemic rather than COVID, and mental health of that is also going to be the biggest effect coming out of it. So I wholly support this motion, and I hope everybody else does too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jeanette Smith, for that heartfelt speech there. Can I move on to Councillor Stephen Morgan?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I would like to start by paying tribute to Marcus Rushford, the food banks in our communities and all small businesses across Portsmouth who've stepped up to support vulnerable local families and children in our city when the government would not. Lord Mayor, this motion does raise a number of important and concerning issues, and I thank Councillor Horton for bringing it forward today. In the UK today, 4.2 million children live in poverty. 2.5 million children live in food insecure households without access to food they need to learn, play and grow. And with the number of free school meals rising again sharply to over 7,000 in Portsmouth alone, this has been a growing issue for some time. As this pandemic and economic crisis continues, the steep rise will only get worse. So this motion today alludes to the government decision last month to block a plan to provide free school meals over the school holidays that would have ensured the poorest children in our society have at least one healthy and nutritious meal a day. It's a pity this motion fails to mention that it was actually a Labour motion in an opposition debate in the House of Commons, which led to get the government to change course. This detail was also lacking in one of the Lib Dems' mailings to residents when it forgot to mention Labour MPs, including myself, voted for the extension of holiday food provision. However, many local authorities across England, controlled by very different parties, thankfully did intervene to protect families and children most at risk, with some going the important step further, providing them with over half-term period food needed as well. But of course, Lord Mayor, a lot has changed since this motion, as Councillor Norton's already said, and both nationally the local picture is now very different. We are now in a period of national lockdown with many young children and vulnerable families now at greater risk. We also now know that whilst furlough has been extended, there are still 3 million people in this country that have been excluded from that support. My Lord Mayor, we know also that the government has U-turned on its decision for funding for free school meals through holidays for these families. But like so many times we have seen from this government, it's too little, too late. And as a result of this government's repeated refusal to act 2 weeks ago, 7.2 million free school meals were missed. But when the official opposition called for a debate on this issue in the last 3 weeks, we saw some of the most dehumanising and insensitive language used to justify government incompetence. This sort of language and behaviour is completely unacceptable and devoid of any real grasp of the issues at hand or the people that face them. Lord Mayor, it is our city and our country's sense of compassion that has shone through when charities and businesses across Portsmouth stepped up to ensure that children in our country did not go hungry over half term, when sadly the government refused to do this. But there is further concern of the increase in the need of this provision as we move into the next year. According to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, it estimates that the proposed cut to universal credit in 2021 will push hundreds of thousands of children into poverty. This will then force more vulnerable families and children to go once again rely on food banks when they could not depend on government. Many families, including in Portsmouth and in my own ward of Charles Dickens, have had to depend on food banks through the half-term period to get the support that they need in their families and for their children. Across the UK, England was the last region to provide this critical needed support. And according to Marcus Rashford and his task force, this will improve the lives of 1.7 million children. The government was right to eventually provide the support that is needed, but it has now come far too late. For me, Lord Mayor, politics is about making sure people have a roof over their head, families have food on their table, and they know support for their children is there when they need it. It's why on a matter of such importance like this, ministers cannot be picking favourites when its impacts could have incredibly damaging outcomes for some of the most vulnerable families and children in our society. So in conclusion, Lord Mayor, the Labour Group will support any action which helps end the shameful deprivation that we see in our city and finally bring an end to food poverty. And this council should too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stephen Morgan. I must say I'm also proud of Portsmouth for stepping up. We move on. Before we move on, I see Councillor Lee Hunt has his hand up. I noticed that. Councillor Hunt, can you just confirm you actually wanted to speak as well on that?
Yeah, sorry, Lord Mayor. I didn't do RTS. I'm really sorry.
Yeah. Can I just let members know that I have Councillor John Ferret next, and I saw your hand before Councillor Matthew Atkins, so I will cut to you between Councillor John Ferret and Councillor Matthew Atkins. Okay, Councillor John Ferret.
Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor. I don't intend to give a sermon on this, but try and provide, let's say, some balance in terms of the debate. I think in terms of the amendment that's been put forward by Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Jones, I think the support from government throughout this crisis has been undeniable. I don't think there would have been a different approach, for example, had we had a Labour government in terms of the overall package and in terms of things such as furlough. So I think, I take Councillor Stubbs' point in terms of the amount of money that has been spent during a crisis by necessity. But clearly that does leave public spending deficits, debt, in quite a perilous position, but it's money that had to be spent. I think there are issues around targeting and the way that money's been targeted. I think the Institute of Fiscal Studies has spoken about the furlough scheme and about potential fraud, billions of pounds that may have taken place, whilst at the same time we've had millions of people who haven't received any money at all, some self-employed people, freelancers. So whilst the government have thrown a lot of money at the situation, there are clearly people that have fallen through the cracks and where it could have been better targeted. I asked the question, how the hell have the government ended up in a position where it looks like Marcus Rashford's running the country? I think there is quite a straightforward answer to that question, and that is Boris Johnson and Dominic Cummings. And that's Boris Johnson and Dominic Cummings purging all of the sensible, common sense Tory MPs from the party and running it as if it's a cabal and ordering MPs and activists that they must support whatever the line is, which they do, and they're marched up that particular hill. And then because of forces such as Marcus Rashford, of all people, they then have to U-turn and MPs and activists are made to look ridiculous for defending things such as not providing free school meals for vulnerable children. So I'm hoping, I know there are sensible people in the Tory party in Portsmouth, and there are still sensible people across the country. I'm hoping that at some point they recognise that Boris Johnson, Dominic Cummings, that where they have taken their party, because they're taking that party in the same route as the Republican Party in America, and we can all see what's happening over there. I'm always wary when parties are trying to score particular political points on issues such as this. It was only a few short years ago the Liberal Democrats were closing Sure Start centres down in Portsmouth and funneling millions of pounds into the Pyramid Centre because they thought that would provide them with some political advantage. So I think parties have to recognise that the needs of vulnerable children should always be a priority. They should be paramount. As I understand it, this country has signed up to the International Convention on the Rights of the Child, which states that the welfare of children is an absolute priority and is something that governments need to be focused on. So I think we all need to remember that. I totally endorse the motion, if not necessarily some of the political point scoring behind it. And I also implore Tory colleagues to do something to get their party back to a mainstream common sense position.
Thank you, Councillor John Ferret. I'm now going to allow Councillor Lee Hunt to speak at this point. Councillor Lee Hunt.
Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, jolly good. So, Lord Mayor, we had a debate earlier on about unaccompanied minors arriving here, which some of our Conservative councillors claimed was the most important item on the agenda today. Well, I think I can honestly say that for the people of Portsmouth, this debate is as equally important because, you know, putting food into the bellies of silly children here is just as important the matters we were discussing earlier on. And I listened with interest to Councillor Morgan, MP. I'm sorry to say that when I went onto the Labour page to tell them what me and my family were doing, our post, and it wasn't political at all. I congratulated them for what they were doing nationally and locally, and the post got taken down. And so my nipper went on again and put it back up again, and it got taken down again, and so that went on. And in the end, they blocked him. And all we were doing was saying, you can come and get some food here. So, you know, I don't think that was wise, and it was a great shame, really and truly, because everybody was working together. So I didn't really see the reason for it. But Lord Mayor, when a mean government failed to step in, a generous Portsmouth stepped up. You know, and even though Conservative MPs pointed to £63 million allocated to councils on June 11th, council leaders of all colours across the country exposed this nasty sleight of hand. And for example, the Conservative leader in Warwickshire County Council stated that the £63 million allocated across England to vulnerable people struggling to feed themselves and get essentials during this COVID problem was not enough to fund half-term school meals too. But even so, those Tory MPs refused to step in. So people here in Portsmouth stepped up. And now a massive grassroots response is obliging those same MPs to think again. But as yet, we still don't know exactly what it means, but the news from Councillor Horton, obviously today, is very welcome. And it looks like our administration, the Liberal Democratic administration in Portsmouth, will continue to use the funds it has identified to tackle the poverty and the food poverty, which we've heard about throughout the debate so far. And Lord Mayor, when this came out, my family knew the government was wrong. So we decided to do something about it. And starting off with our own money, we made up bags to tackle half-term hunger. And those bags contained a loaf of bread, buttery spread, cheese, ham, jam, biscuits, a bottle of squash, fruit and biscuits. And each bag to last one child for half-term. We went online and we told people about this and what we were doing. And food donations came pouring in, arriving at our doorstep, even sent by Amazon, enabling us to help feed more and more hungry children with food. So again, where the government failed to step in, Portsmouth stepped up. And thanks to so much generosity and working all day and going out every day, late into the evening, we were able to help at least 350 families, delivering food to hungry children. And Lord Mayor, again, where the government failed to step in, Portsmouth people stepped up, with residents coming to our home from Drayton, Cosham, North End, Milton, East, South, East Hampshire, everywhere. And we were able to redistribute that food to hungry children. So again, the government failed to step in, Portsmouth residents stepped up. And it didn't matter where they came from, everybody knew that the government had got it wrong. And that mean government decision has been forced into a U-turn now. We've heard news about that today. And Lord Mayor, we witnessed the poverty in kitchens with empty shelves and empty cupboards with no food. And the children were so excited that they came to the door and said, "Is that food, Mummy?" And members, it is getting worse. Even reaching up right to the families you perhaps wouldn't expect. A family with an expensive car in the driveway being repossessed. And both wage earners having lost their jobs, looking to wait for universal credit. A nurse whose mum contacted us on the grounds that she had not eaten for 3 days, but had fed her children instead. And she said her mother mailed us to say how great was the feeling of eating again. There were lots of stories like that, and I'm not ashamed to say it made me cry. It made my family cry to see these little children saying thank you for the bits and pieces that we sent them. And Lord Mayor, we spent a week of our own lives helping people, but they have to live with this poverty and hardship. But tears and heartache do not fill the bellies of hungry children. So I'm very pleased with the work that this council is doing, led by our Liberal Democrat administration, and to hear the commitment to the funding that we're going to do over Christmas and beyond. Lord Mayor, the price of food is rocketing. You only have to go in and buy food. It is absolutely rocketing. It's soaked up all the increase in the universal credit rise so fast easily, and food poverty is getting worse. Lord Mayor, the government made a mistake, didn't it? Over half term, it was a really bad decision. It looked parsimonious compared to what they paid in the Eat Out, Eat In campaign, which I think was nearly £500 million. Yet over the summer holidays, they paid out 120 million for 6 weeks to feed children. Lord Mayor, when MPs and Lords are sat in the House of Commons, filling their bellies with the best of food, and children in this city and across the United Kingdom are going hungry, something has to be very wrong indeed. And Portsmouth people know that. That's why they were so generous with their food and their money in helping so many people. And as others have said, it was the Fleur-de-Lis Football Club. It was the Hive. It was people like Jerry Brown who are doing this all year round. And this problem, of course, is getting worse. Councillor Horton has already described how many more children are claiming free school meals now, up to 7,150, and more people going to food banks. So something is going very wrong in our society.
Councillor Hunt.
Yes, go ahead, Lord Mayor. Have I got to finish?
Yes, please.
Have I got over my 6 minutes?
More than.
Yeah, all done. Well, I'll be quiet now, everybody. You've got the gist of what I'm saying. I think that we should really do all that we can. No child in this city should go hungry, and no child should be cold. So give them a roof over their head and make sure they're fed. And I think MPs, those that made this decision, should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lee Hunt. Councillor Matthew Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to begin with, the reason that this, I said that the debate at the start of the meeting was the most important because it's the only one where we're in breach of our statutory obligations. Councillor Hunt likes to make these grand emotional speeches, but he doesn't much like to have his facts straight. The government is in breach neither of legal nor moral obligations on poverty. It has done everything it possibly can throughout the COVID crisis to support both workers and low-income families, and the statistics speak for themselves. The one area where I do agree with Councillor Hunt, and I do want to emphasise, is that I want to pay tribute and congratulate all those people who have worked so hard across Portsmouth during the COVID crisis to ensure people are fed, the voluntary organisations that stepped in, the people who helped their neighbours, helped the poor in their communities, and the council workers and indeed the administration who've worked hard throughout COVID to distribute food, to distribute funding, to distribute PPE. And I do recognise that work. But we have been in a state of national crisis as a result of COVID, during which the government has taken extensive steps to provide for those who are poorest and most vulnerable in society. They added over £1,000 a year or £20 a week, whichever way you want to look at it, to universal credit right at the start of the pandemic. They put in place a furlough scheme, which has over the course of the last few months cost more than £220 billion. They passed that fund of £63 million to councils to help with hardship. They increased local housing allowances to a tune of 500 million. They gave food bank charities £16 million. So yeah, when it came to an opposition day motion where the Labour Party proposed a somewhat impractical extension of a voucher scheme that the government felt they had provided for in a different way, it already funded, the Conservative MPs voted against it. Part of the reason they voted against it, by the way, and this is an example really of Liberal Democrats failing to understand their policy on the right hand is proposing when speaking with their left hand. The policy behind providing it through universal credit was to give people the actual cash in their hands so they could choose how to spend it. It's about that freedom and that choice that you get with universal basic income. It's one of the key arguments for it. The scheme for providing people school meals was done through a food voucher scheme, which actually proved quite controversial, if you remember, and actually led to some stigma of parents and stories in the news media about people trying to spend it on cigarettes and alcohol, which is probably highly unrepresentative of the people who were generally in receipt. So actually that scheme was not perfect, and so the government had sought to replace it through other funding measures. Yes, you're right that there then was something of a backlash, and so the government felt, yeah, there was perhaps a moral argument in favour of putting at least as much money into school meals as there was into the Eat Out to Help Out scheme, and that's why the Prime Minister contacted Marcus Rashford earlier this week to tell him that they're putting £400 million more on top of all that previous funding into feeding the poorest in our society, and they're distributing it mainly through councils. So Councillor Hunt and the administration will have the chance to see that that reaches the people in need who most need it. But to turn around and to propose a motion and to reject an amendment which recognises the government's contribution is just pure hypocrisy once again from the Liberal Democrat administration. What we have is a situation where the government has done everything it can within reasonable finances, and in fact far beyond reasonable financial norms, to provide for the people of this country during a time of crisis leading to economic recession. It's irresponsible to keep demanding more and more money all the time and accusing the government of being mean or hypocritical at the extent that we are currently supporting this nation through financial borrowing, which will have to be paid back through future taxation. We are spending the money of future generations on this on these issues. We need to recognise that. We need to recognise both that the government has provided for the poorest in society in a generous way, in a way that takes account of the needs of the most vulnerable, that will feed the children and poorest in society. They've done so earlier this year. They did so again this week, responding to public pressure. But at the end of the day, this is money that will eventually have to be paid back, and we need to take a responsible approach. That's why I think the Conservative amendment to this motion is appropriate, and why I think we need to be honest with the people of Portsmouth about the amount of money that the government has poured into this city over the last few months to support the most vulnerable and the hungry in society, including all the children that Councillor Hunt spoke so passionately about. This has all been paid for.
Thank you, Councillor Matt Atkins. Councillor Cal Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, for me, the mark of a decent and humane society is how it looks out for those people who cannot look after themselves. Kids in low-income households living below the poverty line suffer the consequences of deprivation in which they had no part in bringing about. It is vital then that we do all we can to ensure that no child goes without, and that all have the kind of support and opportunities necessary to go on to live a happy and rewarded life. Poverty has become so normalised in modern Britain that it almost seems inevitable, an unavoidable consequence that we can do little about. But let me be clear, poverty is a political choice. Governments can choose to address and reduce poverty through their policies, or they can do the opposite. Now, I don't think I could ever be accused of being an uncritical supporter of the new Labour governments, but one area in which they clearly made significant inroads was in addressing child poverty through massive investment in decent welfare provision and support services for families in need. Between 1997 and 2010, financial support for an out-of-work lone parent with one child was 20% higher in real terms, and 36% higher for a lone parent working part-time on a low wage. At the same time, regeneration funding was poured into deprived areas like Charles Dickens Ward, funding children's centres, community buildings and activities for young people and families. While it is arguable, and I'll probably accept that maybe not enough was done to address the structural causes of poverty and deprivation, there were at least substantial efforts to mitigate the worst of the consequences. Then came the 2010 general election and the onset of a decade of austerity, which saw the destruction of many vital public services, sustained attacks on the poor and vulnerable, and a subsequent rise in child poverty and other forms of deprivation. Fast forward to January 2020, and we have a shocking 44% of children living in Charles Dickens wards now eligible to claim free school meals, a figure that is now sought to have soared to well over 50% as a result of events this year. I was genuinely upset by the government's decision not once, but twice vote down support for these children by providing them with food throughout the holiday periods, because I knew well the families who would be directly affected. However, the response from the country, led of course by Marcus Rashford through social media campaigning, was incredible, and that more than restored my faith in humanity. Projects sprung up in every community to ensure that no child went without, and I was delighted to be able to visit one of those with the brilliant team at Lamport Community Centre, who were doing their bit to help feed low-income families from local schools. Of particular note, it's also got to be the Free My Meal initiative, in which Councillor Udy was involved and has already been mentioned by Councillor Smith. I think it's also worth just quickly also noting the great community work that is done by our football club and its charitable arm, Pompey in the Community, which is something that's been long-standing for many years, a whole series of community initiatives and charity work. But particularly over lockdown, they really sprang into action to support the Hive and other community groups in supporting low-income families, particularly with food provision. And I know that was really valued and important. The resulting government U-turn that's recently come, I think, could be seen by a mile off by the country. And a lot of people have quickly turned against the government on that basis. Although not everyone could see it coming a mile off, apparently, as I note the comments from some local Tory representatives, such as Councillor Norton in the local paper, supporting the decision not to extend free school meals. I wonder if they have now U-turned in line with the government, and perhaps Councillor Norton can tell us when he speaks later on in this debate. I think extra support for free school meal kids during the holidays is a step forward, but of course it is not enough. Extending provision to all households in receipt of universal credit, as suggested by this motion, will be a welcome further development. But we also need to continue to strive to tackle poverty and deprivation wherever it exists, especially at the root causes: insecure jobs, poverty wages, benefits which have been slashed, and unaffordable housing. I just hope that this recent interest in tackling poverty does not prove to be a flash in the pan, and we can instead work together to ensure that everything in our power is done, not only to address poverty, but to stop it occurring in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cal Corkery. I now move to Councillor Terry Norton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I want to pick up on some of the commitments above and beyond that the government have made. Councillor Atkins very kindly picked up some of them, so I'll try not to read every single one of them. But there are many, many more. Starting with charities helping with food being allocated 16 million. The government have raised the personal tax allowance to 12,500. Housing benefit has been adjusted to help people with their rent. The Magic Breakfast Club, launched by the DFE, have meant that 650 more children are receiving or benefiting from an £11.8 million boost in disadvantaged areas. Many breakfast clubs in schools aren't full at the moment. They're not being not taking those facilities, and that's a shame if that money's been allocated there. They've raised the minimum wage from £8.72 from £5.80 at the beginning of 2020. 4 million households on low income have benefited from increasing working tax and universal credit. Universal credit itself was raised by £1,000. The holiday activities programme for vulnerable children during the summer was launched. The government's welfare reforms have meant that an extra 50,000 children in England have become eligible for free school meals recently, and the eligibility itself for free school meals has temporarily been extended to include families that have no recourse to public funds during the autumn. So all in all, this does paint a picture of it builds into the 220 billion pounds that the government have recently laid out because of this pandemic to help families, and that was before the second wave of furlough was announced. Now, that to me doesn't build this image of a government that are mean and that aren't listening. That to me builds an image of a government that are doing all they can to support and to make some tough decisions there. Now, don't get me wrong, you know, the image of a child going hungry is a dreadful one, but I do think it's one that's being exploited, and I hope that there's no virtue signalling involved here. I really do. Only the integrity of members, you know, only they can tell me from integrity as to whether that's happening or not. But the reason I say that I worry that it's being exploited is because, to my understanding, and perhaps Councillor Morgan MP can correct me on this, and please do if I've got it wrong. My understanding that actually the vote on the 21st of October, on that Wednesday, was a vote that had no executive power attached to it at all. It was a backbench debate, and that wouldn't have put a single meal on a table. To do that, my understanding is that there has to be a vote on money. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I do have to look at what it's triggered and the responses that have come from that. Also, it's important, I think, to talk about the picture locally. So we know that there are just over 7,000 children eligible for free school meals. We know there was a 95% uptake in the vouchers, and you know, I'm pleased that they were easily accessible and that parents could use those. I'm also pleased, as we said, I want to just put to bed any of that nonsense that parents were spending that on cigarettes and alcohol. That wasn't the case. They couldn't do that. But on the back of it, I needed to find out what the picture really was like in Portsmouth, and I contacted a number of people, including one in Councillor Corkery's ward, the Moving On Project. Now, they opened during the holidays, the October holidays, and they gave one meal out, just one, over the time that they opened. So in a ward with some 1,459 children eligible for free school meals, some 46.6%, only one meal was collected. I spoke to the Hive. They said that phone lines were quiet. And I think I'm pleased at that. I hope it's not because people didn't understand where those support areas were, but I struggled to find any real evidence that the picture was as desperate as the one that's being painted. Also, teachers contacted me and said, look, Terry, if what they're saying is true, what can we do? And they made support checks. They phoned home, they phoned their most vulnerable children, and none of them came back to me and said that there was an issue. They said that, you know, all gave indications that they're being well fed and well looked after and all those sort of things. So I think that's important. I do want to pick up on an additional point as well. The work that Dr. Marcus Rashford has done has been incredible. But let's not forget that Marcus Rashford went to school entirely under a Labour government. And in addition to that, the Portsmouth Labour group locally abstained on my motion to our schools and their kitchens to open. They know that we saw a 170% rise in social services, but they abstained on that motion to open schools and their kitchens. But that aside, there's been lots of party politics today. I do think it's important to say that when I looked into this, I was pleased to find out some things that I didn't know. One is that families in Portsmouth that can, but for whatever reason don't feed their children free square meals a day, do have access and are supported by social services. I'm pleased to know that vulnerable families have extra food packages. I was pleased to know that there are services that will go into their homes, teach them how to manage a budget, teach them how to cook, and so that they can provide free square meals a day. So the education part is there, and that's going a long way to adjusting priorities, and I think it's important that we are getting that right. I do urge you to vote for our amendment on this, because we do have to consider some finances. But of course, anything that eliminates any chance of a child going hungry is well worth voting for. But the picture isn't as entirely accurate as the one that's been created, I'm afraid. So yeah, I will vote for this, and I encourage members to vote for our amendment, which is just clearing up some points there and highlighting what is being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Terry Norton. Councillor Hugh Mason.
My Lord Mayor, I want to make short points. The first one is, alongside members, to recognise that our city is full of remarkably generous people. This was shown during this half term, and I especially want to commend two of our members, Claire and Lee, who individually went up and worked remarkably hard to ensure that children did not go hungry. The second is that my own experience is 25 odd years helping in a small way those in food insecurity in this city. One thing I have discovered, I've become aware of, is that poverty is increasing in this city. The need for food, the number of people coming and asking for food has increased. The second part of this is that people, as Councillor Ferret said, will fall food banks. There are people who are unable, unwilling, feel they have too much dignity in themselves to ask for help, and certainly not to ask for help from various charities. Which brings me to the third one. The only way I think we can ensure food insecurity is met throughout the city, universally, those who is by the council as the representative of the whole city, taking a coordinated role. Certainly, we've done that for the 5. We're doing it in other ways, the schools, and I commend this to us because it is only for the council that we will be able properly to meet the needs of those who are food security in our city, and especially the children who are suffering more from food insecurity than I have ever known in my lifetime.
Thank you, Councillor Hugh Mason. Can we now have Councillor Joe Hooper?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Hopefully you'll be able to hear me okay. I think there was a bit of odd stuff going on there with few speakers. As colleagues and the amendments have already enunciated, the government are now, for the second time, making an additional payment available through the latest winter COVID grant to ensure children's nutritional needs are met. This, we must also recognise, is in addition to the Chancellor's measures which have continued to support children's parents with the extension of this furlough scheme. Now, undoubtedly, this will provide reassurance to families who may have faced unbearable worry from the potential threat of unemployment. And of course, sympathy with people who have lost their jobs. When I was a child, my father was unemployed only for a short period, but I can remember how disorientating that was. You know, with a job, there is a certain amount of pride, there is security, and even as a child, you actually recognise that. However, back to this investment, and I would say in whatever guise it presents itself, I hope all will welcome these significant boosts to aid and safeguard the outcomes for children. Indeed, and I just wanted to say, because I appreciate sometimes MPs get a lot of criticism and we don't actually know about some of their hidden work, but on child-related matters within my own ward, I have been dealing with enhanced levels of casework on all manner of issues, including helping families with going back to school-related costs. And on that particular topic, huge thanks to Penny Morden and her responsive team for swiftly assisting and supporting children and families that I referred. Much appreciated by all, as it has assuaged extra worries in uncertain times. And I think it's important sometimes to put that on record, because people are incredibly critical of MPs and they don't always realise some of the very valuable work that they do. But back to the wording of this motion, and I do have to say that I find one particular paragraph flagrantly problematic when discussing the welfare of children. Now, in trying to criticise the government over school meal provision, I feel that the motion aims to create an explicit lever of comparison with the Eat Out to Help scheme. And Councillor Hunt has reiterated that this evening. I will say a little bit more because I need to explain myself. But consequently, the administration, I believe, score a fairly insensitive home goal here, whether by intention or interpretation. So your motion states, in August, the government spent £522 million subsidising diners' £10 meal under the Eat Out to Help scheme. Yes, this is true, correct, and proudly so, because this scheme assisted small restaurants, lots of small restaurant owners I know who are really, really struggling right now, publicans selling food, and it also assisted their staff to earn money, which has protected jobs in the long term, the jobs of people who also need to feed their children. Now, I hope the administration, upon reflection, also recognise that jobs within the hospitality sector are very important. And just for me, it's a positive thing that we're getting this extra investment to feed children. But just for me, it also isn't good grace in a national crisis situation to pit one section of society against another. In a crisis, we need unity, because we really don't know what is going on behind each front door. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jo Hooper. We now have Councillor Dave Ashmore. Councillor Dave Ashmore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Am I hearable?
You are hearable.
Thank you. I can never tell with this thing. Right, for those playing along with full council bingo, I wasn't going to speak on this, but this is an important notice of motion, we have before us, as this will be helping those who are less well off and children that could have well gone without. I'm a Liberal Democrat, obviously, and one of our lasting achievements in government was the things like the pupil premium and the funding for free school meals without stigma for school students. Happily, there was a government U-turn on not wanting to cover the school meals for children this year, for families who are on low incomes. Yet before that happened, we saw a momentous outpouring of goodwill from local communities here in Portsmouth and local councils up and down the country, as well as neighbours digging in and making sure the people around them were okay. I think Councillor Udy deserves a lot of credit, actually, for getting people and groups together online quickly, which saw many people getting food in these tough times. I think I'll be remiss if I didn't mention Councillor Lee Hunt, his husband Richard, and their NASA, who worked flat out to get food to those who needed it. We've seen the Hive working tirelessly to get provisions to people, and our MP, Stephen Morgan, deserves mention for wanting the government to change course in the House of Commons. We saw many community groups around the city joining up to get people fed who needed it, as well as many businesses and local restaurants as well. I could name so many people who did likewise. My friend Lisa, for example, she did a lot of cooking for meals for people and then asking around her area if anyone needed food. So it was heartwarming to see that, people wouldn't let others go without in this city. But what was eye-opening to me was that so many people almost seemed nervous asking for a little bit of food or lunch, like almost they didn't think they were worthy or that maybe other people deserved it before them. And I think that's a result of a lot of demonisation in the past of less well-off people who have kids or single-parent families. They've had snide remarks making it sound like, they'd spend extra money on drink or cigarettes. And I think that demonisation of the past has led to people who need help not openly seeking it. And that's a shame, Lord Mayor. And these are tough times. These are different times. They're abnormal times due to the COVID pandemic. So it is good that we can put the funds aside to help vulnerable families and those who are less well off. And I'm proud to be part of an administration that stepped into action immediately following the government's initial vote not to fund those meals for school children during the holidays. And I'm proud to also be from Portsmouth, as this city showed it will not tolerate people being left behind. I think the notice of motion as proposed by Councillor Susie Horton is fine as it is. I can see the amendment attempts to put things in about national government's subsequent actions. but it appears to do so at the expense of the other important points raised in the original notice of motion. So I can't see myself voting for the amendment, but I will happily vote for this notice of motion as is, and hopefully we'll see a sea change in priorities from the top down when it comes to school meal funding and looking after our families with children in this city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dave Ashmore. Councillor Robert New.
I haven't put myself forward to speak, Lord Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm reading your spot on. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Councillor Claire Oudie.
Sorry, hello. I, honest to God, wasn't going to speak on this motion, but first things first, thank you for your thank yous and whatnot. Big up Lee Hunt, who drove around like a maniac for a week with Richard and helped with NASA, NASA helping as well. Thank you to Lord John Russell, Lord Buckingham, Lot Project, everyone that was offering free food, that chip shop in Milton that I don't know the name of, that people will probably correct me on in a minute. So I woke up so angry from that vote. I just got online in the morning. I was supposed to be in a meeting, I think, and I think I bunked the meeting because I was so angry that I was just like, I need to get something sorted. And by midday I did. I liaised with a woman called Hayley Steer, who's from Godalming, who started Free My Meal about 4 months ago. And I started up a Pompey group, which turned into an Isle of Wight, Hayling, Havant, Waterlooville group very quickly, because the PO postcode, as you very well know, is massive. But we've got splinter groups now, people running those. Free My Meal is an initiative where I kind of run as a middleman, where people offer meals or people ask for meals and people do that. They deliver giveaway meals. A lot of the transactions that happen are hidden. I wouldn't know they're happening. Someone would post, hey, someone wants some food, I've got some food here, and then someone will probably privately message them. So I don't know about a lot of the families that are accessing this, but I was still working with families by private message every day, liaising meals. Had a lot of ethnic minority families coming to me, and there is a language barrier as well. And also there's a cultural food barrier among that, which is a different conversation for another day. Free My Meal exists to carry on existing until it's never needed. But if the Tories are going to carry on pouring money into food banks, even though they should pour it into taking people out of poverty, or giving 20 quid extra a week to people in universal credit when they're only going to spend it on utilities or debt because they're not spending on food, because everyone is skint, absolutely everyone is skint, then it's going to exist forever, basically. We had literally no food banks before 2010, and we're here now, and we're speaking about food banks like it's a normal thing. We should be speaking like a normal thing. It should have been a small thing that happened, and here we are. Just everyone claiming food from people, when really, it's our obligation. It should be the government's obligation as the state to be feeding people and clothing them and making sure they have a roof over their head. But instead, we are relying on the goodwill of the citizens of Portsmouth and other cities to come together and feed children. I'm sorry, but this isn't like 1878, is it? It's 2020. What is going on? So basically, I don't want to talk, but you've infuriated me. Thank you, Susie, for bringing in this motion. Thank you again, Lee. I wanted to bring up a point about MOP and about 1 mil being claimed. So as I mentioned earlier, transactions are happening secretly. I know they opened up a venue, but people weren't going because a lot of people were ashamed. And also the provision of the people that were offering so much stuff that week that people could have offered food for 10 weeks in a row and everyone would have been fed forever. Do you know what I mean? Because everyone was offering food that week. And I guess if that's probably why some of the vision wasn't taken from MOP. But honestly, thank you for chipping in, because that's what we do, right? We don't want kids to go hungry. I never want kids to go hungry. It's just weird, isn't it? Anyway, cheers. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Claire Oudie. Councillor Darren Saunders.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think I'm going to join the chorus if I didn't mean to speak, but I think I want to take things forwards. We've talked a lot about the excellent work that's been done, and I want to congratulate both Lee and Claire, because they're not doing it in their roles as councillors, they're doing it in their roles as basic human beings. for the fantastic work that they have done over the last few weeks. But going forwards, as Councillor Horton said earlier on, it's now about looking at food poverty in general and how we can actually take forward this huge outpouring of community enthusiasm and this focus on this issue of providing free school meals. Because the government's mistake in not providing free school meals over the half term, supported by Conservatives in Portsmouth, and that's perfectly fine, but it was supported by Conservatives in Portsmouth, has proved to be one of the bigger political errors of the year. It's created a sense that the government doesn't care. Whether it does or not doesn't matter. It's created a sense that it doesn't care. But what it has done is created this huge community outpouring, as both Councillor Udy and Councillor Hunt have described. And so what we've got to do as an administration is try and take things forwards. One of the things that we've talked about, both Councillor Norton and Councillor Udy talked about, is MOP. Well, MOP called me and they said, we've got lots of food. We've only done one meal. We've worked with a food bank nearby, which is, quote, rushed off its feet. How can you help? So I've got the Council's Tackling Poverty Coordinator to talk to MOP to see how we can help deal with the massive surplus of food that Councillor Udy has rightly outlined in her speech just now. But it's not just about the voluntary sector, it's also about what the council does as well. I know Councillor Hooper mentioned some information earlier on. In her area of Paulsgrove, as with across other parts of the city, we have the Holiday Food and Fun programme, which has been running for quite a long time and is now offering it on a one-to-one basis because that's all it can do, given the COVID regulations. So there's lots of things that need to be done. And as Councillor Horton has said earlier on, we as an administration are going to sit down and try and work with officers, work ideally with the voluntary sector on ways forwards so that we can honour our commitments to make sure we can give people decent meals over the Christmas holidays and beyond. So I think there's been a lot of discussion about the past, but I think it's useful that we take this forwards because we as an administration want to learn the lessons of the government's mistakes and mishandling of the issues around half-term school meals over the half-term, because once we do that, then we can take it forward and we can make things better. I'm just disappointed that it's taken the government till the day after Joe Biden was formally announced as President-elect of the United States to announce that fact. But I'm glad they did, and I hope we as an administration can do a bit more planning than that. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Darren Sanders. I have Councillor Steve Pitt next. Councillor Steve Pitt.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just wanted to go back to the very beginning of lockdown, the first time around, and the impact that had on vulnerable people in this city. Very early conversations with the voluntary and community sector flagged up the fact that because of panic buying and rationing, etc., that all those people who would normally donate to food banks were unable to make those extra purchases to make those donations. And the council stepped in, the procurement team pivoted very, very quickly to contact catering suppliers who were no longer supplying restaurants to buy up food, get it to the hive and get it distributed across the city. That was something that we did months and months and months ago before anybody was talking about the packages that we've been talking about tonight. It was vitally important to do that, and it was because we were fully aware that the number of people in this city who are very, very dependent on food banks for provision. And I want to go back to something that Councillor Claire Udy said. We're talking about food banks. We're talking about organisations who depend on volunteers and who depend on donations from the public to resource supplying food to the most vulnerable people when they really need it. And we really shouldn't have to be talking about that in 2020. But the fact that we are means that it's not necessary to go defending government policy or even attacking government policy. It's beholden to all of us to recognise that that's the reality that we live in and that we need to be doing something about it. It doesn't matter to me if the government's done all these great things to support people, as it undoubtedly has, if there are still people falling through the cracks. There are freelancers in this country who can't get support, who've gone from earning a reliable living to having nothing overnight and had to scrabble around, having never ever encountered the benefits system before in their lives, to try and make sure they can still put food on the table. And while there are people still falling through the cracks, it's absolutely essential that we don't take lightly the gravity of the situation that we're in. We need to be helping people. The thing that I'm slightly bemused about, Lord Mayor, is the fact that why the motion that's on the table needed to be amended, because the motion on the table relates to a situation when the government hadn't made a U-turn, and it's almost as if the government didn't make that U-turn. It did. So there's no need to defend anything, because the government did make a U-turn, it did reverse its position, and it did agree to fund what the motion is calling for it to fund. Now, we're still awaiting some of the detail, but nevertheless, a U-turn took place. So quite why it was necessary for everybody to pile in defending the government's position, I'm completely unclear, because the government didn't defend its own position. The government did a U-turn and agreed to fund what it was being called to fund. And I applaud the fact that it did. It was the right decision. It came a bit late, but the government did the right thing. All the motion's saying is that we wanted you to do the right thing, and they've done the right thing. So why would you amend it? And frankly, you're dreaming, members of the Conservative Party, if you ever think that a Liberal Democrat, Labour or Progressive Portsmouth People's Party councillor on this council is going to back a notice of motion amendment that uses the words further incentives for illegal immigration. What planet are you actually on? And what the hell has that got to do with making sure that vulnerable families in our city can get food to feed their children with so that they don't go hungry? If you'd amended it to acknowledge that the government had done a U-turn, we'd have accepted that. But that wording is completely unacceptable to me, and I'm pretty positive I'm speaking on behalf of every other member of Portsmouth City Council who is not a Conservative councillor in saying it's completely unacceptable to them as well. So that's why we won't be accepting your amendment today, not because you didn't want to acknowledge that the government had done a U-turn, but because that kind of language has got no place in Portsmouth City Council.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Pitts. So I've got no.
Lord Mayor, I think Councillor Madden's put his hand up for your attention.
All right, Councillor Madden.
If I did, Lord Mayor, it was by accident. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. So let me move on. There are no more speakers. So can I now move to the proposer, Councillor Susie Horton, to sum up and to indicate her position as far as the amendment is concerned. Councillor Susie Horton.
Thank you. I'll start off by mentioning the amendment. I wouldn't have put it quite as vociferously as Councillor Pitt, but I agree that it doesn't really add to the motion at all. In fact, it sort of detracts from it in the sense that, as I covered in my opening speech, I know it was very last minute. So to be slightly fair to Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Jones, you will have written that amendment before having the real detail that I included in my opening speech about the winter grant scheme. But I just don't think it adds to the motion. I really want to keep the free school meals stuff quite central to this. And in actual fact, I'm still not entirely clear about the amount of money and how much of that will go, if we hadn't committed to keeping to those vouchers, how much of it would go directly to free school meals. So as well as the other points that Councillor Pitt has just made, I'm not going to accept the amendment. But actually, I agreed with a lot of what a lot of the Conservative councillors said in outlining some of the stuff that the government has put in place. But you can't doubt that loads of stuff has been put in place. We see it every day. And I actually want to place on record that actually anybody running the country facing a pandemic with very little notice would have been in exactly the same situation, is having to choose where to throw money at and actually not having a blueprint to do that. So I'm not going to go through all the list of things that Councillor Norton and Councillor Atkins went, but I'm sort of on a page with Councillor John Ferret about this, that actually we need to see this pragmatically, and a lot of good has been done. I guess my question is, coming is why, if you're spending all that money, why choose to not spend it on vulnerable children? That's the bit I don't get. It was a relatively small amount to extend actually a really worthwhile cause, but also, let's be honest, politically it would have been a really positive thing to do. And just to follow up on Councillor Hooper's point about the Eat Out to Help Out, it wasn't an attack on that scheme. I actually think the scheme was really good. The scheme was used as a comparator for the amount of money that had been spent on a different scheme to demonstrate that another food scheme would actually have been not as much money. So if it was interpreted as an attack on that, then I apologise for the way that I wrote it. There's a few other bits and pieces. The voucher scheme itself, there wasn't really a problem with it other than the short notice and no actual central government support for setting it out. Once it's in place, it's worked very well, and I'm really glad that Councillor Norton did refute that notion that it's been spent on fags and booze, because quite frankly that's just not true, and is not the kind of thing that is very helpful for people who are really struggling and accepting those vouchers. So just to sort of pull this together, it's actually not our place to decide whether someone's hungry or whether someone hasn't got enough food. And it's good enough for me that people are actually stepping forward and asking for help. Just to add to the examples that have been said, there was a woman contacted me saying, just if you need any feedback about your decision about the Christmas vouchers, please have it from me. I'm a graduate. I've got a master's. I have got 2 children. I've got a mortgage, but I'm on a mortgage break. I was in an abusive relationship with a gambling husband who left me. I'm trying to put my life back together. And if it hadn't been for the summer holidays food vouchers, I wouldn't have been able to feed my 2 hungry children. Thank you. Please do it for Christmas. Now, that I've got no reason to disbelieve that person who contacted me to say that. So it's not simple. It's not simple. So, just to follow on, my last point really is just to follow on. I agree with Councillor Sanders when he says this is about the future, but actually it's not just about the future, it's about now as well. It is about this Christmas. It is about food vouchers for this Christmas. It is about helping people through the rest of this pandemic while they get back on their feet. And actually I see that as a twin track approach around, and actually the money from the government is incredibly welcome, and put together with our commitment to actually fund those Christmas vouchers, I genuinely believe that we can do something really positive for the most vulnerable families in Portsmouth. So please support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Susie Horton. Stuart, can you sum up what we're going to be voting on then?
Yes, I can, Lord Mayor. Obviously, Councillor Horton has confirmed that she doesn't wish to subsume the amendment into her motion. So therefore, you're now, I'm assuming, going to ask for a vote on the amendment, first of all, assuming there are objections to that. You may just wish to establish that formally.
All right. Are there objections to the amendment?
Yes.
Object, Lord Mayor.
Okay.
So we have can we go to the roll?
Yes, Lord Mayor. We'll do the roll call as per normal then. And this is, just to be clear, this is on Councillor Stubbs' amendment. So if members could please indicate whether they're for, against, or wish to abstain. Councillor Wood, Lord Mayor.
Abstain.
Councillor Ashmore.
Against, Lord Mayor, through Mr. Aglan.
Thank you. Councillor Atkins.
In favour.
Councillor Atwell.
Against.
Councillor Bosher.
For.
Councillor Coles.
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Corkery.
Against.
Councillor Dowling.
Against.
Councillor Vazacali.
Against.
Councillor Fielding.
Against.
Councillor Ferret.
Abstain.
Councillor Fuller.
Against, Stuart, please.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. Councillor Heaney.
Against.
Councillor Hockaday.
For.
Councillor Hooper.
For.
Councillor Horton. Councillor Horton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Against.
Councillor Jonas.
For.
Councillor Jones.
For.
Councillor Madden.
Against.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
Against.
Councillor Lee Mason.
For, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Morgan.
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Norton.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Gemma New.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Robert New.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Peter Harris.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pitt.
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Purvis.
Against.
Councillor Sanders.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stagg.
Against.
Councillor Smythe.
Against.
Councillor Stubbs.
For.
Councillor Swan.
For.
Councillor Symes.
For.
Councillor Udi.
Against.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Weems.
For.
Councillor Winnington.
Against, Mr. Ragland.
Thank you. Councillor Tomwood.
Against.
Okay. Peter, if you could kindly total those up for the Lord Mayor, please.
Lord Mayor, the vote was 15 favour, for 24 against and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you, Peter. In that case, the amendment is falls, and so we now move to the substantive. Is that correct, Stuart?
Almost, Lord Mayor. It's not the substantive because the amendment didn't get carried. So you're now just voting on the original motion as set out on your agenda paper from Councillor Horton.
Okay.
Do you just want to establish if anyone objects to it to see whether it's agreed by assent or whether it has to go to a roll call?
Are there any objections or abstentions?
Abstentions.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, we need to do a vote. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. It sounds like you. Okay, Lord Mayor. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. Right, members, this is now a roll call on the actual motion that's on your paper from Councillor Horton, as written. Councillor Rob Wood, Lord Mayor.
For.
Councillor Ashmore.
For.
Councillor Atkins.
Abstain.
Councillor Atwell.
For.
Councillor Bosher.
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coles.
For.
Councillor Corkery.
For.
Councillor Dowling.
For.
Councillor Vazakali.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Ferret.
For.
Councillor Fuller.
For, Stuart.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Hockaday.
Abstain.
Councillor Hooper.
Abstain.
Councillor Horton.
For.
Councillor Hunt.
Definitely for.
Councillor Jonas.
Abstain.
Councillor Jones. Councillor Jones.
Sorry, Stuart, my button keeps sticking. I am abstaining.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Madden.
For.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
For.
Councillor Lee Mason.
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Morgan.
For.
Councillor Norton.
Abstain.
Councillor Gemma New.
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Roberts New.
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pitt.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Purvis.
For.
Councillor Sanders.
For, Mr. Agland.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Stagg.
For.
Councillor Smythe.
For.
Councillor Stubbs.
Abstain.
Councillor Swan.
Abstain.
Councillor Symes.
Abstain.
Councillor Udi.
4.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
4.
Councillor Weems.
Abstain.
Councillor Winnington.
4, Mr. Acklands.
Thank you. Councillor Tomwood.
4.
Okay, I'll just ask Peter to total those up for you, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Afternoon, Lord Mayor. The 26 for, 15 abstentions, and none against.
Okay, therefore the motion is carried, and that brings us to the end of that motion. Members, I just want to ask, I'm wary that it's now 20 to 8, and I'm thinking of having to call another break right now. Are there any objections to that 10-minute break if we are back by 10 to 8? No objections? Okay, Peter, if you can bring down the curtain, and members, please be back on time, etc., or we'll start without you. Thank you. Okay, members, hopefully you're all back, and welcome back. Right, we're now moving on to motion D. Is the motion concerning planning proposed by Councillor Norton and seconded by Councillor Peter Harris? Councillor Norton?
Yeah, proposed in my name.
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Are there, right, I call upon the proposer, Councillor Norton, to present and speak to his motion. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The reason for this motion is a shared concern about the underperformance of our planning department and the impact it's having on developments across the city. We in the Conservative group consider the quality and the consistency of our planning service to be crucial to the council's ambitions. We therefore call upon the administration to commit to improving a service which is unfortunately substandard in comparison to other authorities. I'm not going to go into great detail, it is getting late, but as a service, unfortunately, we are slow, we are expensive, and this is causing serious reputational damage, including putting investors off. So I hope it's something that we will debate today. The actions are within the motion. I'm not going to read them to you, but I'm interested to see what's said within the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Terry Norton. Are there any amendments to this motion which will need to be proposed and seconded and circulated if not done so already? Stuart.
Yes, Lord Mayor, we have two amendments today. The first one is in the name of Councillor Smythe and seconded by Councillor Heaney. I don't know whether you want to ask Councillor Smythe to present and then ask Peter to display the first amendment on the screen, Lord Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Smythe, are you proposing a change and do you want it put up?
Yes, I am, and please put it up.
Okay, Councillor Heaney, are you seconding this?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I am seconding the motion. Can I reserve my right?
Okay, while it's been put up, do you wish to speak to this, Councillor Smythe?
Yes, please.
Please do.
What we've done, I mean, I think this motion is kind of mean-spirited and tends towards criticising officers and in a way that I find difficult. On the other hand, I am aware that the members of the public who are applying for planning applications at the moment are finding it frustrating, and I don't want to pretend that we have a perfect system. Therefore, I wanted to change the third paragraph quite significantly, that's halfway down the page there, to add in that the council notes that the reduction in spending on planning services as a result of the austerity programme of the coalition and Conservative governments has had an impact on the ability of the planning service to carry out its vital function. This has led to local decisions in Portsmouth to reduce the number of planning officers and the loss of experienced planning officers. And also I wanted to add to that the council should agree that we regret the need to bring in outside support to try and reduce the backlog at a time when the council budget is under significant pressure. It's never good value for money to outsource. And also, I think the motion as it stands without that misses the essential characteristic of what's going on in planning departments now, which is that the Conservative governments have forgotten what planning is all about. It is an essential core function of local authorities. It's about consulting and then defining what we want in terms of the quality of the built environment, the extent of the built environment. It's a wonderful profession, or it was, whereas now quite a lot of findings done in research have shown that many planners indeed find that it's becoming a sort of box ticking exercise, a sort of administrative exercise, whereas in fact it should be an exercise involving consultation and vision for the future of our built and indeed unbuilt environments. And I therefore propose this motion to you and look forward to talking at the end in the summing up. Just to correct one thing that Councillor Norton said before I finish this introduction,
our planning department actually is very good value for money, and we spend a lot less on the planning team here than other councils around us. And I was grateful for Ian Maguire for the sight of his paper that he's produced to help us to make decisions about, help the cabinet to make decisions about improving the situation, where he points out how very understaffed we are compared with other places. And I applaud the efforts of the planning officers. I think they're working against the tide of understanding of what the planning function's about, coming from the Conservative government, as well as having suffered austerity cuts now for 10 years. Thank you. I commend the motion to you.
Thank you, Councillor Judith Smythe. Obviously, this has now been presumably published, so it will be on the website if you want to look in detail. Stuart, can you just give me some guidance on whether we're debating that first or whether we now move to the further amendment?
Yes, Lord Mayor, you now need to deal with the second amendment that you've received in the name of Councillor Hugh Mason, and I believe seconded by Councillor Fuller. So if you might wish to ask Councillor Hugh Mason if he wishes to move his amendment and display it. Thank you.
Councillor Hugh Mason, do you wish to display your amendment and move it?
I wish to move my amendment, and I also wish to see it displayed.
Okay. And is that seconded by Councillor Fuller?
Yes, my Lord Mayor, I reserve my right to speak later on if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fuller. Councillor Mason, while it's being put on, do you wish to speak to it now?
I hope it can go up, because I'm referring to the various paragraphs that I would want to say.
We can wait. Yeah. We can wait a few seconds if you like, Lord Mayor, just while we get it up on the screen.
By all means, okay, just bear with us while technology catches up.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
I think we'll scroll down as you go through it, Councillor Mason.
Okay. My Lord Mayor, before turning to my amendment, I would like to comment on the draft document which was circulated by the Assistant Director of Planning last night. It has been in preparation for some weeks, but still awaits further details and clarification about the comparative data shown on page 4, which, although provided by CIPFA, is, well, or certainly seems to be erroneous. The final document will be issued as soon as possible. Turning to the amendment. Paragraph 1. Paragraph 1 might give the impression that there is a long-standing structural problem in the planning department. Had that been so, I would have enjoyed blaming the previous administration and would certainly have done so. It is, however, a very recent problem, caused by the curious concatenation of circumstances of recent months. Coming together, these have produced unavoidable delays to routine applications. I suggest that the amended version of paragraph 1 in the amendment gives a much more complete picture of the situation. Turning to the second paragraph, I suggest that the second sentence of paragraph 2 be deleted for 3 reasons. First, although the number of major applications received over the last year is lower than average, it is not outside the normal range of variations. Second, although our CIL rate is somewhat higher than comparator authorities, this is a minor element in the context of the overall impact of land and construction costs when compared to the final sales value. Third, no causal link has been shown in the motion between these elements and the conclusion they reach, making this a case of an elementary fallacy of cum ergo propter hoc. So far as paragraph 3 is concerned, I am happy to accept the request that I keep the council updated, and I will assure you that I will do so. However, I would suggest a wider set of targets than merely a maximum time period, especially since the appropriate time from initial contact to final decision varies according to the type and the complexity of the application received. Moreover, in view of the uncertain times in which we are living, in view of the terms under which the outside support for planning, which has been mentioned in the motion, is working, and in view of the opportunity for updating our procedures provided by filling the current shortage of permanent staff, I would suggest that I report back to future council meetings, plural, rather than singly to a specific meeting. Thus, my Lord Mayor, the amendment widens the scope of the motion and makes it more relevant to the thorough service review which is currently underway. It also makes more work for me, by the way. I move the amendment.
Okay, thank you. I've just asked for Councillor Hugh Mason. I've just asked for it to be scrolled up a bit further so that people can see the final parts there, so they can take it in context of what you've just spoken about there. So members, shortly that shall be published. Peter, can you let me know when it's published? And then
Peter's working on it right now, Lord Mayor.
Okay, well, until it's published, I think it's of sufficient complexity with the two amendments that I would wait for it to be published before I move to debate.
Lord Mayor, if I can help you, it is published now. I can see it on the council website.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Scott Peter Harris. Okay, now that it's published, the amendments and the motion are now open to debate. And initially, I have Councillor Donna Jones wanting to speak. Councillor Donna Jones. Oh, sorry, before I move to that, Councillor Judith Smythe, I'm assuming that your request to speak was to your motion and not to this. Okay, thank you. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I want to start by just saying that this is in no way meant, this motion brought by Councillor Terry Norton is meant in no way to be any kind of criticism of any member of the planning team. In fact, actually, one of the reasons for my group wanting to bring this to council today for debate is because we want to do what we can to support staff, because we are deeply concerned about staff retention and actually the huge caseloads and the challenges that they do face in our planning department at the moment. The Labour comments, Councillor Smythe's introduction of her amendment, they've obviously read the motion as if this is some sort of criticism. And it's actually not. I think she acknowledged that she's had a lot of casework. So have I had a huge amount of casework, maybe with the exception of Councillors Vernon Jackson, Hugh Mason and Councillor Pitt, probably more than anyone else in the council, and maybe actually also Councillor Stephen Morgan, because a lot of the developers know me and remember me from when I was leader of the council, and they, I've worked with them, I've supported them in the past, and the way that things are at the moment are not great. And as Councillor Hugh Mason has pointed out, it's almost because we've had a perfect storm, which I'm going to come back to. So we know that we need to do something about this. We know we've had a high level of casework, and that's why it's right and proper that when we do have a recurring theme of casework, it's right and proper that we do raise that through motions or through questions or whoever it is appropriate. But I do want to just sort of, say that by us working together, acknowledging there's a problem, no criticism, it's not a blame game, it's about supporting staff. I'm genuinely worried that we might lose more, and I don't want to do that. I think we've got a really good planning team now. I think we've got some good staff in there. There's some real sort of variation of expertise as well, from people that have got more experience in sort of countryside and greenbelt rural type planning, and now obviously bringing in another person to work on the senior urban planner as well, which is really good. It has been said that, the planning department is, if you read the Labour amendment, the planning department has shrunk. Staff are under pressure because of 10 years of austerity, which is actually not true. I mean, Councillor Smythe wasn't on the council when austerity started. I've been around since before it started. I was elected in 2008. And I can say that the planning department was relatively sheltered from budget cuts, both by the Liberal Democrats and by the Conservatives. And actually, there's 12 staff more in the planning department than there was 6-7 years ago. Now, the problem is that we're carrying a number of vacancies. So it's not about money. The budget is there to pay them. It's about recruitment. And then, as I said, pension. So I do think that we need to be pulling together the council. It's not a blame game. It's about acknowledging that there is an issue. It's about doing everything we can to aid staff retention. It's about acknowledging that there are staff vacancies and what can we do as council to try and encourage and put Portsmouth in a good light so that people do want to come and work here if they are planning specialists or technical planning specialists. We do have an issue with recruiting people, and that is a concern for me. Our SIL payment is also 25% more expensive than the neighbouring city of Southampton. That is something that I have long harboured a desire for us to address. So it makes us more competitive on the South Coast. Of course, the delay to the local plan, you can't just reduce your SIL payment. It has to go through a public inquiry. So we've not been able to do that yet. And actually, it may be that Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, Councillor Steve Pitt and Councillor Hugh Mason as the portfolio holder decide they don't want to reduce the SIL payment. They want to keep it as it is. Certainly, it's something that I was working towards when I was leader of the council, that we should reduce it. I am pleased that the Liberal Democrat administration have acknowledged that there was an issue both with the delay in the local plan and also, as I said, that perfect storm I referred to earlier that Councillor Hugh Mason said. Nitrates, a very specific South Coast issue, a very unusual issue, something this council has not come up against before, really did throw us challenges last year. Then we were just getting through, an agreement with nitrates. We started to get going again, coming towards the autumn of 2019. And then we approached COVID in the spring of 2020. Having said that, and I really welcome Ian Maguire's note sent out last night, which I did read before the meeting today. It's very helpful indeed. I have emailed Ian to say thank you for that. But we still do have cases which come in and they are taking 6 months to be validated. Now, actually, whereas Councillor Smythe doesn't like the fact that they've outsourced, the Liberal Democrats have outsourced that validation, I welcome it. If you haven't got the staff and you can't recruit them to work for us directly, it's much better to take affirmative action. So I congratulate the Lib Dems for doing that. Outsource validation, it then gets those cases into the planning system and it stops the phone and the emails constantly coming in. When's my case being validated? What's my planning application number? I sent it in April, I sent it in May, it's not validated. The casework for the planning officers, I'm sure, is 10 times what it normally would be because they're getting chased constantly by developers. My final point, and the reason why this is so important, because I appreciate I'm about to run out of time, regeneration and the investment and the growth in our local economy in Portsmouth is so important. And at the moment, developers are switching off from here. That's what I'm being told. The planning department is too hard work to deal with. Not their fault. It's that perfect storm that we had. So anything that we can do, outsourcing, if that's what needs to be done, fine, no problem. I think Ian's got a vision for the planning team, supported by Tristan, how they want to see the planning standards improve. I really welcome that. And I'd like to work with Councillor Hugh Mason to assist in any way I can. I think the amendment that he has produced today is very useful as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Donna Jones. Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to echo some of the sentiments that have been said by Lib Dem members and by Councillor Donna Jones today, I think it is about supporting our officers. Now, one of my friends is a planning officer, senior planning officer at Hackney Council, and is experiencing exactly the same issues, minus the nitrate problem there in London. And so the problem, I think, with retaining staff, and as Councillor Jones mentioned, that there are vacancies, and that's a problem, and the mounting casework and stress and pressures on our existing staff, who we know to be excellent, I think is the worry and the concern. And so it was really good to see the briefing note as well, with regards to measures being taken and the other things that have been mentioned already. But I think today it's especially poignant that we're talking about this as it's the National Council's CAN Awareness Day. So, it seems to have kind of gone a little bit under the radar. But I think that we're even talking about this just goes to show, and that we should perhaps look to recognise the extremely diligent work that these officers are doing under extreme pressures during a global pandemic. And so I wholly support them. And as Councillor Jones said, there are people, everyone's going through a bad time, but there are people that are saying, hang on a minute, it's been 6 months, 9 months, and I'm still not having my planning application validated. That obviously does set off alarm bells to everyone. But it's great to see that we can work together to address this, and hopefully we can put an end to this. And I also welcome the outsourcing as well to the various agencies by Councillor Hugh Mason. I think it's the right strategy to do. And I really hope that we're able to address the overarching problem of being able to recruit to those very specialist and technical roles as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robert New. Councillor Scott Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I'm going to start with the Labour amendment. I just actually think Councillor Smythe is wrong. I think she's a bit out of touch with what's happening in the council and what's happening on the ground at the moment. I think it's quite ironic that she mentions the casework that she's had, but I think she's actually misread the motion. But thankfully, the Lib Dem amendment hasn't. I think Hugh Mason is very much on the ball. I think his amendment is sensible. It does shine a light on the planning department, which I think has been exposed. Councillor Jones spoke about the perfect storm, and I think COVID-19 and nitrates is the perfect storm. But if the amendment was true from Councillor Smythe, this would have exposed it long ago. There would have been holes in the planning department for months and years. But it just hasn't happened. It's taken a worldwide pandemic to show our weakness in certain departments within the council. So unfortunately, while the Labour amendment is purely political in my view, I think she's absolutely wrong on this one. And thankfully, Hugh Mason has put a sensible amendment forward, which I'm pretty sure that we're going to accept. I've had issues with caseworks from applications taking 7 to 8 months at a time to be validated. And fundamentally, it comes down to costing developers money. Equally, it costs those lower down the chain, Lord Mayor. I think you can appreciate builders, plasterers, plumbers, electricians are all sitting there waiting to get their work booked in. And no permission means a lack of work for those in the construction industry. It's a sliding scale. If they can't work, they've got no money, which I think is only going to exacerbate the problem. I mean, the fact this council has had to outsource some of its validation process is a concern, but it shows that actually this council is tackling this issue head on, and that's important. And I hope those cases being passed over are validated quickly and efficiently. And I'm sure with Councillor Hugh Mason's watchful eye, they will be, and he will be reporting back to this council. I think also the move initially working from home due to COVID-19 has exposed the council slightly. I think from an IT perspective, at the early days, it was very tough for us to get things done. And also it was very tough for us to get backlogs of applications heard and then finally getting them to planning committee. Now we have a virtual planning committee, we have a process set up. It is a lot better than it was 3 months ago. And I'm sure all planning committee members can actually agree with me on that. It's not anything like the basket case it was 3 months ago. It's got a process now and it's actually much better. I'm grateful for the paper which come last night from Ian Maguire. I think it was sensible. It set a way forward. I think a lot more still needs to be done, and I'm sure it will be done. But also, Councillor Hugh Mason has stuck his neck on the line today, so I'm grateful for that, Hugh, with your amendment. And he's obviously given himself a lot more work to do, which I'm sure he'll appreciate and keep himself busy. And I'm sure we'll all be grateful for that. But I think it's very important that we get this right, because this is fundamentally, it doesn't just look bad on the city, but it affects the city's residents, it affects the people working in the construction industry. And if we don't get these fundamentals right down the line, we're going to really suffer. So while I actually think the Lib Dem amendment is very sensible, and I'm sure it's going to get subsumed and I'll vote for it. And the Labour amendment, in my view, is junk. I think it's not worth the paper it's printed on. But that's my view, Lord Mayor, and thank you for my time to ramble on.
Thank you, Councillor Scott Peter Harris. I hope the squeaking at the background is not Councillor Luke Stubbs' mouse somewhere. But
no, Lord Mayor, it's my dog playing with its toy.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor Graham Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to speak in support of the amendment that my colleague Councillor Gina Smythe has put forward. And contrary to what Councillor Peter seeks to...
Sorry, Councillor Graham Heaney, you might have to start you've gone on mute. Would you just like to backtrack? We got to the point that you were going to say contrary to Councillor Scott Peter Harris. We heard that.
Yeah. Well, contrary to what Councillor Scott Peter Harris says, the amendment seeks to point out and put on the record the problems in the planning service are not just a result of recent events, although we acknowledge that they're important. the COVID crisis and the need to deal with nitrates. But these problems have their roots in political choices and decisions taken some time ago, both nationally and locally. And this is not just an assertion, because there is evidence to back this up. If you go to the National Audit Office report, February 2019, talking about planning for new homes, they point out the financial pressures in one of their sections on local authorities. And they say that between 2010-11 and 2017-18, in real terms, there was a 37.9% fall in the net current expenditure on planning functions in local authorities. That's the money that local authorities directly spend themselves. Now, some of that would have been offset by income generated, of course, but of course that's a very uneven process. Some local authorities will have done quite well, some will have not done as well as others. And of course, while that was always going on, it meant that quite a few local authorities were losing staff that were experienced, because when they were looking for cuts in services, many of the more experienced staff were more expensive, and they were the ones who were taking early retirement and redundancy. Also, the Department of Community and Local Government, the report says in our report, didn't actually recognise the skill shortages in planning. And that was confirmed by another report that was commissioned by the Town and Country Planning Association called the Rains Review, which said that the difficulty in recruiting planners has become a real issue, compounded, as it says, by opportunities for early retirement for local authority staff and the loss of experienced staff, which is a point, of course, I've already mentioned. So this is backed up by evidence nationally gathered, and we are subject to that. Now, I think the other issue as well is the government has unfortunately sought to denigrate planning at every opportunity. All of the comments we have about planning is that it's a problem, it gets in the way, it's got to be moved out. And this doesn't encourage people to want to come and work in planning. I have not been on the council, obviously, in the years of austerity, but I did actually end up speaking to some planning officers who were still working for the authority at that time, and some of them who subsequently left. And because I had been a deputy on planning, I got to know some of them quite well. And they certainly did give me some insights into the sort of problems that were existing at the time. And I can certainly say that that anecdotal evidence I got backed this up too. So I think we've got some long-standing problems here which need to be addressed. And that's why I've supported Councillor Julie Smythe's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Graham Heaney. Councillor Steve Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Apologies, camera's turned itself off. There we go. I think that whilst Councillor Smythe and Councillor Heaney make some relevant points, they are about national issues. And I think the important thing here today is that we concentrate very much on the local issue. And the local issue specifically here is that the delays that we all acknowledge are occurring in our planning department. And I don't think that their amendment actually helps with that, but I do think that and I welcome the acknowledgement by Conservative councillors that Councillor Masons intends to do just that, and put our hands up to what the issue is. Let's go even further than the original motion said, because this is incredibly important. We are going to be in probably the worst recession. It's going to make the one in the late 2000s pale into insignificance in terms of where we could be and how long the build back's going to be at the end of this pandemic. And building back is what we've got to do. We have to be able to get major construction projects that we all know what they are and where they are around this city. We need to get them moving, because we need those skilled people who live in our city, who are carpenters and bricklayers and plasterers and electricians and gas fitters, to be able to work. It would be an absolute crime if we had work that could be happening to employ those people and put food on their families' tables being held up by our planning department. And that is not something our planning department are remotely in denial about. And we are very, very lucky that we've got some really highly skilled people in there now, but they need our help and support to make sure that they can do their job. I would like to put on record my particular thanks to Ian Maguire, not just for the paper that he circulated, but for working till midnight on a number of occasions recently, having to work through the responses to the Aquins proposals that we've been debating here today. He is forensic in the way that he approaches these, and he's also put in a very, very good response to the government's white paper and has worked with the Partnership for South Hampshire, where all of the local authorities in the area have combined to put forward a robust response to that as well. That's another example of where local government is not always singing in tune with national government, and that's a cross-party issue that we've all worked very carefully on amongst the push authorities. So this is an important motion. It's a necessary motion to make sure that we stay focused on resolving these issues. I welcome the Conservative councillors' intentions to subsume Councillor Mason's amendment, and I do hope that actually happens, because he's been very clear that we are putting our hands up and saying we know there's a problem. We are taking some very robust steps to deal with that problem, but like many other councillors on this call, and Councillor Donna Jones is 100% correct, my inbox has been full of people trying to find out what's happening to their applications, getting the backlog addressed. And if we don't do it and we don't support our planning department, then we will lose more people, and that would be a complete tragedy that we just cannot face. So we have a collective responsibility here to support the planning department. We need to keep the great skilled officers that we have managed to recruit, and we need to make sure that they are resourced to fill those vacancies. For example, the validation team, which should be 6 people, was down to 1 at one point. That's what's caused the hold up. Recruitment has been a really key issue in this process. And I think what we do need to understand here is that we had a lean and very effective planning team who were delivering excellent value for money, but there is a consequence from that, and that is when a nitrates issue, which nobody could have foreseen, and a global pandemic that nobody could have foreseen collide with each other to mean that an extremely efficient department is actually stretched beyond any recognition of where we were even a couple of years ago. So we've got a problem. We need to sort it out. We have to build this city out of recession and make sure we're employing people. And this is indeed perhaps the single most important issue in terms of addressing that recession in particular and putting the food on people's tables that we can be looking at today. Because ultimately, none of us want anybody to be going to a food bank if they can possibly help it. And we certainly do not want to be responsible for any family having to resort to a food bank because we haven't managed to get planning applications granted so that those people can find gainful employment that they want to find and they want to work to help their families. So I think with the subsumed amendment, we've got a really strong motion. We need to move forward to make sure that Portsmouth City Council, again, has a planning department that it can be truly proud of.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Pitt. I'm now moving to Councillor Matthew Atkins, and there's one other after that. Councillor Matthew Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I'll try and keep this brief because I think most of the points that I wanted to cover have been covered, and I think actually I agree with quite a lot of what Councillor Pitt just said in his speech. I thank Councillor Mason for his response to this motion, which I think was in the spirit with which it was intended, and also very much to Ian Maguire for his report, which I think also addressed a lot of the concerns that the Conservative group had around planning, because I think all we needed to see is do our job as opposition is that there's a plan for a way forward out of this, and I think you've demonstrated that today that it's an issue of which the department is aware, and we thank the staff for their hard work in their unprecedented times. So it was never intended to be a criticism of the staff, but rather an acknowledgement that the COVID crisis, with its attendant IT issues, coupled with the difficulty of recruiting planners, coupled with the nitrates backlog that already existed, put very, very large strain on the department, and we wanted to see a plan for a way out of that, because I think it would be surprising to me if there was any councillor on the council who's not received casework on this issue. So I do think it's important that there is a clear plan and a way forward, and that the public know that, and that the developers know that for the future of the city. One or two thoughts I have as a member of the planning committee, and I obviously don't have the resources around me to fully work out how effective or how feasible it may be, but obviously if recruitment is a long-term problem, then perhaps we should be looking into strategies to recruit and train from an earlier stage in the career training of planning officers. We know we have quite a lot of students in the city who would like to stay on longer, so we could think further about training planning officers earlier potentially. I also just wanted to say that there have been one or two, and the planning committee itself is not, I don't think, currently the main bottleneck, but there have been, I think, one or two constitutional issues we could work through in terms of streamlining which type of applications ending up needing quite the level of attention that they do. So I think there are one or two issues around objections and about whether or not some applications need to take quite as long as they do. I also recognise that there's been some very large applications planning officers have had to deal with over the last year or so, not least the sea defences and all the flooding defence around the island, which must have occupied quite a lot of their time. But I also do want the administration to think carefully about some of the larger applications they have been putting forward and whether or not some of these things, in terms of their feasibility, could be looked at after the backlog is cleared. For example, the Arundel Tower must have taken quite a bit of planning officer time, and whether or not the funding can ever be put in place for that tower, I think, is at present doubtful. Similarly, there is the new development that the administration wants to pursue in Somerstown, which involves the demolition of these towers, and now there's potential for the administration to take a lot of officer time looking at a several sort of £100 million odd development there that could take a lot of planning officer time and may not actually be feasible funding wise. So I do want to call on the administration to make sure they're not using planning officer time for projects that are more vanity projects than realistic projects for the future, and to focus in on getting through the backlog of smaller scale and developer-led applications that really will stimulate the economy in this city. And I think that's what this proposal was about. I think, therefore, I agree with Councillor Mason's amendment, with the Liberal Democrat amendment. I think that's a sensible way forward. I do think that the Labour amendment is adding an extra political layer to the motion, which is not necessary. The planning department, as Councillor Jones said, actually grew in the last 6 years. It grew by 12 employees, so it's larger. It's also funded mainly from the fees that is charged to people making applications, so it tends to be insulated from austerity to some degree, from budget cuts. Also, I think we're moving out of the time of austerity, and this year, okay, COVID has made it an unusual year, but we have seen increase in local government funding, and there's every reason to believe that might continue going forward. So I think actually that's not a necessary thing to add at this time, and adds an extra layer of politics to the motion that wasn't part of the intention. So just to summarise, I think there's a clear way forward, and we thank members of the planning team for their hard work, and look forward to hearing from Hugh Mason as to how the plan to deal with the backlog and get our planning department back to the sort of very efficient machine it was before the crisis. We're looking forward to seeing how that develops. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew Atkins. Councillor David Fuller.
Thank you, Mark. Just a couple of things I wanted to say. This is the third time now that I've had the pleasure of being chair of planning over my years, and I must say the things I've noticed is that the officers certainly do get back to me regularly, very, very regularly. Once a week they get back to me. Yes, I know that they've had problems in the backlog and everything like that, but with Ian's paper now that's been given to us all, I think things would look up. And as being chair of the meeting, if any councillors do have any issues, please email me and I will try and get it sorted out with the way that the planning is. I'm always happy to try and get back and help any councillor, whatever party they represent. And I'd like to thank Ian, put this on record, that as being chair of the planning committee, for all his hard work, and officers for what they're doing. I know that other people here have said exactly the same. Cross party, and my his help with trying to sort this out as well, and I want to thank him on that. And they're doing their best, and I know that the public are getting a little bit a little bit itchy at times, but I'm sure we'll sort it out. So a big thank you to everybody. And I, as I said, will be seconding Councillor Hugh Mason's motion that I've put my name forward. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor David Fuller. Some of your talk there did get slightly garbled, but I think we got the gist of it at the end. Okay, just to let you know.
It's the way I always talk, Lord Mayor, I'm afraid, but never mind.
Yeah, it was the technology. Okay, Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just one or two quick comments, really relating to some of the things said by the Labour Party, which where they have painted a picture that I don't recognise. I don't recognise one of the planning department being somehow massively reduced through austerity. This didn't happen. I mean, I had political responsibility for planning for 2 years fairly recently, and I was intimately involved with the budgets over 4. And you know, it was not something that we put forward as savings. We saved a bit out of the planning department, but not all that much. And part of the reason for that, I might add, was because to have done so would have put in jeopardy SIL payments and new homes bonus, and we could have ended up losing more in income than we would have managed to make in a saving. The other thing which has not been said in this debate is that in 2018, the government allowed local authorities to increase planning application fees by 20%. Now, I was always sort of slightly uncomfortable with that in a way because it's a tax rise, but it was the only way of making planning departments sustainable. It was very important because actually, and I'm not just talking, you know, generally speaking, where local authorities have tried to make savings on planning, it's not so much come from the development management side of it, it's come from plan preparation and enforcement. Now, we've tried not to do that here, but it is a fact that in other councils across the country that they have. And so there are lots of areas where they've had problems with local plans being hugely out of date and so forth. And I think that is partly what the government was trying to recognise. But as it is, development control more than covers its own costs. So, you know, I just don't accept what Labour are saying about cash-starved resources by evil Tories who want to put everyone out on the street. That's not what has happened, and I certainly don't support their amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Luke Stubbs. So that's the end of all councillors who've requested to speak. So I now move to the proposer, Councillor Terry Norton, to sum up, and the vote will be taken. Councillor Terry Norton, if you could also indicate what you think of the various amendments so we can understand where you're going to go with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, thank you for a positive debate, really. Yeah, happy to subsume the Liberal Democrat amendment. I reject the Labour amendment, I'm afraid, and there are a number of things in that I have to reject. One is that the comments about this being mean-spirited. No, that's not the case. We've all experienced, as has been mentioned, casework and residents you know, speaking to us and wanting some clarification. There has been some issues with communication. It's making it difficult for us to go back to residents with some answers there. Councillor Smythe has also agreed that she's having lots of casework coming in. I also reject the idea that planning is subject to lots of cuts. Planning is income generation, of course, so has avoided cuts. And in terms of the letter that came in last night, 10 to 10, I think if we'd had that information prior to this, then maybe we could have not put this motion forward, but we do appreciate that officers are working incredibly hard, and that was part of the reason for doing this. Really, part of the reason for bringing this forward is that we do appreciate that there's an increased workload on officers. We do appreciate that, you know, when you are short-staffed, others bear the burden. So this is about tying up a few of those loose ends. I think there's one extra small point to make, I think, and that's about just tightening up some of the issue with the committee, small issues coming to planning committee where lots of officers have spent time preparing them that didn't really need to come there. So just a few small issues there. I think the Liberal Democrat amendment is positive, and it ticks all the boxes in terms of the actions that we wanted to achieve, really. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Terry Norton. Sorry, Councillor Judith Smyth, your request to speak is after the summing up. Unless it's a point of order and being very specific, I'm afraid that we have now done the summing up. So, Councillor Judith Smyth, is it a point of order?
Okay, I misunderstood. I understand.
Okay, thank you. All right, councillors, we're now moving to the vote. Stuart, can you guide us through what we're voting on?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Now the proposer of the motion that's on the actual agenda paper has agreed to subsume the Liberal Democrat amendment. The first vote you'll be taking will be on the Labour amendment. So you're now voting on the Labour amendment that's been put forward. And I'm assuming there is an objection to it and that you'll need a roll call.
Okay, let's assume that. Let's go for the roll call, please.
Okay. No, this is on the Labour group amendment. If members could indicate whether they're for, against or abstain. Councillor Wood, Lord Mayor.
Abstain.
Councillor Atkins.
Against.
Councillor Atwell.
Abstain.
Councillor Bosher.
Against.
Councillor Coles.
For.
Councillor Corkery.
For.
Councillor Dowling.
Abstain.
Councillor Vazakali.
Abstain.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Ferret.
Abstain.
Councillor Fuller.
Abstain, Stuart.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Hockaday.
Against.
Councillor Hooper.
Against.
Councillor Horton.
Abstain.
Councillor Hunt.
Abstain.
Councillor Jonas.
Against.
Councillor Jones.
Against.
Councillor Madden.
Abstain.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
Abstain.
Councillor Lee Mason.
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Morgan.
For.
Councillor Norton.
Against.
Councillor Gemma New.
Against.
Councillor Robert New.
Against.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Against.
Councillor Pitt.
Abstain.
Councillor Purvis. Councillor Purvis.
I had to leave the meeting on this one, I believe, Stuart.
He had a conflict of interest.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for letting me know. Councillor Sanders. Councillor Sanders. Okay. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Stagg.
Abstain.
Councillor Smythe.
For.
Councillor Stubbs.
Against.
Councillor Swan.
Against.
Councillor Symes.
Against.
Councillor Udi.
For.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Abstain.
Councillor Weems.
Against.
Councillor Winnington.
Abstain, Mr. Ragland.
Thank you. And just trying Councillor Sanders one more time.
Councillor Sanders reports that his Teams has crashed, Stuart,
Okay.
and while we're at it, you forgot to call Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Ashmore. I
That's
apologise.
okay.
Would you like to indicate what your preference is, please?
I'll be abstaining, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Lord Mayor, I'll get Peter to tally that for you and let you know the outcome of that vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, the vote was 8 in favour, 15 against and 15 abstentions.
Okay, that amendment then falls, and now we move to, am I correct this time, the other substantive?
Yes, Lord Mayor, you're correct. You're now voting on the motion that was on the paper incorporating the Liberal Democrat amendment known as the substantive. That's what the vote is now. Do members want a roll call, or does that get approved with assent? Do you want to test that, Lord Mayor?
Yeah, members, are there any against this or abstentions? Okay, by whatever you said.
By assent, then, Lord Mayor.
By assent, Stuart. That proposal is therefore carried. Thank you, members. Okay, that concludes motion D. We are now moving on to motion E. Is this motion entitled Stop Fining Homeless People, proposed by Councillor Corkery and seconded by Councillor Smythe? Councillor Corkery, are you proposing?
I am proposing this motion, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Smythe, are you seconding?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Corkery, to present and speak to his motion. Councillor Cal Corkery.
Thank you. I wanted to bring this motion today as it's an issue close to my heart, having worked with homeless people over the course of a number of years in a professional capacity as a community activist, and then more recently as a ward councillor. Despite that experience, I still find myself remarkably angry and upset when dealing with the consequences of the housing crisis. In one of the richest countries in the world, it must be a mark of shame that we cannot find suitable and safe housing for everyone who needs it. That being said, it must be noted the recent development and progress locally and, to be fair, nationally in this area over the course of this year. Since the government issued the Everyone In directive in March 2020, the council has housed a total, well over 400 homeless individuals in hotels, and it's around 220 at any one point in time, I think, but around 450 over the whole period. Around 130 of those people have now been moved on to new temporary accommodation units across a mixture of student halls and rooms in shared houses. While a significant number of people have benefited from this new provision, it remains clear that there are homeless people who, for a variety of reasons, have been unable to access these accommodation services. A number of rough sleepers, regularly those with the most complex needs, feel they will be unable to cope in a hostel or shared house environment, and often they talk to this being about feeling unsafe as a result of their health or their particular support needs or other people that they feel are going to be in that environment. Until we're able to serve the needs of those people through the provision of suitable housing options into which they feel able to move, and I of course understand the complexities and challenges of this task, then we are going to continue to see people out on the street. So the question arises then of how we should treat those who continue to sleep rough. Can they or should they be coerced into accepting help and moving into accommodation if they perhaps feel that it isn't right for them? Or should we instead be unflinchingly supportive and focus on building the kind of relationships that allow people to trust and believe in authorities and services that often have let them down in the past? This brings me on to the primary purpose of this motion, to talk about the practice of this local authority of issuing fines to homeless people. A recent investigation by the Mirror found that across the country, 420 penalty notices have been issued by councils to homeless people for begging or loitering in the street. A number of £100 fines have been issued by the council here in Portsmouth to rough sleepers, none of which have been paid. The likelihood of rough sleepers having the available financial resources to pay a £100 fine is limited to non-existent. Placing such a financial burden, which they have no realistic hope of meeting, on vulnerable people is as cruel as it is ineffective. But even more than that, the adoption of these forms of legal coercion against rough sleepers seems likely only to drive a further wedge between the council and the people we're supposed to be helping. The policy of handing out fines to homeless people is unethical in that it punishes vulnerable people for the position they find themselves in. It is unpractical in that realistically these fines are never going to be paid. And it's self-defeating in that it seems likely only to push rough sleepers away from the support available to them. So we're calling for this policy to end here today by this motion being voted through and a clear directive being given to Cabinet about how the elected representatives on this council feel about this important issue. And I hope that fellow councillors will join us in supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cal Corkery. So are there any amendments to this motion which will need to be proposed and seconded and circulated if not done so already? Stuart.
Yes, Lord Mayor, we have an amendment in the name of Councillor Sanders to be seconded by Councillor Pitt. If you're happy to ask Councillor Sanders to move it and identify if he's happy for us to put it on the screen.
Councillor Sanders, are you proposing this, and are you happy for it to go on the screen if so?
Yes to both, my Lord Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Pitt, are you seconding this?
I am, Lord Mayor. I'd like to reserve my right to speak later in the debate.
In which case, if Peter, if you can go ahead and put it on the screen, and Councillor Sanders, if you wish to speak to this, please do.
Yes, I'd be delighted to. Before I begin, I just wanted to say thank you, Lord Mayor. One of the silver linings of the COVID era is that what people have talked for a long while, which is the chance to provide every person who sleeps rough with the opportunity to have safe, secure accommodation, is now closer to a reality than ever before. And this city is leading the way in trying to secure that once-in-a-lifetime chance. The policy of this Liberal Democrat administration to buy homes for the homeless is now government policy. We're delighted with that. On Monday, 30 homeless families will move into new, safe, secure accommodation, including at the Southsea Community Centre site. Recently, this council has been awarded more than £6 million from the government's Next Steps accommodation programme to deal with rough sleeping, in order to try and make sure rough sleepers have those rough sleepers who want it have safe, secure accommodation, not just for the rest of this financial year, but for a minimum of the next 3 years to come. That is down not to me, that is down to the hard work of council officers, charities, volunteers who've done an incredible amount to make sure that this city is within touching distance of seizing the once-in-a-lifetime chance to deal with rough sleeping. Now, we have done that by taking a balanced approach to the whole concept of rough sleeping. My party is very clear nationally that what we need to do is to end the Cruel and Heartless Vagrancy Act. When it comes to trying to deal with rough sleeping who do something wrong.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I tried to get at the point. There is a point of order. Councillor Corkery, do you want to raise that point of order?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, I would have thought this had already been considered, but I would like to get a second opinion, if it has, from the legal advice we've got on the line about whether this amendment is actually in order. I mean, I would claim that it's not, on the basis of it negating the original intention and core purpose of the motion.
Okay. Stuart, can you advise via...
Yes, yes, I mean, on behalf of Mr. Bolf, obviously Mr. Bolf has been consulted on this particular legitimacy of the motion or the amendment, and he has confirmed that it is in order and that he doesn't believe it negates the motion as put. That has been properly considered before it was allowed to go through, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
And my Lord Mayor, I'm happy to explain why that is the case later on in my speech.
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you. But this motion, and Councillor Corkery has raised this within the homeless working group as well, does carry a valid issue, which is what happens what do we do when rough sleepers do something wrong? Now, my party is very clear. We want to scrap the Cruel and Heartless Vagrancy Act. Locally, when we resumed control, we were also very clear. We did not want to follow the example of Labour councils like Oxford, for instance, which fined people for being homeless. So we said that there must be no policy of fining people because they are homeless. That policy was confirmed to me yesterday by the Assistant Director for Neighbourhoods, and it was reviewed by the City Solicitor before he allowed this amendment to be presented. So it's in the light of all that information that this has gone forwards. Instead, what we do, if we enforce, is to focus around the offence, not the person. That is a real difference. We do not have a policy of fining people for being homeless. what we do instead is we have a tiered approach. So the first time anybody does something wrong, commits an offence, they get a written warning and they get support. Only if behaviour doesn't change does it move to what's called a community protection notice, which again is based around the offence, not around the type of person that exists, again with support. Now, Councillor Corkery talks about a number of fines. We have helped about 900 rough sleepers in the last 2 years, and of those 900, 6 have received fixed penalty notices. Now, we do that again to try and change their behaviour. And Councillor Corkery is absolutely right. None of them have been paid because none of them so far have been pursued. 2 of those people did change their behaviour after the notice was issued. Another one, went to rehab. The 4th was a bit difficult to change the behaviour because the person was in prison, so we couldn't exactly pursue it. 2 remain outstanding. So none of the fines have been paid, but none have been pursued. And it's a very, very small number that have achieved that because the vast majority of rough sleepers have actually worked with wardens, worked with outreach teams to try and make sure their behaviour changes. Now, much of our casework, or certainly the casework I've received, has been around essentially on one thing. We're sticking to the rules whilst other people aren't during this crisis. And what I worry about this Labour motion is that it treats people differently. It says about rough sleepers that they should be treated differently. Now, I hope that's not the intention. I don't think it is, but it is what it says. Because if, say, for instance, let's take one of the offences that has led to these fixed penalty notices, which is taking drugs in public. If we've got 2 people who are taking drugs in public, and one happens to sleep rough, and one doesn't, what this motion says is that you should take action against the person who doesn't sleep rough, but take no action against the person who does. Now, we've had a discussion, as I said, about this within the Homeless Working Group, and Councillor Corkery's put forward very similar arguments, and I've said to Councillor Corkery at the meeting and in subsequent correspondence, if he has alternatives, we will be happy to listen to them. And that's why I've said today in the amendment that actually it's the partnership board that's been discussing these things, and it should be the partnership board, the cross-party, multi-agency, nationally recognised board that should actually take us forwards and actually help me and other policymakers across the council take those decisions. We've already been looking at enforcement issues, and we're happy to consider all alternatives. And I hope we can continue to do that. We cannot have one rule for one. We cannot have one rule for another. But, my Lord Mayor, we have made massive strides when it's come to dealing with rough sleeping in the city over the last few months. And when it comes to tackling, dealing with rough sleepers who do things wrong, then we cannot fine people for being homeless. But we've got to make sure that our response is done with care, is done sensitively, and is looked at through the partnership board. And with that, I move my amendment, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Darren Saunders. Just before I move on, because I have the matter will be before the council to debate once I've clarified if there are any other amendments. Peter, can I just ask Councillor Judith Smythe, you've been given the web address for that amendment. Is that fine? I don't want people to be disadvantaged. Okay, fine, good. In which case, Stuart, are there any further amendments?
No more amendments on that one. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Right. Therefore, the matter is now before the council to debate, and the first person I've got is Councillor Steve Weems, followed by Councillor Donna Jones. Councillor Steve Weems. Councillor Weems, are you able to speak, or have you got a technical issue?
My apologies, Lord Mayor. I started speaking with mute on. Can you hear me now?
We certainly can, so please begin again.
I will be brief, Lord Mayor, because while I haven't been able to assimilate all the intricacies of the amendment that has been placed before us, I did attend the same meeting that Councillor Corkery and Councillor Sanders were at, and I have to say I'm slightly taken aback to see this notice of motion before us here today, because one of the things we've been rightly proud of in this city is that housing matters for some decades have been rather cross-party, and that from the report that came before us last couple of weeks ago, maybe, that things are being done differently here now. Councillor Sanders made reference to only 6 fines being issued. What he didn't say was 170 people had received the initial notices, which just shows how effective what is being done is. You can't have a situation where people fail to engage and we have no recourse to any other action. If they fail to engage, what are we to do? If they don't wish to have that help, and that's their right to not seek help, but nonetheless, if they behave in a way that is antisocial in one form or another, then the rest of the community have a right to expect the council to try and do something. Now, I accept that finding people who have not got any money is unlikely to achieve a great deal. And as Councillor Sanders said, we've not pursued people for that money, but it does give us the ability to take other and different actions at that point. And I think, as I said, without looking at all the intricacies in the amendment, I'm inclined to support it nonetheless, because I think what we are trying to do in this city is the right thing for the homeless in this city and for the rough sleepers within it, and that it is something we all feel strongly about. Councillor Corkery will know that I frequently attend an event which seeks to feed the rough sleepers in this city. So I'm not unconscious of who they are, how they're feeling, and the issues that they are touched by their lives. So I think we are seeking to do the right things for the people, rough sleepers in the city. We are being compassionate, but we can't be compassionate to the nth degree, which Councillor Corkery seems to expect us to be. There has to be a point, and it's defining that point that is important, where if people fail to engage, we can actually do something about it and look to do something about it. And we shouldn't just walk away, which is, I think, what Councillor Corkery is suggesting we should do, and that would be wrong too. So I would urge my colleagues to support the amendment, because I don't think the notice of motion is credible in the long run. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Weems. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm slightly bemused by this notice of motion, as in why it's here, really, because this is somewhat of a non-issue, really, in Portsmouth. Anyone would think, from looking at this motion, we are one of the councils in the country that issues the most amount of fines, or that this is a significant issue because the courts are having to deal with non-payment of fines and it's clogging up the courts, and homeless people have very little recourse to public funds and can't afford to pay them. It's not the case here in Portsmouth. And I'm just going to quote something that Councillor Corkery said in his opening comment. He said, "We are a rich country. It's shocking that we can't find homes for homeless people." And literally, I think 1 or 2 sentences later, he said, "But it has to be said that we have housed and given shelter to over 400 people. Well, are we helping people and hundreds of people, or are we not? Because they can't both be right, surely, particularly not in the same paragraph. I do think it's very odd, like I say. I think it's a strange motion to bring forward, particularly when the local Conservatives in Portsmouth, myself included, have a very strong track record in Portsmouth in very recent years of being a party that has really stood up for homeless people, for being the first party in the history of the city to provide a campaign, A Bed for Everyone, so guarantee that there was a bed for everybody, not just the coldest month when we were statutorily required to do it from November through to the end of February, when the temperatures were at freezing or below, which was the legal requirement, but actually every single day of the year, 365 days. We then also connected up with Solent NHS Health Trust so that we had psychological and psychiatric intervention through Hope House. More recently, under the Liberal Democratic administration, again, they should be credit for what they have done. They've continued some very good work. And I think it was September or possibly October last year, there was a link up with the East Shore Doctors Surgery, which improved even greater the connection with Solent. So if someone was diagnosed with a mental health condition, some kind of personality disorder, they could then get their prescriptions regularly through the East Shore Doctors Surgery. And there was some other psychotherapy stuff that went into the support, as well as access to dentists and other things. So local Conservatives, strong record. National Conservatives, really strong record. There has been hundreds and hundreds of millions of pounds spent on making sure that people were not sleeping on the streets over this COVID period, and therefore also the government saying that we have to, as councils, put in place a housing intervention where you did a full housing assessment of their needs and requirements so that they weren't then back on the streets once COVID disappears. That's sort of a wholly inappropriate for any central or local government work. And then the local Liberal Democrats, that could work. We've heard from Councillor Sanders. They are building homes for local people who, particularly in that sort of sheltered and multiple occupation type housing. So this is a really baffling motion when you know that the local and national Conservatives and the local Liberal Democrats have actually got a proven, not that we're talking about rhetoric here, we can speak about facts. We've built housing, both the Lib Dems and the Conservatives, to put people in who have mental health issues or physical issues or other things that have led to them being homeless. We've improved services beyond belief. We quadrupled the spend on homeless support as a Conservative administration, and I can't even think what the numbers are that the Lib Dems have spent thanks to central government funding. I mean, their numbers must be eye-watering in terms of the hotels and what's been spent there. I can only think, therefore, that this must be either something that goes around on the Labour action groups or, the Labour handbook about issues to write about. But this is bizarre because all you've done is given us, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats, a platform to say how great we've been at doing this locally. And there are people who had been homeless, as we've heard from previous speakers today, for a number of years, 1 or 2 years, seriously proper people that were homeless, sleeping, in shop doorways, who now have had access to health services, who now are claiming all the benefits they're entitled to, and they now have their first home. And for some of those people, it's the first home they've ever had in their lives. And they now have a brighter future than they had this time 2 or 3 years ago. So I am slightly bewildered. I think it's very odd. I will be supporting the Lib Dem amendment. I suppose my only thanks is to Councillor Corkery for giving us the opportunity, as I say, demonstrate all the good stuff that we've done.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have to say, when I first saw this motion on the agenda, I was really worried. You'll know it's impossible to know everything that's going on at the council. And when I saw this, I was really concerned that the City Council was doing something that I didn't know about and was terrible. I am passionate about making sure that we eradicate homelessness and we have social housing for families and individuals who need it rents they can afford. And for that reason, we're building council houses, we're buying council houses back into public ownership. We've got better health services for people who are rough sleeping, and people are being offered somewhere to live. So I did a bit of digging about this, and I have to say that when I came out of it, I was surprised to see this Labour motion. Because the system, as I understand it, is in areas where there are problems for the local community, such as on Commercial Road in Charles Dickens Ward and on Palmerston Road in St Jude Ward in Southsea. We have a system of community protection notices, and the aim of that is to change people's behaviour to improve the outcomes for local residents. So that seems to me to be targeting three particular things. It's targeting stuff to say that there should not be open drug taking in an area and drug paraphernalia left in a communal area. It's saying that we should not be supportive of people indulging in antisocial behaviour, and we need to be making sure that particularly those shopping areas are attractive to local residents to be able to come and use. And as I understand it, what happens in a community protection area, notice area, is that if people are indulging in those behaviours, the community wardens will talk to people, try to persuade them to change their behaviour, try to make those areas, Commercial Road and Palmerston Road, better areas, more welcoming for members of the public. But if push comes to shove, they feel they need a sanction to be able to get people to change their behaviour. And as Darren has said, the 900 people who we've worked with in the last 2 and a bit years, 6 of these notices have been produced. Now, 3 of them have changed their behaviour. 1 of them has had to change their behaviour because they're in prison, and 2 of them haven't. So I think we need to be clear that indulging in antisocial behaviour in public areas, public taking of drugs and leaving drug paraphernalia around, and making areas look inhospitable to local residents is unacceptable in our city. From anybody. Absolutely anybody. But what this motion says is that if you are not homeless, then a sanction can be imposed. But if you are homeless, no sanction can be imposed, and you can do what you want. Now, I'm really, really worried by that, because I think that means that we will lose support in the community of being able to fight for more homes for people who are homeless. So I'm absolutely behind the feeling in this motion that we should do everything we can to support people who are homeless and provide really good services. But what I'm not behind is something that says if people are indulging in behaviours that are destructive to the local community, that they cannot have a sanction. And the point of the sanction is to get people to change behaviours. And that's what we need. So my Lord Mayor, I think this council has a really great record to be proud of. I was amazed when I went to Chris Ward and I mugged him for 100 million quid to go and buy homes so that there are more council houses in this city. And he said yes. I'm amazed that we've been told how wonderful Oxford City Council is and how it's been held up to us, this council, as a beacon. And yet, in Oxford City Council, as I understand it, the council, they're a Labour-run council, uses the Vagrancy Act to give people fines for being homeless. This council won't do that. This council won't do that because we fight so hard to try to make sure that we've got stuff available for the homeless, to make sure that they're given protection, they're given services, and that we should be proud of what we're doing across party. As I understand it, Councillor Corkery came with this idea to the homeless working group and got no support for it there. I hope that the Labour group choose to withdraw this motion now, because the message they are sending is so bad for the city. And I do hope they think again, so that we're able to work, as we have done, about working on homelessness in a cross-party way without this sort of thing. Let's see if we can work together on this. This motion is really not a good way forward.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I have a point of order, first of all. Point of order from Councillor Cal Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, it's just a clarification. The leader stated that this issue was discussed at a previous homelessness partnership group, and that's also been alluded to by other contributors. However, I think they may be mistaking the discussion which took place at that meeting, which was the enforcement policies of Hampshire Constabulary, with the topic of this motion, which is the enforcement policies of Portsmouth City Council. They are two clear and distinct and separate items. One was discussed at the meeting and one wasn't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
I'm very happy to accept that, unless somebody else tells me differently, but thank you very much for that clarification, Cal.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. Let's move on to the next person on the list. Councillor Scott Pater-Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think Councillor Weems alluded to it earlier regarding housing matters and the fact that it is very much a cross-party consensus on the issue where we actually try and work together. And in all fairness to Councillor Sanders, when I took over as the opposition portfolio, we had quite a frank discussion, and he asked me, what do you think is the biggest issue? And we actually both agreed that it is probably homelessness. And it's heartening to see that the administration is moving forward with the approach that obviously I felt in the approach of the previous administration into dealing with homelessness. And me, and I hope Darren doesn't mind me saying this, we have quite enlightening discussions about the homelessness issue, and we're quite open, and we have a very broad consensus, and we tend to agree most of the time on this issue, which is why I find this motion today before the council from Councillor Corkery to be abhorrent, to be fair. I think it has no place being here. I think it's wrong. It sends the wrong message to what we're actually doing as a city. And when you think of the amount of government spending that has gone into housing the homeless in this city, but also the vote of confidence that the government has recently given this city, you know, and the officer team. And the fact is that that vote of confidence is important. And on a day like today, where Councillor Robert New actually earlier specified that it's a day where councils can, and we are talking about our officers, the amount of officer time has gone into housing the homeless in our city is extraordinary. And the hours that they've put in and the work they've put in needs to be lauded. I don't think we talk about it enough. It is some really extraordinary work, and I've been fortunate to go and see some of the work. I know Councillor Sanders has, and actually know Councillor Corkery's seen some of the work that's been going on in the community, which is why I find it even more surprising that this motion is here, because it doesn't need to be. We should be having a grown-up adult discussion regarding these sorts of matters, and it shouldn't be in this forum. The fact is that Councillor Sanders had to get an amendment to make it factually correct. Says it all really from the Labour Party perspective. They can't even get the motion correct of what is going on in the city. Incidentally, there was a deputation actually by an Alan Burgess, which I thought was interesting. He mentioned about the people that were recently fined in, I think it was Palmerston Road. I actually went and spoke to a member of our community safety team about this recently, and they were actually giving me the heads up on what had actually happened and how we'd got there. So I would advise other members, if you have got concerns like that, to speak to the people that are actually doing the job, because they will actually tell you about how it works and why people get fined. But also, we're not talking about the how it gets to that point. I mean, Councillor Corkery alluded to Hampshire Constabulary actually in his point of order, and Operation Luscombe. Operation Luscombe is a traffic light system which actually basically you get red, amber and green. So there is certain points towards that, and then actually there is an intervention in between as well. So to actually get to the point of being fined, it is quite serious, you know. So I think we need to be very conscious of that, that even Hampshire Constabulary are taking a view of what to do and how to do it, and they're taking a sensitive view, and so are we in this council. I think the Labour motion sends a really bad message. It's insensitive, it's poorly written, and quite frankly, without the amendment, I wouldn't vote for it. But the amendment is very sensible, and I welcome it, Councillor Sanders. So I will be voting for your amendment today, because it not only does it outline what we're doing as a city, but also shows the compassion the city is showing and the great work that's gone in from not only the previous administration, this administration, the government, and all the officers. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott Pater Harris. Councillor Judith Smythe.
Frankly, I'm bemused as why this debate has gone off on this tangent. There's nothing in our motion that says we don't think, in the main, that the council has done an absolutely brilliant job with homeless people and rough sleepers. Indeed, Cal and I have been part of the partnership. I'm proud to be part of that. This is a very simple motion that looks at the city council's specific policy about finding homeless people and rough sleepers. And when I talk to people around Palmerston Road, there's lots of things where people have been breaking the law, where the police get involved, where it may well be where we have to let the law take its course. So it's irrelevant to say that this is about those. This is about spot fines for people who are homeless and rough sleeping. And the conversations I have with people demonstrate that nearly everybody I've spoken to, and it's a lot, really think it is pointless and cruel to fine somebody who is already destitute. And in fact, a lot of what people have been saying agree with that. This is a very simple motion, and one that's about basic justice, where we do have the ability to spot fine people for being homeless and destitute. We would like to have a clear policy made by full council that says we won't do that ourselves as a council. So you know, a lot of the stuff that people's been saying about our homeless and rough sleeper policies, I have been party to, and I'm proud of, as you all are. I think this is a very, very simple motion about common sense that we are seeking to put into council policy, rather than just leaving a bit more to chance. I think people are making a lot of this, and clearly it is almost impossible to get a fine out of somebody who is homeless and destitute. It's wrong to saddle them with that debt, which can then mean that they can't get deposits for flats and so forth if they eventually get themselves to this point. I would ask you to approve this amendment on the grounds that it's a very simple, small thing that we're asking for. It's a big thing for the people who might get the spot fines, and it's very important in terms of human rights and justice. But it doesn't undermine the efforts that we've been making together as an inter-party group to do what I think is some very good work to house people, get people off the streets, and to get them back onto a better future.
Thank you, Councillor Judith Smythe. I have a few people wanting to continue to speak. I have Councillor Gemma New next, followed by Councillor Robert New, followed by Councillor Steve Bitt, just to let everyone know. Councillor Gemma New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I welcome lots of facts and information that's been shared by members tonight. We have a lot to be proud of in Portsmouth in helping rough sleepers and homeless people. Here are some facts. Every single street homeless person is able to claim benefits and access money. And the Society of St James has a postal address that they can use as a care of. It requires engagement. If they refuse to engage with Society of St James, that cannot be forced. My point is street homeless people can access support and money at any time. And with regards to fines, Councillor Pater Harris already mentioned Operation Luscombe, a police approach that uses a traffic light system, red, amber, green. That means the police engage and intervene before anyone is fined. That shows compassion, and that broadly across the board, people agree that intervention is better than fining people, and the council here has done a huge amount of good. And I'm proud of the work that I've done to help the street homeless and those who need a hand up in life. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gemma New. Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, yeah, I share some of the points raised by Councillor Vernon Jackson and others. Kind of mystified, really, that this motion is here today, because I think we're all broadly in agreement that it's not an issue here in Portsmouth. I mean, as we've heard, 6 fine in 12 months. It just actually feels like we're wasting our time today. However, I was there back 5, 6, 7 years ago when this really started to gain momentum in terms of helping people. And my sister, Councillor Geminu, and Paul Gaudier led on setting up the homeless intervention task, and it was cross-party. And I think that the work of that cross-party board did really set the foundations for the positive direction that we've gone into. And here we are in 2020. And as other people have said today, the situation that we're in, the reality is, as Councillor Vernon Jackson and others have said, you know, we've ended up buying back properties and we've been able to house these people. And it's absolutely right that we should give these people the best chances to get onto a better pathway in life. Some of the most vulnerable people that are fighting addiction and other sort of issues around mental health. Now, I know that there are still many, many blockages around mental health services, and whether they're actually fit for purpose is another argument altogether. But I think it's good to see that there is consensus around this. There's real compassion, and that we don't just go out and look to fine people. As Councillor Vernon Jackson said when he was talking about the fines, the first thing that our officers do, who I just want to pay credit to, really, I have to say, James Hill and his team and others across the Community Safety Board, I'm sure Councillor Lee Hunt would join me in echoing this, are superb. They work so hard. The community wardens, they really go out on a limb. They befriend these people, and then the other outreach organisations and charities and voluntary sector people that have come forward as well and have become established in the city. I think as a city, we've got a lot to be proud of, and that's possibly why we've actually also seen an increase in people that have fallen on hard times, who are homeless, street homeless, have come to the city. And I think that collectively that we've been able to build something that's actually pretty special in terms of helping people and helping them to turn their life around. It's something we should all be proud of. So this motion is nonsense. I completely support the Lib Dem amendment on here for bringing some rationale back into this. And I think really Mr. Corkery is a bit corkers on this.
Thank you, Councillor Robert New. Councillor Steve Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm actually very upset that this motion is before full council today. I've worked very closely with quite a number of members of the homeless community, and during the first lockdown, I made it my personal responsibility to make sure that we were not only housing homeless people working with Darren, but also that we were getting meals to them 3 times a day to make sure that they were properly looked after, and that work's become ongoing. Does the Labour group really think that the government was going to award us the 7th highest amount of money in the whole country for our initial project for moving on from the hotels, and now more recently the 6th highest amount in the entire country, if we had draconian policies? We do not have draconian policies. We work cross-party to help people, but sometimes you need a small amount of stick when it's absolutely necessary, and only when it's absolutely necessary, to produce positive outcomes for people. Now let's look at the facts. Of the 6 people who've been fined, 2 of which we understand because it was covered publicly in the news, were relatively recent, and we're yet to see how that plays out. But of the other 4, 1 was incarcerated, and therefore there is potential evidence to say that maybe that was necessary. But the other 3 have had positive outcomes as a result of those fines being issued, which were not pursued. 2 of those people have changed their behaviours in a positive way and engaged with services, and 1 of them is actually having addiction therapy to get himself or herself off drugs. So sometimes, in the most extreme situations, you do need to do something to get a wake-up call to somebody who has been resistant to engaging. Now, the evidence says if those 6 fines hadn't been issued, 2 of those people would probably still be engaging in antisocial behaviour and not doing anything to help themselves, and another one of those people would not now be getting addiction support. So what on earth are we having this debate for? I'll tell you why we're having this debate, Lord Mayor. We're having it so that the Labour Party can go out after this meeting and say that the Conservatives and the Lib Dems support fining homeless people in Portsmouth. And Lord Mayor, that is criminal behaviour on behalf of the Labour group for those of us who work tirelessly to support our homeless community. It is disingenuous and it is dishonest. And I'll tell you where the evidence comes from and the misunderstanding. Councillor Judith Smythe keeps referring to spot fines. We do not have a policy of issuing spot fines in Portsmouth. There is a process where the police work with the community wardens and other agencies to do everything within their power to stop issuing a fine, to the extent that the police have now come to the table to offer to work with Portsmouth, seeing the fantastic job that we're doing here, so that they issue less fines themselves, also to try and produce positive outcomes for people who are rough sleeping. So, Lord Mayor, I'm really cross that this is on here, and I take personal offence to the fact that it is even on this agenda. Item 1 of the actions the council's supposed to take is to acknowledge the work that we're already doing. Item 2 suggests that council officers should continue to do something that they are already doing, which is addressing the issues for those rough sleepers who do need self-contained accommodation because they have serious mental health issues and need that support. And quite right, we should do so. So now we come to the 2 difficult points. Item 3 invites the Cabinet to change the policy of issuing fines to homeless people. This council does not have a policy of issuing fines to homeless people. That is incorrect, and it is impossible for me, and I suspect most of the members of Portsmouth City Council, to vote for a motion that includes those words. Number 4, requests Cabinet take action to ensure the Council stops issuing fixed penalty notices to rough sleepers. Really? You want to take a motion through this Council that says that under no circumstances ever will we issue a fixed penalty notice to somebody? That's just not acceptable, because those 3 positive outcomes that we've had wouldn't have happened if we hadn't used them. It's not about recovering £100. We've never tried to recover any of the money. If your concerns, Councillor Corkery, are over those people's ability to pay, we're not chasing them for the money. It's merely a way of escalating to try yet another attempt to get those people to engage. And guess what? In 50% of the 6 cases out of the 900 homeless people we've helped, it works. So you want to stop doing something that is helping that really hardcore of people to change their behaviours on some fanciful principle that you can stick on Twitter in 5 minutes' time to say how brilliant you are. Well, I'm sorry, but I find that really disturbing.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Bitt. Councillor Claire Oudie.
Well, I'm not going to stick this on Twitter, but here we go. I must precede this with the fact that what I say doesn't detract from the hard work of officers, with the resources that they are given, and those who provide outreach to the homeless, both employed by services or by grassroots groups, which are still providing help all through the pandemic. What is the point in fining people when the administration have admitted that they can't pay? The only other thing it will do is seek to criminalise people. If they don't pay, they're going to get criminal records. I know you're saying we're not pursuing it, so that's another reason why you shouldn't. I get that half the people out of 6 have engaged with a service, but they're probably terrified of extending their criminal record or being called in because they might be on some kind of order or whatever and being sent back to prison. I don't want to go there. This is kind of like the financial grown-up equivalent of smacking a child. Fining people for doing drugs is a form of criminalising addiction and not really helping them out. I agree with some points that Councillor Vernon Jackson makes, but you can't find people that you can't find the people that are shooting up in our faces because they're not shooting up in our faces, quite frankly. They're looking for private places to go. I would love to offer them a safe space to do what they need to do, but we can't. I can guarantee that the authorities know the drug takers and will probably follow them or harass them, especially those who are more noisy or leery than the others, just to prove a point and come down on them and terrify everyone else in the process. Whilst we have homed the homeless, there are a fair fair few people that are not engaged, and they've not wanted to, and fair enough. It's hard to do that. People have gone and been cooped up in hotels through the pandemic, and now forced into accommodation, which isn't particularly great, to be fair. Yeah, they're receiving support, but if they refuse that now and then go back to the streets, then ultimately they will be just fined for being outside and not in a little tiny room in a shared house or in homeless accommodation or in tiny student accommodation, when we should be giving them council houses, yeah? But we don't have any because we're spunking a load of money on a flat block in Arundel Street, which don't have any housing for people, only people that are going to pay for it. So when Labour 2019 general election and others wanted to house the homeless, we didn't imagine it would be like this right now and being dealt with post-COVID, obviously. It was about giving support and potentially leaning into a housing first model, giving people a chance, not putting them up in shared houses or small student accommodation, what I just said. The problem is still very much there. We have some cash. We have quite a lot of cash at the moment, and well done. We've been given the cash because we're good at writing things and bids, and we've done quite a lot of help, and I thank all the officers for all the hard work they put in over the years. But we are a seaside town with a high drugs epidemic, and we're probably quite on the list for just that reason alone. This will only lead into a thing where we're told that the homeless are out of order for not taking the accommodation that they're being offered, and they'll be demonised further, and there'll be more incidences of hate crime where bedding is urinated on, set on fire, and people abused in the street. I really can't believe the Lib Dem amendment back in a way that it's cool to find homeless people. So you go get that extra cash for your coffers and then send people to prison when they can't pay. I know you're saying you're not pursuing it, but if you're not going to pursue it, don't give it to them in the first instance. How about that? We're not saying that the homeless can run around doing what they want. Most choose not to take the mick, but addiction and other issues should be helped. And people should be rehabilitated, and we shouldn't be criminalising people in this process. If we offered adequate services and housing in the first place, we wouldn't be in a position where Councillor Corkery would be presenting this motion that you're all very, very upset with. I need to finish on this point. Also, we all need to stop saying cross-party today. I've had enough of it. We can still work cross-party like we do in our groups and still have a difference of opinion. It shouldn't be used as some stupid virtue signalling card when someone doesn't agree, yeah? We're entitled to bring motions here today, so don't act so offended when people don't agree with you. You can be angry or annoyed, but stop saying cross-party at us. It's just ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Claire Oudie. I have a point of order from Councillor Donna Jones. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I take offence at Councillor Udie's comments where she said that she made reference to our staff following drug dealers, drug addicts around, to harassing them and to terrorising drug addicts on the streets. I don't know of any member of our staff that goes out to work every day with that intention. I think that was a very poor choice of words, and I would invite her to withdraw that. Also, Lord Mayor, call me a prude, but I've taken offence at the very unparliamentary language that was just used in reference to a male ejaculation. I don't think it's appropriate that that kind of language is used to describe how we spend our money or whatever. And I think it would be right and proper if I could request you, Lord Mayor, politely to remind us all of the appropriate language that should be used. This is a public meeting. We are representing a mighty city and thousands of residents, and I'm offended, and I'm sure that there'll be others watching this, members of the public, that will be offended. It's just not appropriate language.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Donna Jones. Yes, members, we're getting very heated now, and it is in the public domain, so please just watch your behaviour and try to make sure that you are representing the public and the public will take note of what we're saying. So I have a point of order also from Councillor Cal Corkery, followed by a point of order by Claire Oudie. Councillor Cal Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I recognise the debate has become very heated. I think that's completely unnecessary, and I hope it will be noted that personally, myself, and I think I speak here for the Labour group, and we always try to conduct ourselves in a respectful and calm manner. And I'd just like to touch on some comments that have been made over the course of this debate, because I don't think they're conducive to good policy making, and I do think they need to be noted, and then I'm happy to move on. So over the course of this debate in the chat, which the public won't be able to see, but there have been sarcastic comments made during other people speaking by elected councillors, which I don't think is acceptable. Other language that has been used is the word abhorrent to describe our motion, our intention of bringing this forward. It's probably a bit excessive. Nonsense. I've personally been described as corkers, which I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it's pretty petty and it's probably actually quite offensive. There's been talk of this motion amounting to criminal behaviour. We've been accused of being disingenuous and dishonest. There's also been raised voices and shouting at various points, but I think fundamentally this all seems to amount to an assumption of bad faith, and I just want to comment on that, in that there is no bad faith on behalf of myself or the Labour Group. We genuinely believe that this is a motion to be brought forward and discussed in this forum, and that was our intention in doing so. So I think there's been some quite bad behaviour amongst various different groups and parties, but I would request that it stops there and we move on to talk about the actual substance of the issue in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cal Corkery. Some wise words said there about making sure we mind our language and we actually treat each other as adults and treat each other fairly. So I have a point of order from Councillor Claire Rudy. Councillor Claire Rudy.
Thank you. Just to come back on Councillor Jones' point about saying about officers, about following and harassing drug takers, I said authorities and not officers, so I'm not taking that back at all. And also, I didn't know what I said. My husband just informed me that apparently I said spunked, so I apologise for saying the word spunked.
Thank you, Councillor Claire Rudy. So we are now going to go to hopefully a final point of order before we get to the summing up, because I did want to make sure everybody had a chance to clear the air between them and get back to a bit of normality and proper decorum between us. Councillor Scott, Peter Harris, bearing in mind your point of order, could I ask you if it's going to pour oil on water?
No, Lord Mayor. It's just obviously Councillor Corkery made reference to the word that I used, was abhorrent, which I did use. It's an adjective which is inspiring disgust and loathing, and I don't take that back.
Right, councillors, I hope you can see a bit of sense beyond this. Okay, once we've finished this meeting. Councillor Cal Corkery, I have nobody else waiting up, and thank you for your patience, and you have the floor to sum up. And could you mention, obviously there are some amendments there, and it'd be useful if you indicate your feelings on that. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will start just by referring and responding to directly some of the points that made, and then I'll conclude. So, firstly, I mean, I do still contend that this amendment that's been proposed does negate the motion. The motion is about opposing the use of fines against homeless people in Portsmouth, full stop. The amendment seeks to change that and say that they're acceptable in some circumstances. Well, I do continue to contend that actually the amendment negates the content of the motion, but obviously that's a moot point for now. I mean, I think fundamentally we need to think about what is the point of fining homeless people if they're not being paid. I mean, there's been some suggestion that it's actually to coerce them into accepting help, and I'm afraid I cannot accept that coercing vulnerable people into accepting help is an appropriate or a helpful way in order to deal with them. I mean, there's been also a reference to actually it being a very small number, and six people over the course of the year, I think is not insignificant. But actually, let's try and take a step back and look at this from the perspective of the people that have been fined. I mean, they don't care if it's 100 or 1,000 or if it's just them that's getting fined. It's still that psychological impact on their life and their well-being that we need to consider. So I think the number, whether it's large or small, is largely irrelevant. There's been just some discussion of people who seem to think that it's an acceptable use of fines by the council in response to drug taking, and I'm afraid I do not accept that at all. I think addiction is a really serious health issue that people need to be supported to address. And once again, I do not believe coercion or financial penalties are the way in which to do that. There's been some discussion about help that is available, and yes, I mean that's clearly noted in the motion and in the speeches we've made. We note that the help that is out there, but we comment on the fact that it may not be suitable for everyone, and that perhaps there's more to be done. And obviously, we're supportive of work that is going on around that. And really, the intention of the motion is whether fining people is supporting them, is going to make things better in the long run, or not. The leader of the opposition Conservative group has thanked us for using this as an opportunity to say how great we are and how great the Lib Dems are at dealing with homeless people, which I think was probably slightly tongue-in-cheek comment. I do recognise, again, as I think I've said this numerous times, that it's stated in the motion that progress has been made. But for me, so long as there are people out on the street, then not enough progress has been made. And I don't care how good people may feel about the progress that's been made. So long as there is still street homelessness in Portsmouth, we're going to carry on banging this drum, and we're going to carry on sticking up for some of the most vulnerable people in our society. So in conclusion, Lord Mayor, this is a balanced motion which contextualises rough sleeping and talks to the services that are available, but also highlights why it is that those services don't meet everyone's needs. Quite simply, we argue that fining homeless people doesn't work. The fines are not paid, so what function do they play other than oppressing rough sleepers and making their lives more difficult and more stressful? I appreciate that a coalition seems to have formed between the Conservative and the Lib Dem groups on this issue, but we cannot accept the amendment because, as I said, it does negate the motion and changes the core meaning of what it is we're trying to do. So we won't be accepting the amendment, Lord Mayor, and we would strongly encourage people to reject the amendment and support our motion unamended.
Thank you, Councillor Corcoran. Just let me reinforce to members, I know it must be late in the day and that we've not eaten, and therefore we're getting slightly tardy about how we're talking to each other. Remember, we're all trying to do a good job in our own right, so I would ask you to respectfully treat people fairly and give them an opportunity to convey what they want to say, etc., and respond respectfully. So we are now going to move. Stuart, if you can give us some guidance. I think I've lost the thread of what it is we're going to be voting on. Thank you.
That's okay, Lord Mayor. Yes, obviously, Councillor Sanders has put an amendment forward, which has not been accepted, so it's not been subsumed. So you now actually need to vote on Councillor Sanders' amendment as it stands. So let me know when you want me to do the roll call on that amendment.
Can we start the roll call, please?
Thank you. So if members could indicate whether they're for, against, or abstain. Councillor Wood, Lord Mayor.
Abstain.
Councillor Ashmore.
For the amendment.
Councillor Atkins.
For the amendment.
Councillor Atwell.
For.
Councillor Bosher.
For the amendment, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coles.
Against.
Councillor Corkery.
Against.
Councillor Dowling.
For.
Councillor Fazakerley.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
Against.
Councillor Ferret.
For.
Councillor Fuller.
For, Stuart.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney.
Against.
Councillor Hockaday.
For.
Councillor Hooper. Councillor Horton. Sorry.
For.
Thank you. That's Councillor Hooper and Councillor Horton for. Okay. Has someone got their microphone on? No, it's okay. Okay. Councillor Hunt.
For.
Councillor Jonas.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jones.
For.
Councillor Madden.
For.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
For the amendment.
Councillor Lee Mason.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Morgan.
Against.
Councillor Norton.
For, Stuart.
Councillor Gemma New.
For.
Councillor Robert New.
For the amendment.
Councillor Peter Harris.
For the amendment.
Councillor Pitt.
For.
Councillor Purvis.
For.
Councillor
Sanders.
I don't do bad faith. I'm
Councillor
for the
Sanders. For. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stagg.
For.
Councillor Smythe.
Against.
Councillor Stubbs.
For.
Councillor Swan.
For the amendment.
Councillor Symes.
For the amendment.
Councillor Udi.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
For.
Councillor Weems.
For.
And Councillor Winnington.
For, my lord. Sorry, Mr. Agland.
That's all right. Lord, on behalf of the Lord Mayor. Thank you. You're for. Okay, that's the end of the roll call. I'll ask Peter if he kindly calculate and report to the Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, Lord Mayor. The 31 for, 8 against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you, Peter. That means the proposal with that amendment has been carried. And I think, therefore, the original motion falls. Is that correct, Stuart? Just read out.
No, what now happens is, as the council's approved the amendment, that now becomes the substantive. Namely, it's now built into the motion on the agenda. So you now need to vote on the substantive, which is what was on the agenda, incorporating the changes you've just agreed. So if members, I'm assuming there are objections. If there aren't, you can do it by assent, but otherwise I have to do a roll call again on the substantive, Lord Mayor.
All right. Are there any objections or abstentions?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Yeah. So okay. So I'll do the roll call again. This is on what we call the substantive, namely the original motion incorporating all the changes that the council has just agreed, Lord Mayor. Councillor Wood, Lord Mayor.
For.
Councillor Ashmore.
For.
Councillor Atkins.
For.
Councillor Atwell.
For.
Councillor Bosher.
For.
Councillor Coles.
Abstain.
Councillor Corkery.
The motion is now something substantially different from what was submitted, so I will abstain.
Councillor Dowling.
For.
Councillor Fazakerley.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
Abstain.
Councillor Ferret.
For.
Councillor Fuller. Councillor Fuller.
For.
Councillor Heaney.
Abstain.
Councillor Hockaday.
For.
Councillor Hooper.
For.
Councillor Horton.
For.
Councillor Hunt.
For.
Councillor Jonas.
For.
Councillor Jones.
For.
Councillor Madden.
For.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
For.
Councillor Lee Mason.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Morgan.
Abstain.
Councillor Norton.
For.
Councillor Gemma New.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Robert New.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Peter Harris.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pitt.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Purvis.
For.
Councillor Sanders.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Abstain.
Councillor Stagg.
For.
Councillor Smythe.
Abstain.
Councillor Stubbs.
For.
Councillor Swan.
For.
Councillor Symes.
For.
Councillor Udi.
Against.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
For.
Councillor Weems.
For.
And Councillor Winnington.
For, Mr. Agland.
Thank you. Okay, Lord Mayor, we'll just total that up for you. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, 32 for, 1 against, and 7 abstentions.
Thank you, members. So the motion with the amendment incorporated has been passed. I need to ask members, I detect that people are getting very tired and maybe hungry, so it would be useful. I'm going to go with motion F, but after motion F, I'm just going to offer whether people want a quick 10-minute break to go and get something to eat. Otherwise, we're likely to get even more touchy, I think. Okay, so motion F. Is this motion concerning Commonwealth Armed Forces Veterans Support proposed by Councillor Coles and seconded by Councillor Heaney? Councillor Coles, are you proposing this?
Formally proposed, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Heaney, are you seconding this?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I'm seconding it.
Okay. Can I call upon the proposer, Councillor Coles, to present and speak to his motion? Councillor Tom Coles.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I would first like to thank Craig Withy for his deputation today. As put forward in his deputation, the armed forces of our country have included servicemen and women from across the Commonwealth since its formation. In my time in the Royal Navy, I had many friends across the Army, Navy and RAF who came from countries within the Commonwealth to serve. I find it absolutely abhorrent that people who have chosen to come to the United Kingdom to serve in our armed forces are, at the end of their service, told they must pay exorbitant fees in order to remain in the country they served and defended. The 127% increase in these fees since 2015 is an aberration on the values of our nation, an affront to our armed forces. As a military city, which has proclaimed its commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant, have we not a duty of care to all armed forces veterans, to include those born here and those from Commonwealth nations? The measures listed within the wording of the motion, for Commonwealth veterans being granted the right to remain in the UK indefinitely and free of charge on completing 4 years of service, and upon completing 12 years of service to be granted citizenship, would be the very least we can do to thank these brave men and women who we are privileged to have protecting and defending us. We want this to be a cross-party action, hence our recommendations today. We're pleased that Councillor Morgan, in his capacity of Member of Parliament, already backs this campaign, has met with those advocating it, and is lobbying in Westminster for change. We hope the MP for Portsmouth North and the Council leader will take appropriate steps as well. As mentioned at the start of today's meeting, a motion to support a Royal British Legion campaign for the rights of Commonwealth veterans came before this Council last year. Today's motion continues the themes of the RBL campaign, and I hope the same degree of support from members will be forthcoming. I was proud to have Commonwealth servicemen and women alongside me in my time serving, and I will now proudly fight for their right to remain alongside me in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tom Coles. Are there any amendments to this motion? I see that there is already one by Councillor Matthew Whittington. Are there any that have been declared to you, Stuart, and proposed and secondly circulated, or is this on the fly?
No, the amendment from Councillor Whittington has been formally submitted and received by us, so it's ready to be formally proposed and uplifted onto the screen if that is the wish of Councillor Whittington when you ask of him.
Okay, so Councillor Whittington, are you proposing this and do you wish it to be uploaded?
Yes, please. Yeah, if you can do that now, please, and I'll speak to it.
Okay, and who is seconding it?
I am, my Lord Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson is seconding it. Thank you. So while it's being uploaded, Councillor Matthew Whittington, are you happy to speak to it now or want it uploaded first?
Happy to speak to it. People can see what it is, especially as it refers back to last year's motion. So I'll begin. So I'm a bit bemused that this motion's here today after a somewhat superior motion was passed by this council this time last year, and was actually much more thorough in terms of who it was including, and also about who was requested to include within it. And I'm sorry, Councillor Rudy, I'm going to say cross-party because, of course, it did have cross-party support across all parties on this council when it was passed in October last year. And I was really impressed by that at the time. So I think it's very strange today of all days, the day before Armistice Day, that the Royal British Legion campaign is not mentioned at all. And I think it is requisite on this council to recognise what
what it's already said about Commonwealth and Commonwealth veterans with the Stop the Service Charge campaign and the Royal British Legion, but also remember that our motion last year wasn't just about Commonwealth veterans, it was about other foreign, non-Commonwealth foreign veterans as well. And I think that's really, really important that we include that, because for all the time that we talk about Commonwealth veterans, I think that's fine. But I do think, and this is my one issue with the Royal British Legion campaign, it is a bit divisive. I understand why they do it, because we've got that special relationship. But in Portsmouth, we look at everyone who lives here, not just people who are British, Commonwealth, or Commonwealth. We look at everyone as well who serves in our armed forces. What I do welcome about this is about the citizenship side. So I have included that in my amendments, but I've actually brought it down to 10 years. I think 12 years, 10 years just seems like a more round number, more sensible, and sounds like a good thing to do. 10, 12, I don't think it really matters. To be honest, it perhaps should be 4, but let's stick with the 4 years as being for the visa fees. Councillor Coles is completely right. As I said last year in my speech, and it was actually in the motion last year, it was nearly £2,500 in there, which is again what we've got in here. So actually putting that in writing to really show the ludicrous situation that we have. And I've checked the government website today, so I did that before I submitted that, and it still is at that level. And from 2 days' time, actually, it will continue to be at that great increased level compared to only 5 years ago. And a huge increase. I think 127% as was rightly said within the motion. But and one of the reasons for it about saying it's not just Commonwealth is because actually, and some people might not be aware of this, but countries move in and out of the Commonwealth. I remember talking to some veterans who are Gambian. Now, when they left the armed forces, they Gambia had left the Commonwealth because their former president didn't like it. Since then, the Gambia has rejoined the Commonwealth and therefore will be captured by it. So it is really a bit of a nonsense not to include all foreign, Commonwealth and non-Commonwealth personnel in that. So I think it's really important to recognise that we have already got a motion on this that we've all supported. I think it was pretty much unanimous last time. That we continue to support it, that we had a early day motion in the last Parliament, which we did call on the 2 MPs in the city to support. Unfortunately, before the end of the Parliament, they didn't support it, which is a shame from both of them. I will give them the benefit of the doubt. After the last council meeting last October, there was literally only a couple of weeks until Parliament was dissolved for the general election, but and I'm pleased to hear that Councillor Stephen Morgan MP has subsequently been backing this. But I do think it's important to recognise what we've already done as a city, reaffirm that now, but also I do completely agree with that about the citizenship side, but it must be for Commonwealth and non-Commonwealth foreign service personnel and former service personnel, because otherwise we are causing discrimination. And we are not about that in the city. We are for everyone. We are for everyone. It doesn't matter where they come from. If they fight in our armed forces, they deserve to be treated right. And this is the way to do it. So I commend you my amendment. I thank the motion for coming again, but I wish it had been better in the first place so we wouldn't have to amend this to such a degree. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Matthew Winnington. Right, so it is now before the floor. Councillor Vernon Jackson, I've got you next on the list.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and I welcome this motion. As Councillor Matthew Winnington says, it's very, very similar to one we debated and all agreed a year ago. And And if we're going to start putting things in on an annual basis so that we can make sure that meetings last a long time, I'm sure we can all do that. I think it's a good thing to say, as it was a good thing to say a year ago when we all agreed it. I hope the amendment is viewed as just tidying up and improving. I particularly think of people from Zimbabwe who supported us and supported our forces. Their country is removed from the Commonwealth because of the behaviour of Robert Mugabe. I don't think they should be badly treated just because they had a president who had bizarre views and actions. So I hope the Labour Group are happy to accept the amendment, which I hope tidies things up, and we can all support it so that we can move on as we have many more hours of this to go tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I'm glad you recognise the lateness of the night. And therefore, I'll move quickly on to the next person, Councillor Graham Heaney, with that in mind.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm seconding the motion, and I'm seconding it, and we're concentrating on the Commonwealth Armed Forces because, as you may be aware, the Armed Forces have actually committed since 2018 to recruiting people from Commonwealth countries. Around 1,400 a year is the figure, and they include countries like countries in Africa, the Caribbean, and Fiji. And we have to recognise that they are often serving in the lower ranks of the services. They're not people who are going to be serving as officers. Consequently, currently there are about 6,000 Commonwealth people serving in our armed forces. So the numbers are quite significant. So that's why the emphasis is on the Commonwealth. And the reason we're doing this is because of the difficulties of recruiting for the armed services. So that they do form an important part of our armed forces. And given that they're volunteering to serve our country and potentially putting their lives at risk, the way we treat them when they leave the services does not adequately, I think, acknowledge their services. We do acknowledge the Royal British Legion campaign to waive visa fees, and that's been a very important campaign, and I've been reading some stuff about that. So we do need to recognise that as well. And I think I would say on the citizenship thing, there's another person who's been making some steps about this. It's the CEO of Dr. Hugh Mulroy, who is the CEO of Veterans Aid. And he said that the very least we can do in recognition of their services is to grant them and their families the right to full British citizenship and bring true equality to all those who serve in our armed forces, regardless of their country of origin. So it looks like he's backing the idea that we should go a bit further. So I think there is a good deal of support for this. And given what they do, I think it's important that we do see more support, particularly at this time of year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Graham Heaney. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. This is another interesting motion that's come forward. I do expect it to have cross-party support today. I think it is an important one. And whilst this motion did come forward to us last year, as Councillor Winnington and Vernon Jackson has said, we are a military city. So, of course, these are recurrent themes that are probably going to keep coming up for us. And I have to say that I'm going to use the words that I'm really pleased. I mean, I know Councillor Udy doesn't like cross-party, but I think it's really healthy when you've got people from different political spectrums who can work together cross-party for the good of our city, because surely that is, you know, the grown-up politics that I'm sure our residents want us to be, you know, representing them in that way. So I'm pleased to have support last year.
Councillor Donna Jones, sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
I tried to get you at a good point before you moved on. I have a point of order. Councillor Claire Rudy.
My point of order is that the use of the word cross-party is about us working together collaboratively and getting on to perhaps not wave a card of cross-party when we don't agree with each other. So I'm more than happy for you to use the words cross-party. We are broadly in agreement over this motion. So thank you.
Okay, right, thank you for that. Sorry, Councillor Donna Jones, if you'd like to proceed.
No problem. I'm really pleased that cross-party working has been apparent today. It's good, it's wholesome, it's the right thing for the people that we represent. I mean, I think that Johnny Mercer, our Minister for the Armed Forces, has made his position very, very clear. In fact, just 3 weeks ago, he's made representation both to the Treasury, obviously to Ben Wallace, his boss, Secretary of State for Defence, and also to the Home Secretary, who put forward the case that the visa costs for armed forces personnel who are not UK residents that have fought to protect the country should be able to come and live here and apply to live here without racking up in some cases as much as £10,000. I mean, Penny Mordaunt is probably the elected person in the city right now who's done more for the armed forces than any other, having been Secretary of Defence, having been a Royal Naval Reservist, and importantly, speaking out as one of the first MPs a couple of years ago to bring about a crucial change in legislation around vexatious litigation, which I think was, appalling. And the fact that soldiers, many of them quite young people, who sign up to go and fight to protect this country and then have that sort of Damocles hanging over their heads that they could, for the rest of their lives, at some point have an action brought against them, I think is really wrong. In terms of the motion we've got here today, it is interesting when the Labour Party, or certainly sections of the Labour Party, actively voted against the recent Overseas Operations Bill that was debated just 3 weeks ago. And in fact, the Labour Party whipped abstain on this. And for those who are aware, the whole point of the Overseas Operations Bill is to end the presumption for prosecution, particularly for soldiers, in terms of illegal wars or in terms of any kind of interrogation, when they do capture prisoners. And I think it's sad that the Labour Party actually had to sack 3 people who were parliamentary private secretaries. And Jeremy Corbyn, John McDonnell, Rebecca Long-Bailey, Diane Abbott, senior members within the Labour Party broke the whip and voted against that. And what message does that send to veterans in this city? I think it's sad. I do support the concept. I think that this would have been sorted out by the government sooner in terms of the fees cost and who's going to pay for them, Home Office, Treasury, or the MOD, had we not have had a general election, 9-10 months ago, a pandemic, and also Brexit. So I am expecting this to be sorted out in the next term of Parliament after Christmas, keeping everything crossed. Definitely supporting the motion today, and very much welcome the Lib Dem amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donna Jones, and thank you for accepting the interruption. I have had a note that it wasn't a point of order, but members will understand I don't know it's a point of order that's verified until somebody says, and I think Councillor Claire Rudy was quite succinct and to the point, so I allowed it in this case. But in future, if it's going to be anything long, can people just state what point of order they're going to raise so we can make a judgment call on it? Thank you. I have Councillor Matthew Atkins who wants to speak next. Councillor Matthew Atkins.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I think this is a good motion. I think it will have cross-party support. I think everyone in the chamber can happily vote for this. And I would echo the comments of Councillor Jones that I think the only reason the government has not already done this is because they've been dealing with so many other issues, and there's a limited amount you can fit on the government timetable. I would like to also welcome the Lib Dem amendment. I think it's correct to give the Royal British Legion the credit that it's due in this campaign, and also to recognise that this is an issue on which the City Council has already passed judgment, and this is something that we do all agree should be changed in the law to ensure that veterans are able to stay in the UK or travel and live in the UK if they've served this country. And I just wanted to congratulate, I think, both the current administration and the previous Conservative administration on their commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant and the fact that this city has a gold rating on that issue. I think that is something that we do well in Portsmouth, and that should be recognised. I also think that we should recognise the achievements of the Conservative government in this area. From the very first sort of moment that they came into office in 2010, they've been addressing veterans' concerns gradually, and I think, as I say, this is something that will be changed before too long in the law, because from the outset they resolved the issue with the Gurkhas that Joanna Lumley campaigned on for so long throughout the Blair government. They came in and they resolved that issue. They enshrined the military covenant in law. Our own Portsmouth North MP, Penny Mordaunt, introduced the legislation that Councillor Jones was referring to protect veterans from malicious prosecution. The passage of that particular piece of legislation recently is I think, even more convoluted than Councillor Jones made reference, because in fact Labour voted, their official position was to abstain on it at second reading, but they voted against it as a party on third reading because they were too worried about a split caused by the suspension of Jeremy Corbyn due to anti-Semitism, and so they felt that they would be unable to keep the party together if they didn't oppose the third reading of the bill to shield veterans from prosecution. So I do think that we should say to Councillor Morgan MP that he needs to have a word with some of his colleagues about their approach to the armed forces, because it's certainly not as supportive as the council group here in Portsmouth, the Labour council group, would suggest. It's the Labour Party's behaviour over that particular bill has, I think, been quite shocking at national level. Some other things, though, that the Conservative government has done on veteran issues: they've guaranteed public sector interviews for veterans. They've introduced a veterans rail card. They've introduced an ID card to ensure veterans can access public services, and they've produced the first ever national veterans strategy. So this is an area in which the Conservative government acts regularly and has continued to do so throughout its years in office. And I think this particular issue is the next on the list that needs to be resolved, and I think it's correct that it should be raised. I think it's a good thing that this has support across all the parties in this city. It's a good proposal. And so the Conservatives, I think, will support it in line with our continuing and proven commitment to veterans. And we welcome the fact that the Labour Party is now on board with supporting veterans, that they no longer have a leader who shows at times open contempt for veterans, and that they want to work with the other parties to make the country better and more supportive of those who have served us in the past. So I think this is a good motion. I think the Lib Dem amendment is a good amendment. And so I will be voting for them both. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew Atkins. Councillor Joe Hooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I appreciate we're pretty late in now, so I'll just whiz through this as quickly as possible. So thank you very much to Councillor Coles for raising this issue. The member for Fratton is hopefully aware, given the nature of our past conversations, that I fully support Commonwealth veterans being granted the right to stay in UK post-service. And for long service members, they should be granted British citizenship. I've always said, if you are deemed fit to bleed and die in service of a country, then you should also have the commitment from that nation that you can call that place home post-service. I'd also like to personally put on record my thanks to Councillor Coles for his own service in the armed forces. I think it's very important to recognise that. Now, Councillor Coles' motion also mentions the MP Johnny Mercer. I appreciate colleagues have also mentioned him tonight. Now, he is one of 45 MPs who've served within the armed forces as either a regular or a reservist, with 41 of the 41 MPs representing the Conservative Party. And I really think it's important to say a bit more about this fella, because over the last period, he has been doing a lot of really, superb, committed work to improve the case for veterans in our country. Now, having served on the frontline operations 3 times in Afghanistan with the 29th Commando Royal Artillery and 3rd Regiment Royal Horse Artillery, Mr. Mercer is well placed to understand veteran issues. And as Minister for Defence, People and Veterans, he has already worked tirelessly, as others have said, to stop the IHAP prosecutions, and he has been tasked by the PM to end vexatious prosecutions of former service personnel in conflict zones such as Northern Ireland. He has also been an outspoken advocate for the veteran community on the Defence Committee, the Defence Subcommittee and the Health and Social Care Committee, as well as delivering a maiden speech to Parliament, passionately decreeing his main missions as being to improve mental health provision and support for war veterans. Indeed, with Mr. Mercer at the helm, the veterans have an actual exponent of the armed forces fighting for them, rather than well-meaning civilian voices who can never fully understand the roles of those who have actually served. Indeed, Mr. Mercer has been most voraciously vocal on Commonwealth citizens, as we've already heard this evening, serving in our armed forces, having the right to apply for indefinite leave to remain in the UK after 4 years of service. Crucially, though, a service leaver, as we've already heard, and I know the Lib Dem amendment takes this into account, could face a bill of up to 10k to remain, something Mr. Mercer recently challenged robustly, funnily enough, whilst aboard the HMS Westminster in Portsmouth, by calling for the Treasury to step in with the cash, a position backed by Michael Gove, who is responsible for veterans at cabinet level. Johnny Mercer also tweeted on the 17th of October, and I quote, "Confident that this will be the first government to sort out the 25-year-old injustice of foreign and Commonwealth personnel who have to stay in the UK after service. Therefore, I feel the Conservative Party are very well placed to deliver for Commonwealth war veterans. I've got implicit trust in Johnny Mercer. I've met him. He's a very plain-speaking, passionate person. And please let's not forget that the Labour Party had 15 years previous to the present government and the coalition before to deliver for these veterans, but they didn't. In a wider context, it is also true to assert that this particular issue boils down to what many perceive as a lack of respect and recognition for the veteran community, which this manifests as one issue of many that are currently afflicting those who have served. Now, throwing this key word of respect back into the domain of the Labour Party, and although I have, I have complete respect for Councillor Coles, I don't doubt Councillor Coles' personal integrity on this matter, the party have much cleansing to do within their own movement to appear credible to veterans. Undoubtedly, the previous leader, Anne Blair, have been the most loathed politicians in living memory where veterans are concerned, the very antithesis of a supportive voice in Parliament, conscience and action. Now, after all, the armed forces and veterans serve and have served us all, ensuring our collective safety. Therefore, they deserve the respect and support of all, regardless of political affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe Hooper. I think I've got nobody else on the thing. So, Councillor Tom Coles, I think reading between the lines, there is broad support in some roundabout way with what you're. So if you could just indicate whether you're happy for the amendment or how you want to proceed, bearing in mind the lateness of the night. Councillor Tom Coles, over to you.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm just hoping I can read my own scribble here, so you have to excuse me. We will be subsuming the Lib Dem amendment this evening. Though it is a little disappointing, the amendment doesn't require an action specifically for the Leader of the Council. Unfortunately, Councillor Winnington also failed to understand parliamentary procedure. As a frontbench opposition MP, Councillor Morgan is ineligible to sign early day motions. Councillor Morgan has taken this forward in other ways, though I can't comment on the actions of the Portsmouth North MP. I don't know either way. I'd like to thank the Conservative members for their input and support. Though I felt the attacks on the National Labour Party were a little unnecessary in a debate on Commonwealth veterans. And just to add on the Overseas Operations Bill, the Royal British Legion have said that the Overseas Operational Bill does breach the Armed Forces Covenant and that the bill will give fewer rights to veterans than prisoners. But besides that, thanks to all the cross-party support, and I hope you all support the subsumed substantive motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Tom Coles, I am grateful for the short summing up, and that was very good. Okay, so Stuart, sorry, I've lost again. I'm losing the thread. What are we voting on?
As Councillor Coles said, Lord Mayor, it's the subsumed substantive. So as he's agreed to take into account the Councillor Winnington's amendment, it's just the one vote incorporating the motion on the floor with the amendment, and you may just want to test whether there are any objections to that to see whether it can be agreed by assent or not.
Members, Are there any opposing this or any abstentions? Good. Okay. Therefore, by ascension, we are passing that motion. The motion is passed. Thank you, members. So, members, moving to the next motion, I did say we could take a break, and I just want to test the water. I'm not sure how long this next motion is going to take in terms of debating, whether it's going to be a quick or long debate. How do members feel about going for the next motion, or do we need a break for about 10 minutes to go and get a bite to eat and do various other things, etc.? Members, do you want to proceed or take a break? Please yell.
Carry on.
Yeah, I prefer to carry on and get the motions out of the way.
Okay. All right. Thank you, members. We will keep going. Okay. Right. So we are. Let me just catch up to where we are. Motion. That was motion F, if I'm correct. We're now up to motion G. Is this motion concerning parking and COVID proposed by Councillor Stubbs and seconded by Councillor Symes? Councillor Stubbs, are you proposing this?
I am, yes.
Okay, and Councillor Symes, are you seconding?
I am.
Okay, can I call upon Councillor Luke Stubbs to present and speak to this motion?
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. Am I on? So this year has been an exceptional year. Large parts of the economy are once again closed down, and the future for many businesses is extremely uncertain. All we know for sure is that repeated lockdowns will mean fewer jobs and lower living standards, and that the effects of that will linger on for years. The retail sector was already under pressure before COVID came along. The rise in internet shopping, combined with the pull of West Quay, Whiteley and out-of-town retail parks, has meant that Portsmouth's high streets were already in visible decline long before the pandemic got going. I recognise and welcome that the council has bid for money for Commercial Road and for Fratton, but the Future High Streets Fund is about managing decline, and in any event, any payout will be some way off. Something needs to be done now. Now, I have no idea whether shops will be allowed to reopen on December the 2nd or not, but if they are, they need help. Research on the impact of parking charges is extremely limited. All I could find was a 2015 report produced for the Welsh Government entitled Assessing the Impact of Car Parking Charges on Town Centre Footfall. In it, a small number of shoppers were asked their views on parking charges. 61% identified them as a very important issue when deciding where to shop. A further 19% said it was important, while 40% said they would definitely visit a shopping centre more were parking charges reduced. The research identifies other factors, including the availability of parking and the overall offer a centre has. And yes, research that monitors what happens when parking charges have changed will be a lot more convincing, but even so, I think some temporary relief would help. November the 27th is Black Friday, the busiest day of the year for retailers in America. It has become the start of Christmas shopping worldwide. It is a critical time for shops. Action on parking charges will cost money, but it may also save it. The business rates bill for the Debenham store in Commercial Road alone is £468,000. That and much more is at risk if the retail sector collapses. Shops across all Portsmouth retail centres are under enormous pressure. I hope they can reopen for Christmas, and if so, they need every assistance to keep hold of customers that will otherwise be lost to the internet giants and to retail parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luke Stubbs. Succinct. Are there any amendments to this motion which will need to be proposed, seconded and circulated if not done so already? Stuart.
Yes, Lord Mayor, we have an amendment in the name of Councillor Pitt. So if Councillor Pitt's happy to propose it and ask for it to be displayed.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Steve Pitt, are you proposing and wish it to be displayed?
Yes, please, Lord Mayor, and if you could display it first, it will help when I explain.
Okay. Is there a seconder?
Councillor Vernon Jackson seconding, I believe.
Councillor Vernon Jackson, are you seconding this?
Absolutely, definitely, and positively.
Thank you. Okay, then. So let's display it, and then we'll. If Councillor Pitt, if you can start talking to it when you're happy.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. It's fairly simple. Obviously, The situation's been updated since the council papers were published because the COVID response board has met. So council may remember that back in September, specifically for the reason that this motion has been brought forward, we identified 4 key car parks near key retail areas, and what we did was we allowed an extra hour of free parking on top of any paid period. So if you pay for 1 hour, you got 2 hours. If you pay for 2 hours, you got 3. This was to support shoppers, both to dwell longer in the retail environment, but also to make sure that they weren't dipping out by having to queue longer, etc., because of the social distancing and the changes to the way shops operate. So it proved to be successful then. We had intended to repeat it in December, and the COVID response board has met and confirmed that that will be the case. So this is really just to update to confirm that we're pretty much doing what was being asked. The reason we just didn't want to give just a free period, though, was that that's almost impossible for the enforcement officers to be able to monitor, because knowing when a car's arrived and left is very tricky. Whereas if it's got a ticket on it showing that somebody's paid for an hour, it's very easy to see if it's been there for 2 and therefore it's okay because it's taken the benefit of the additional hour. So in terms of the practicalities of enforcement, it works. We also don't want to put too much time on because we need to encourage those spaces to turn over, because obviously it's important that they are available throughout the day for people to come and go and to do their shopping. We are alive to the fact that we don't want to be encouraging people to drive. So it's the other advantage of adding the extra paid hour is that it allows that for people who've already made that decision, either because they're travelling into the city or they're having to go a distance or they've got larger items to pick up. But it does then encourage them to stay and hopefully you make use of another shop or have a bit of bite of lunch or a cup of coffee or something while they're there to benefit other businesses. So that's the intention behind it. We support the intent of the original motion to support the shopping environment. It's very important that we do so. We need to balance that against the importance of obviously worrying about our environmental issues and especially air pollution. But we are in unique times where we need to consider the impact of COVID on all our traders, many of whom are independent and who are desperately going to need our support. And that's why the amendment also asks people to do what the council's campaigning for at the moment, and that is to get people to shop local this Christmas and support our local businesses. So I'm hoping it's going to be able to be subsumed. It's certainly in the spirit of the original motion and says what we're actually doing already. So in a way, we're already responding to what we're being asked to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Pitt. Are there any more amendments, Stuart, that you're aware of?
No amendments other than that, Lord Mayor.
Okay, therefore it is before the council to debate, and I immediately have 2 people. That's Councillor Lynn Stagg, followed by Councillor Graham Heaney, and I just want to first of all let council know that Councillor Luke Stubbs is happy to accept the amendment. So Councillor Lynn Stagg, with that in mind, if you would like to.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Actually, Councillor Pitt has stolen my thunder. I was going to say all of this. This is something we decided in transport before going to the COVID response team. So it's all been said in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lynn Stagg. Therefore, Councillor Graham Heaney, succinctly.
Well, I'll try to be succinct, Lord Mayor, but I'm afraid I'm going to disagree. Unfortunately, the motion, and to some extent the amendment as well, is potentially well-meaning, but really misguided. I mean, the problems faced by high streets go beyond the issue of car parking. I mean, the COVID pandemic has been a significant blow to business. The challenge of online sellers and the decline of retailers like John Lewis and Debenhams, along with others, has been evident for some time. And the motion is misguided, and I think I would suggest the amendment, because the old idea that just encouraging more people to come and park for free, or at least enforcement, it just will not work. We've acknowledged through the climate emergency motion that we need a new approach to a number of different things. And the Conservative government, of course, is now requiring Portsmouth to implement a significant development in the dealing with poor air quality with the clean air zone. And most of the council acknowledge that encouraging people to choose other options than using a car for travel to either work or shopping or leisure is necessary. I mean, we should be sending a consistent message for people to consider alternatives to using their cars. Now, this is not always possible, I recognise, but we should all be thinking about this. And I know I've tried to make sure that when I go out, I try to think about not using the car, and I think we all need to do that. It's also important to remember that it's often the least well off who suffer the problems of poor air quality, and they often do not have access to cars anyway. I mean, there are other things that will have greater impact. At national level, we've had a report from the House of Commons Housing and Local Government Committee report on high streets, which basically said that, looking at the evidence that they had drawn in, that the government should assess proposals to rebalance the taxation of high streets and high street retailers in relation to other online retailers. And also, it's important to realise that local initiatives can be really important in helping to encourage people to use the existing stores. I mean, we've had very recently the Portsmouth Creates event set up in the Old Debenhams, which has been incredibly successful. I mean, you look at the queues of people who've been waiting to go in there, even during the COVID crisis. And it's definitely, I think, had an impact on neighbouring businesses who benefited from all that. So we do need to be a bit more adventurous and ambitious about what we do, and not just assume that car parking is going to solve the problem. And I think Councillor Pitt also hit the nail on the head when he said it's a balance of losing income and not damaging our environmental and other crimes. So I do think it is a problem, and I'm not sure this is really the right way to go forward. So although this proposal is well meaning, I think is misguided. I think we should not go ahead with those proposals.
Thank you, Councillor Graham Heaney. Councillor Simon Bosher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I fully expected that actually this notice of motion will probably get thrown out. And I say that for a couple of reasons. It's a subject that I brought up about a month ago at our fortnightly TNT briefings, and it was dismissed with "there's no money in the parking reserve." It subsequently was brought up by Councillor Heaney at the last briefing that we actually had, but by then he'd obviously had sight of the notice of motion and the council agenda, so therefore he was coming from a "I know where they're coming from" position. And Councillor Stagg, and I have to say it's no surprise that she's not actually proposing or seconding this amendment, because she ruled it out straight away. But clearly there's been a bit of a reverse ferret going on here to actually see what we can actually do, because it won't look good in the eyes of the electorate for the Liberal Democrats if we attack the small businesses. But having said that, I mean, we have a degree of a compromise here, which I think is probably a good place to be. But I have to take issue with Councillor Graham Heaney. I mean, you could have adopted a cross-party working approach here and put forward an amendment rather than just dismiss it out of hand. We are in unusual times here, Councillor Heaney, and therefore to support some of the small local businesses in some of the smaller shopping areas around the city is probably the right thing to do, particularly in the run-up to Christmas, which is certainly the spirit behind the original notice of motion. And I suspect it probably is behind the amendment that's been put forward by the Liberal Democrats. But effectively, you are sending out a message to those people. You want to go with your point of order, Councillor Heaney?
Yes. Go ahead with your point of order, Councillor Graham. Thank you, Councillor.
I don't normally engage the point of order, but the point is you can't negate the motion. So I couldn't actually amend the motion to do what I was suggesting. Not possible. It would be ruled out of order.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Graham.
Well, thank you very much for the interruption there, Lord Mayor. I didn't actually hear which standing order it was, and I don't think it was actually clarifying something that I'd actually misrepresented if it was 39B that he was actually talking about. I noticed that Councillor Stagg thinks that she can have 2 debates here, but hey-ho, we're changing the rules of debate as we go along. But Councillor Heaney, you could as a group have actually done this thing, but yet again this evening it looks like Labour has been caught behind the curve. You've done absolutely nothing when it comes down to supporting small businesses. So you are actually failing those small businesses in Portsmouth that rely on that sort of trade coming forward. You should have put forward an amendment, whether you agree with it or not. But I suspect that the Labour group as a whole are actually going to be sending out a message to those places in and around their strongholds that closed for business would seem to be the message that you're sending out, particularly at Christmas time. This is the right thing to actually do. I don't entirely agree with the merits that have been put forward with the amendment, but it is what it is. It's down to Councillor Stubbs to accept the amendment to the notice of motion, and he's indicated that he's wishing to do so. So on that basis, I'm going to support the subsumed motion, but I would actually look to the Labour Party and say, think very carefully about what you're doing and the messages that you're sending out, because I suspect that Comrade Corkery will not be sending out a tweet saying, local businesses, we don't support you.
Thank you, Councillor Simon Bosher. Councillor Lynn Stagg, can I ask if you're adding to the debate, having once been given an opportunity to speak? Councillor Lynn Stagg.
Yes, sorry, I forgot to say that I've actually asked for it to be extended past the end of December to at least to when the children go back to school, because there'll be January sales, presumably there'll be some somewhere, the kids especially spending their Christmas money, etc. So and children still home at school from school will go up with their parents. So to be able to do it after Christmas is important as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lynn Stagg. I think that did add to the information being passed to councillors, just to make it aware. Okay, I have nobody else wanting to speak, so can I go back to Councillor Luke Stubbs? If you've indicated that you want to incorporate the substantive, but it's over to you, Councillor Luke Stubbs, to sum up.
Yes, I will accept the Liberal Democrat amendment. I'm quite happy with that, and I welcome the response and the comments there. Given the time, I'm just going to leave it at that. I think we should move on and vote.
Thank you, Councillor Luke Stubbs. So basically, Stuart, do you want to lead with what we're going to go with?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Obviously, Councillor Stubbs has agreed to subsume Councillor Pitt's amendment, so that becomes a substantive. You just need to determine now whether there are any objections or whether the matter can be agreed by assent.
Are there objections or abstentions, members?
Given the lateness of the hour, I will accept. Not carrying it.
Sorry, Councillor.
Given the lateness of the hour, I'm not all for a vote.
Okay. All right. So, members, by assent, the motion is passed with the amendment in it. Thank you, members. So we now move on. That's therefore the proposal with the amendment is carried. That brings us to the end of motions for this evening. Okay. So, members, we are now going to move on to item 12, questions from members under Standing Order 17. Members, there are 8 questions under Standing Order 17. Standing Order 17 that have been previously circulated to you. As you know, there is a total of 45 minutes allocated within Standing Orders to deal with questions. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. Question 1, Councillor Weems, to be answered by Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Weems.
Apologies. I beg leave to ask question 1 standing in my name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Williams. As you'll be aware, things are a bit different this year, and there are things that we did last year that we can't do this year. Last year, I stood outside Morrison's to stop people to get them to fill in survey forms. Can't do that this year, but it's important that we do consult with people. The council's already done one consultation online with residents about in terms of what's their response to COVID, and we're going to do another one, and we'll include questions about the budget within that. And the last one got over 2,000 responses.
Councillor Weems, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, I appreciate that it is strange times and it will make consultation difficult. But unfortunately, it strikes me the Lib Dem track record on consultation isn't the best, which is why I feel fit to ask the question again, because while he said we're going to struggle, he hasn't actually said what we're going to do as a council. And I think it's given the funding levels and the expenses that the council has suffered this year, I think the consultation needs to be as extensive as possible because things are radically different. What assurance can he provide me that people are going to be given full details on which to understand what the council is facing?
So to repeat the answer I gave just before, there will be a consultation. It'll be available to everybody in the city. Happy to republish all the results. In terms of budget consultation, we've been very successful over the last 3 years and have increased the numbers of people responding each year to before higher numbers than in the previous 4 years. I don't think that will be possible this year just because of government regulations, but we will keep consulting and asking people their views.
Councillor Weems, do you have a final supplementary?
The question I asked then and was singly not answered was what information are you going to provide? People can't tell you what their views are unless they know the basis on which to give you the views. Please tell them what the situation is. And I think, Lord Mayor, through you, I would ask the leader to make sure that people are given full facts before the consultation goes out.
My Lord Mayor, I don't think it's possible for us to send an entire budget book to every household in the city. Not all councillors read it, let alone sending it to 85,000 households. But I'm very happy to circulate the questions that are going to be within the survey to all members to see if there are any improvements that can be made. This is a citywide survey, and we'd be very interested to hear councillors' views and the views of members of the public.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We have a request to speak on the subject from Councillor Luke Stubbs. Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Thank you. Can I ask the leader about the budget more widely? I mean, I'm assuming the whole budget meeting is going to be in February.
Yeah.
Can he give us any indication of what the level of savings or changes that there will be? I know a projection was made back in February about what would be required, but obviously an awful lot has happened since then.
Councillor Stubbs, you're absolutely right. There will be one budget meeting to look at both revenue and capital in February. I think it's sensible to do that closer to the end of the financial year when we know more. It is a moving feast, as we all know, and it's very dependent upon the level of funding from the government. The amount of money that the government has not provided the council is less than we thought it was. So it's probably maybe around the 8 million mark at the moment, which colleagues will know is significantly more than the £1 million of savings we were asked to find by the Council's Chief Finance Officer in February last year. So we're having to work to try to address that within year, and that will be part of the budget proposals that come forward. But my understanding from Chris Ward is that the budget saving for the revenue budget that we're being asked to look for remains at the £1 million level for the next financial year.
Just got that in time. Councillor Matthew Atkins.
Yeah, does the council leader expect to have to continue to budget for ongoing COVID response costs in next year's budget, in addition to the savings made?
I don't know yet. I think it's sensible to presume that there may be some problems, but with the announcement yesterday that there is a vaccine that appears to be successful, things may change. We have a contingency built into the budget every year for unforeseen circumstances, and it seems to me that COVID is a really good example of an unforeseen circumstance. But I think we will be able to have a better view in February of where we are than currently in November.
You're on mute, Lord Mayor.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Question 2, Councillor Bosher, to be answered by Councillor Stagg. Councillor Bosher.
Question 2 stands in my name, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stagg.
Thank you. The decision will not be made by the Cabinet member, but by the COVID Response Board, as all of the decisions on the ATF, the Emergency Active Travel Fund, be made. Members of the public and businesses will be given the opportunity to respond to the scheme both online at portsmouth.gov.uk/Elm Grove and also through conversations with businesses throughout the trial.
Okay. Councillor Simon Bosher, do you want to go with your first supplementary? You're on mute. You're on mute, Councillor Simon Bosher.
Apologies, Lord Mayor. It's getting quite late in the day when it comes to managing technology. If I can, Councillor Stagg, talking about the Transport Recovery Board, as I understand it, and you've just sort of said that it's the Transport Recovery Board that takes the decision.
No, the COVID response.
Sorry, the COVID recovery Transport Recovery Board that takes the decision. The advice I've had from officers is that they look at the scenarios around things such as Elm Grove, and I probably suspect other places like Eastern Parade and the Eastern Road Cycle Link, and they make recommendations to 3 members who take the decision. The 3 members being yourself, Councillor Pitt, and Councillor Vernon Jackson. So, if as you say, the Recovery Board is the one that's making the decision, what's the point in them actually consulting with you?
Well, because we discuss the suggestions, we bring in our own points as well, because don't forget we get feedback from residents as well, so we can put that into the mix. So everybody can understand everything. We have brought things to the Recovery Board, which or Response Board, sorry, which say, well, so-and-so's picked up this and picked up that, and as a result, officers have gone out and tried to amend those problems.
Councillor Bosher, do you have a final supplementary?
Yes, I do. So it seems in one instance it's not the member's decision, and then in a second breath it is the member's decision. It's a little bit confusing to say the least. But specifically talking about Elm Grove Cycle Lane, as I understand it, the board considers interventions, as they call it, in accordance with current advice and guidance. And some of those include public acceptability and operational effectiveness and stakeholder views. Now, we've seen plenty of photographs of the so-called operational effectiveness with traffic jams there and cones being removed. But when it comes to the public acceptability, and it actually came out as an email this evening, which I had a look at, 48% of local residents supported the scheme, 49% of local residents voted against the scheme, 25% of visitors of businesses supported it, with 72% against it.
Yes.
How does that fit in with your view of public acceptability when it seems to have been rejected both by local residents and local businesses?
Well, you have to remember that it's a through route anyway. It's an east-west route. There are a lot of people who use it. 62% of those people who use the route were in favour. So it's a case of balancing residents' views, officers' ideas, etc. So it's balancing it. And don't forget, it's a trial. It's a 3-week trial. And the definition of a trial is a test of the performance, qualities and suitability of something. If it doesn't work, it gets taken out. And
but you won't make that decision?
We will make that decision as a group, as a board.
Well, you said that the response board make the decisions and not you.
Okay.
It seems that you can't do it either way.
Members, Councillor Simon Mosher, please, you've had your questions. Councillor Lynn Stagg, you don't have to answer that because the supplementary is being gone through. I do have people waiting, so you'll have an opportunity to address it with other members' questions if you so wish to. Councillor Stephen Morgan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Stagg, could you tell us what local businesses are telling you so far about the scheme, and also what are the lessons learnt so far?
Well, a lot of the local businesses are not happy. Some of them with reason. Some of them officers are actually going to speak to. For example, the local vet. There is a real problem if you have a very large dog, for example, you're taking to the vets and you can't park. So officers are going to talk to the vet. It happens to be my own vet, so I know him quite well. And actually come up with possibly the offer of a scheme whereby they could have a permit for 20-30 minutes and they can actually take the dog in and then go and find somewhere to park. So it's a case of consulting with the businesses to see what would be right for them individually. And if it doesn't work, as I said, the board, of which I am a member, will vote to take it out or make it permanent if it works.
So in terms of the lessons learned so far?
Oh yes, there are lessons learned so far. For example, we had no waiting on the loading bays, which people didn't understand. So today, because I went down this morning, they were putting in big signs that said loading bays, that people actually know what's going on. So that's the whole idea of the trial, is things that we've missed or we didn't think of or turned up out of the blue kind of thing that we can address. Some of them we may not be able to address, but that's the idea of the trial.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matthew Atkins.
I was just wondering if the Cabinet member felt that after the Eastern Road and the seafront debacle, this is going to be instalment number 3 in the Lib Dem traffic chaos climb down saga.
There are no plans at all to close the seafront. It's a completely different scenario to what it was in the summer. It's colder weather, it's wet, there are not going to be the crowds of people that there were. That was the major problem. The debacle, as you say, which was we were asked by the police to close it because of the closeness of people on the seafront on that particular Saturday, and then it went on for several days afterwards. So there are no plans to close the seafront again.
Councillor Scott Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On the subject of Elm Grove, recently the licensing committee took a review of taxi ranks, and there was provision from the licensing committee to ask for a taxi rank on Elm Grove. Could you please update the council on the plans for a taxi rank on Elm Grove?
Well, there was a request for 3 taxi bays on Elm Grove, but when you're putting in a segregated cycle lane, putting in a taxi rank on that lane, and there's nowhere else for it to go, it's not sensible. So they were offered to have a taxi rank on one of the side roads, but I believe they turned it down, but I'm not certain.
Question 3, Councillor Robert New, to be answered by Councillor Stagg.
Yeah, question 3 in my name, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor New.
Okay, Councillor Stagg, I think that's in his name.
Pardon?
Sorry, please go ahead.
Right. Investigation work undertaken into possible reinstatement of a railway station in Paulsgrove has shown that although it would be physically possible to build, the operational challenges of stopping trains there would make the viability of the station unlikely. It would increase the journey times to both Southampton and London, which conflicts with the stated aims of both the Council and the wider Solent area to improve journey times. This is to encourage greater take-up of rail travel and decrease the amount of car use, particularly in the M27. This would significantly reduce congestion and with it air pollution. The reinstatement of the station at Paulsgrove would make the rail network less resilient to delays, reduce service punctuality and further reduce the attractiveness of rail travel. However, I take your point that a lot of people in Paulsgrove are isolated. I know because I worked with a young family as a Home Start volunteer, and the isolation is very difficult. So the alternative, which is coming in under TCF, Transforming Cities Fund, is rapid transit system, where there will be much more frequent and free-flowing buses, because they'll have their own designated bus lanes for residents of Portsmouth to get into Cosham, for example, or to get into the city centre much quicker than they go now.
Okay, Councillor Robert New, have you got a follow-up that you wanted to follow up? First supplementary.
Yes, I do, Lord Mayor. Does the Cabinet member agree with me that when ring-fenced government money for carrying out a feasibility study on opening up railways, including disused and abandoned railway stations such as Holts, is available and government ministers are proactively encouraging councils to bid for, especially in the case of more isolated communities such as Paulsgrove, that we should seize those opportunities to better connect residents and some of the lowest paid with the rest of the city?
Yes, but don't forget this was a study done by the whole of the Solent region, so it's a connectivity thing. So it's talking about connectivity between Totton in the west and Havant and further east as well, which is being picked up by Transport for the southeast. So it's not just our decision. We put in the bid or the suggestion, amongst others, because the big problem is the journey times to Southampton and to Winchester and also to London, and that's if we could improve the journey times, and we can do that by having additional trains, particularly going west. So instead of having just 2 trains an hour to Southampton, there'll be 4. So you'd be waiting around less. So your actual journey times would be less. So and there's a finite amount of money at any one time that is involved in this, and that has to go over the whole of the region. So that's not saying that it won't happen in the future, but under this actual tranche of money, it wasn't successful.
Do you have a final supplementary, Councillor Robert New?
Yes, I do, Lord Mayor. Thank you so much, and thank you, Councillor Stagg. Given that there is money available now and government ministers are literally asking us where our bid is to help better connect these poorer communities, will the Cabinet member commit to ensuring the officers do work on and put in a bid for feasibility study funding to the Department for Transport within the extended window available to them, and reopen dialogue with Penny Mordaunt MP's office to ensure the best bid can be submitted, which they initially did support at the start of this year before the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yes, I'm more than happy, because I know the problems that Paulsgrove has. But the decision ultimately isn't mine, it is a much bigger group.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly, Peter, how long have we got to go, just to make sure I can be aware?
Lord Mayor, we still have 25 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can you give us a 5-minute warning? Okay, right. Councillor Joe Hooper, you've got a question to ask on this?
Yes, I have, Lord Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Stagg. I know you've more or less just said no to Councillor Robert New, but ideologically, would you please answer this question? Would the Cabinet member agree with me and acknowledge that the reopening of a Holt station in Paulsgrove would aid my residents to feel better connected to the rest of the city, mitigate the sense of isolation some wards on the northern periphery of the city experience, assist with our growing parking problem in offering people a viable alternative to car travel, and in doing so, support the administration with their pledges to deal with environmental concerns.
Yes, I would agree that those are all admirable ambitions. But you've got to realise we're working, or the group that are working on it, working within a budget. If more money is available, which I hope there will be, I think there should be much more money put into public transport right across the board, not just trains, but buses as well. Then I'm sure this would be taken on board. However, you've got to remember that there are lots of other places as well. If you put in a station, say at Paulsgrove, and that affects the timetable of the trains, you might have to remove a station from somewhere else. Where? Bedhampton? Cosham? Don't know.
Okay, Councillor Benedict Swan.
Would Councillor Stagg agree that given the long travel times on buses and the cost from travelling from Paulsgrove to the city centre, or indeed other parts of the city such as Southsea and Gunwharf, that having a direct, faster and alternative public transport option would benefit the residents of Paulsgrove?
Yes, well, as I said earlier, the rapid transit scheme coming in under the Transforming Cities Fund, and for which we've got funding, will help Paulsgrove because there'll be several buses. I think 3 of the buses going through there will be much more rapid to get in to the city centre and to Cosham. But I totally agree with you about the pricing, because I think bus fares are very, very high in Portsmouth, and that is mainly, I think, because, well, 2 reasons. One, they're private companies. If we were running the buses ourselves, as we used to many years ago, back before 1986, the more profitable routes subsidise the less profitable ones. But also, I forgot what I was going to say now. Not enough people use the buses. I've said this many times before. It costs as much to run a bus with 1 passenger as with 50. So if there was, it's a catch-22 situation. If more people use the buses, bus fares could come down. It could be forced to come down. But that's something I would like to see, because for families in particular, it's a ridiculous situation where it's cheaper to travel by taxi as a family than it is to use buses. And I would love to see the bus fares coming down.
Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My understanding has been that the train operating companies have said that because the desire is to make sure that we reduce the amount of journey time between Portsmouth and Southampton on the railways to encourage people to use trains, that if there are new stations created on that route, they would either not use them, or if they did use them, they would stop using other stations on the route. Yes, I wonder if the Cabinet member would agree with me that if that is the case, that residents of Cosham should be concerned that if we build a new station at Paulsgrove, trains may not stop at Cosham and go straight through to Paulsgrove, and that would be a disadvantage to residents in Cosham.
I did say that earlier, Councillor Vernon Jackson, that if you put in a train station, not just Paulsgrove, it could be anywhere else, you would have to take one out from somewhere else, because otherwise the train journey would be longer, and the whole point of the ambition of the city and the Solent area is to have shorter train journeys.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Matthew Atkins.
I was going to ask a different question, but after that, I think I'll ask this. Is there actually any evidence that introducing a station at Paulsgrove would remove the station from Cosham? Has that actually ever been told to you, or is that something you're just using to scaremonger the residents of the north?
No.
To stop them asking you to look into better transport for the more deprived areas of the city?
Absolutely scaremonger.
It's not scaremongering at all. It's if a journey takes, let's say, 40 minutes between point A and point B, you add an extra station in, you're adding extra time in to stop. So therefore the journey takes longer. So the train companies are less likely to allow that to happen and stop one of the stations en route, one of the smaller stations where there is less demand. That's a reality, and that's gone on in the past. And that's why Beeching kept so many of the stations throughout the country in the 60s.
Councillor Lee Hunt.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Stagg. Of course, what you say makes complete sense. Councillor Stagg, if this Conservative campaign to create a halt at Paulsgrove gains traction, and this endangers Cosham railway station and possibly see the closure of Cosham railway station, will she stand with me outside Cosham railway station and fight like fury to defend Cosham railway station from closure and help us set up a petition and get all the names, as many as we can, in order to defend Cosham railway station from what it is the Conservatives are setting out to do?
I don't want to answer that one. I mean, I will stand and object to anything if I really believe in it. And I think, Cosham, it's a difficult one because Cosham obviously is an important station because it's not just east-west, but it's north-south as well. You've got changes there. So it's very much, again, on demand. If there's evidence that there would be a great take-up of passengers at Paulsgrove, then I'm sure it might sway decisions. But it would still lengthen the journeys, and we're trying to shorten the journeys. That's the biggest complaint, is that it takes so long. It can take you nearly an hour and a half to get to Southampton at times, which is mad. Which is why and this is where, to accommodate the extra trains, part of the money would be going on reinstating one of the platforms, platform 2 at the harbour station, so you could have, you wouldn't have to wait for one train to go out before another one comes in, and also maybe reinstating or adding a platform at the town station on the lower level next to platforms 3 and 4, because if you have trains per hour, you've got to have the space for them to come into.
Thank you, Councillor Lindstag. Councillor Simon Bosher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, I think you've got the Lib Dem campaign handbook in full swing there. Suggest something to going to close and then start a petition to actually save it so you can do a bit of data harvesting. But hey ho. Sorry, Councillor Stagg, I'm asking the question, please. You've mentioned on 2 or 3 times about the rapid transit scheme assisting residents from Paulsgrove down into the city centre. Will the same rapid transit scheme also assist the residents of Drayton and Farlington being able to get into the city centre?
Yes, because there's a new route, a complete new route that will come through, and I'm not going to say which companies, because I'm not sure which of the companies will be running it, but it is a new route that will come from Havant and go right through and much faster. So,
right, thank you. Question 4, Councillor Pitt, to be answered by Councillor.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, forgive me. Can I add a question to the question 3, please? My chat function isn't working. As Councillor Terry Norton.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Does a cabinet member agree with me that it's our responsibility to bid for funding, not that of Southampton or anywhere else in the Solent? There are residents, and therefore it's our responsibility to look after our residents first.
Well, we do. That's why we're part of the Solent Transport team. So that's the whole of the Solent area, and have been for 10 years. It was formed the year before I was cabinet member before, which was in 2008. So it's been going for 12 years. So, and we looked after each other, really.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lindstag. Right, question 4, Councillor Pitt, to be answered by Councillor Winnington. Councillor Pitt.
Question 4 in my name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Whittington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. NHS Portsmouth CCG and the Portsmouth City Council has a long history of integrated commissioning arrangements, and the benefit of these and the contribution to the wider city partnership that is Helping Care Portsmouth has been acknowledged widely, in particular the improvements and benefits this has delivered to local residents.
In recent years, we have already achieved a great deal, building a very advanced integrated way of working under the Health and Care Portsmouth banner. For example, Portsmouth CCG and Portsmouth City Council have in the past year integrated roles and teams for adults and children's strategic and operational functions, closely aligned teams for public health, with plans to integrate further following the substantive appointment of a Director of Public Health dedicated to Portsmouth, challenged our ways of financial planning and management so that they are more closely aligned than ever before, and we have integrated teams for key supporting and enabling functions such as HR, complaints, and most recently communications and engagement.
Okay, have you got a supplementary, Councillor Pitt?
I certainly have, Lord Mayor. Can a Cabinet member explain how this integration has particularly benefited the residents of Portsmouth during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Okay, thank you very much. Absolutely. So during this, the COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen a lot of benefits of this integration. This includes how we have responded to and supported the response to the epidemic in the care sector, to testing, to the supply of PPE and infection protection control and support. In our rapid establishment of community support alongside the voluntary sector and Hive Portsmouth to support the most vulnerable people to access food, medicines and welfare supports. In our way, we've handled the local authority and NHS COVID-19 fundings and grants, ensuring it got to the services and people who needed it without organisational barriers getting in the way. How we quickly redeployed CCG and council staff across a range of health and local authority functions, and how a whole range of our business is usually switched rapidly to new and often very testing ways of working.
Have you got a final supplementary, Councillor Steve Pitt?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Bearing in mind the all the changes that we've seen over the last 8 or 9 months, the Council's previous position was in partnership with the CCG not to seek a merger with other CCGs across Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. Can the Cabinet member confirm if this is still our position, and if so, why is it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it is still our position, Councillor Pitt. And we believe that it's the best way of doing things to make sure we have our sense of place. So we're not subsumed within a greater whole. So in particular, in October, so last month, the CCG board agreed, because it's them who's really there. So we're working closely with them, and they confirmed that they remain strongly committed to further integrated work with City Council under the executive leadership of the PCC Chief Executive, clinical leadership of the CCG and elected leadership of the Council, that they are going to retain the CCG as a legal entity with its board, associated dedicated functions and resources, and based within the city, and that was the most significant priority. That would not be going with a merger. It would also support the delegation of CCG functions to the PCC Chief Executive Officer to lead and continue delivery and development of Health and Care Portsmouth, including the further integration of executive roles across the CCG and Portsmouth City Council, and to continue to work with the partners in Health and Care Portsmouth and the Portsmouth and South East Hampshire Integrated Care Partnership to agree arrangements to deliver systems working in Portsmouth, South East Hampshire, which is obviously the area around which goes to QA Hospital. However, in November, the CCG board will consider a proposal for the appointment of a shared CCG accountable officer with the other CCGs in Hampshire, the Isle of Wight, and Hampshire Isle of Wight integrated care system. This will merely be a legal accountable officer we will share, but that doesn't mean that they have any authority or there's any merger between the leadership of those two CCGs as they will be with the Hampshire Isle of Wight. The rest of Hampshire Isle of Wight have taken steps that they want to merge into a single CCG, and that has been supported by NHS England as that direction of travel. So we're expecting that will be finally and fully approved after the meeting of our CCG board in later in this month.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. The mute button wasn't working. Councillor Judith Smythe.
I find it strange and perhaps worrying that members of our cabinet have to communicate through questions in full council, because this is a really important subject, and I am absolutely in favour of integrated commissioning and provision in Portsmouth. I think it stood us very well. But can you tell us why you haven't brought a proper paper to this council, or to the other ways in which we can all get to know and support what you're doing, and done it through this rather odd way of asking each other questions?
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. I'll be absolutely honest with you. There were some things going on in the background which were outside of our control. That might have meant that some of the issues that I would raise today would be, which could have been very, very short notice, wouldn't have been able to be put in a report to council. Obviously, the Health and Wellbeing Board is normally where we would have such things, but I understand this might look a little bit odd, but it is literally because things that were outside the realms of our control from a council point of view may well have come up, and it would have been a way of addressing that and talking about them. Fortunately, what we want to happen, and you know, sitting on the Health and Wellbeing Board, is progressing in a little bit different way than we would have liked. But yeah, that's effectively why this question has been put here, and so I do hope you'll indulge us, but certainly this isn't taking away anything from the normal way that we do these things at the Health and Wellbeing Board.
Can I ask a supplementary? No.
Sorry, Councillor Stephen Wilson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the Cabinet member tell Council how closer integration will help the work of the Mental Health Alliance and improve local mental health services? Absolutely, yeah, and thank you for asking about the Mental Health Alliance, and I'm pleased to say there will be a report coming to both the Health and Wellbeing Boards and to Cabinet about the Mental Health Alliance, to report back to members of both the Health and Wellbeing Board and obviously the wider membership of the council. The way that works better is because we have this very close working relationship between the council structures, the CCG, but also the work of Solent NHS and the hospital as well. What it means is that we're able to coordinate our services much better. It also means that when we're meeting as a Mental Health Alliance, if so, for example, it's chaired by member of staff from Portsmouth City Council and a member of staff from Solent NHS. So it means that integration for the very top is there because of the working together we've done over the course of many years, as Councillor Luke Stubbs will know, and Councillor Frank Jonas, from when they had this portfolio when Health and Care Portsmouth first came about under the Conservative administration, and obviously myself and my colleagues have been working on and taking forwards since we've been back in control of the council. But yeah, I don't think to be honest, Councillor Morgan, that where we are as a city in terms of all of our integration with things like Positive Minds would even exist if it wasn't for the fact that we're working so closely together with our partners. And I'd really urge everyone, when they get any opportunity within the health and social care sector in the city, is to really talk up our integration and the work that we all of our teams do in the city, because there is always the danger, because you can never be sure about these things, that policy could change from above and that things could start to happen to Portsmouth, which would be really bad for this city.
Thank you, members. We've got 5 minutes to go. So can I move to, no, I've got no other questions there. So can I move to question 6, question 5, Councillor Corkery, to be answered by Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Can the leader of the council provide an update on the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the council's commercial property investment portfolio?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Corkery, I do have a long answer that's been written for me, and I'm sorry my video has died again. The short answer is, as a council, we normally get in a rent of about 26 million quid from the commercial property portfolio the council has. We'd normally expect a debt of around £300,000. Our current level of debt is around 2 million, but the predicted loss at the end of the year is between 800,000 to 1.7 million.
Thank you, Leader.
Have you got a supplementary, Councillor Corkery? Sorry about that.
I have, yes. Can you comment on any changes in the total value of the investments?
No, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm very happy to try to update you, but it wasn't part of the question. And I think trying to get surveyors' reports on all the property in the current circumstances may not be easy. But I'm very happy to see if we can try to let you know what it is. The property is made up of three main bits. So there's Lakeside, which is fairly easily. Then there are the large properties outside the city. And then there are the several hundred properties within the city. And so it's just trying to get through all of those. But if you can drop me an email, I'm very happy to see if I can get you that detail and to circulate it to members.
Have you got a final supplementary, Councillor Corkery?
I have, yes. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, the reason I asked the question was to try and find out the information at this meeting. I can follow up with an email if necessary, but the question was with regards to the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the council's commercial property investment portfolio. So I think a reasonable reading of that is to try and understand the impact on the rents, but also the total value of those properties. But clearly that information cannot be provided tonight. So instead what I'll ask is, looking forward, and now I appreciate there's a significant amount of uncertainty with regards to the commercial property market, but what is our current forecast with regards to the viability of this investment portfolio?
I think we have a positive view of it, and Cal, my apologies if I didn't understand the question as you had understood it. So we've done a very positive letting of 20,000 square feet at Lakeside to a company recently, and as you'll be aware, we're building 120,000 square foot at Dunsbury Hill for Watson Marlow. So we've got there is a positive story to tell about people wanting to be located in premises owned and run by the City Council. But inevitably there will be some pressure on it, and we'll have to see when we come to the budget time what that's going to mean. Actually, of the value, the places in terms of rents that are doing least well, is the ones situated within the City Council area that are doing least well, and the rents being paid by Lakeside and the commercial property investments around the country are doing a bit better than the ones located within Portsmouth.
Thank you for that. Members, I think we're just about to clock over, so very quickly, question 6, Councillor Coles to Councillor Atwell. Very quick. Councillor Coles.
Question 6 in my name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Atwell.
Yes, quick as I can, Lord Mayor. I'm very happy to confirm progress on the hidden disabilities motion brought to full council last month by Councillor Coles. Portsmouth City Council signed up and registered as a hidden disabilities scheme member the day after our last full council. 2 starter packs have been bought, as have an initial stock of 500 lanyards for distribution to eligible staff and customers. The Learning and Development team have put together some training, and this will be delivered to the council's help desk staff this week. Training for members is scheduled for the 2nd and 8th of December. Invitations will be sent out very soon. I hope as many of us as possible will attend one of these sessions. A full training rollout is planned for and from January. The comms plan is in place for the senior management group to promote the scheme Internally, the comms team is developing information for the intranet, including signposting, e-training packages, and other relevant information. External communication of the scheme will follow the training rollout, with promotional material being visibly displayed in council venues, offices, and other settings. Excuse me. My Lord Mayor, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Learning and Development team for their energy and commitment for getting us this far in such a short amount of time. As Cabinet Member, I am committed to delivering this important piece of work, and I'll be having my third meeting with officers from the Learning and Development team next Monday. I will further update opposition spokespeople in due course. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Bang on time.
Councillor Chris Atwell, well done. Finished that. Councillor Tom Coates, if you had a supplementary, you will have to write in. The remaining two questions, question 7 from Councillor Boucher to Councillor Stagg, and question 8, Councillor Coles to Councillor Stagg. I presume that the members will write and fill that up, bring everybody up to date. So, members, it's time we went away, had a drink, had some food, and have a good night's rest. Thank you very much. Okay, glad we finished in the current day as opposed to the following day. Let's be thankful for that. So, good night, members. And
good night, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Good night, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Good night, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Peter and Stuart.
Thank you very much. Thank you, David.
Yeah.